Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Pogo in chat.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
His name is Hasan.
Hasboggies.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
White people happy.
This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert.
I'll amount.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast
This
coming
is a
to you
deranged
live
pervert.
from
Keep it up, Hasan.
sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live once again, ladies and gentlemen. Boys, girls, MBs, we are live and alive. It is October 15th, Thursday, October 15th, 2020. 11:07 a.m. and I'm a little early than I usually would be. How do you guys like that? How do you like them apples? My hair is a bit of a mess, so I apologize for looking like doo-doo. But
Wet ass P word.
I am
Make
here.
that pull
I am
out
ready.
week.
And there's a lot of news to cover, of
You
course.
can afford the head enlargement surgery now, Has.
There's a lot of news to cover today, as there is every single day. We are going to
those communists.
talk about a bunch of different things. Trump is delivering remarks at the Make America Great Again rally. Currently, he is in the Pitt Greenwell Airport in North Carolina.
Whores in this house.
I am not really all that interested because we're going to hear him loud and clear later tonight. As tonight, ladies and gentlemen, was supposed to be... Ladies and gentlemen, tonight was supposed to be a wonderful night. Tonight was supposed to be the second presidential debate, but unfortunately, it is not the second presidential debate tonight because Joe Biden and Donald Trump had disagreements where the healthcare officials did not know whether Trump would be likely to spread COVID or not at the time. So they decided to change the town hall format that they were going to have to a virtual one. Oof, probably lost 50K from debate being canceled. No. Also, I don't give a shit.
Pervert.
3 months with you and I can't wait for
I just
more.
want the content,
90 day
baby.
and
I want the
44
content more than you do. I'm in it for the fucking love of the game, homie. Okay? What, you think that there's a difference between how much money I was going to make if there was a debate versus not? Who gives a fuck? God. There is
Hasan.
nothing
Christ.
cringier than a Twitch chatter who thinks that they are making clever decisions on behalf of the streamer that they watch. Oftentimes in a way where it's like supposed to be snarky. Like, oh, dude, you're gonna fucking, ooh, I wish you wanted the debate. Because, like, you know, now no one's gonna watch it. Thank you. Anyway. Check Discord DM. Someone registered RyanGrim@gmail.com, which is in Ryan's bio, to redirect to your stream. Wait, what? How many digits of dollars do you make when you run a 6-second ad over 50K watching? I don't fucking know, dude. Stop asking stupid questions. How about that? I don't fucking know. I don't have access to this information. What the fuck is wrong with you? All right, anyway.
This is a deranged pervert.
Regardless, we were supposed to have a town hall that was supposed to be virtual tonight, and Donald Trump said no. Oh fuck! I forgot to give you personal news before I reveal to the world that I'm live, but on Twitter.
Has changed my life.
But personal news-wise, I am sleeping like shit. I finished Fargo. I'm looking for like another show to watch.
I apologize for that.
Thank you for starting the stream on time for my birthday. I've been here for almost 3 months and this has made this dreadful time immensely easier to tolerate. Hassle.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Has mods.
Oh, this is the... What the fuck? Oh my god, you guys are ridiculous. You went and you purchased Ryan Grimm @gmail.com. That's so funny. Anyway, happy birthday to the chatter, by the way, to the dono. You watch Community? It's by far my favorite TV show. No,
This is a deranged pervert.
like every time I say watch this, or every time I talk about like what I have or haven't watched, you guys all make suggestions, and like 90% of the time, it's shit that I've already watched. I've pretty much watched everything that is. I've pretty much watched everything that needs to be watched. Like when you say Veep, it's like, I know I know you're memeing because like I talk about how it's my favorite political comedy. You know what I mean? Anyway,
This is a
So-
deranged pervert.
Misophonia.
today, tonight we were supposed to be blessed with a town hall where Joe Biden and Donald Trump were going to meet up and do a
Oh, you're
town
such
hall
a big man.
side by
Hasan.
side with one another, a format that I truly appreciate because oftentimes producers who are horny for content
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
will
I'm out of
end up
control. I
pinning Donald
apologize for
Trump
that.
and Joe Biden
Hey Hasan, if you're looking
against
for new content,
actual
try checking out
kind of
Raised by
based people
Wolves on
from time to
HBO.
time. Like they
It's
will
great
literally
anyway,
turn
be well
around and
be safe.
actually have like a
Oh, you're
black
such a
leftist or
big
whatever be
man,
like tear
Hasan.
into Joe Biden and shit, which I personally appreciate watching. So he was gonna do that, but we're not gonna do that obviously because they got canceled. They wanted to do it
Oh, you're
again.
such a
Joe
big
Biden's scheduled to do one on
man,
ABC, and Donald Trump as a counter proposal because he was pissed off that it was a virtual debate and he wasn't gonna do that because you know they can mute you. Donald Trump was
His
pissed off
name
and
is Hasan.
wanted to hold his own. So he's holding his own on NBC. Still going to be pretty good overall, I think. I know the Trump rally's live right now, but there isn't really
Oh,
too
you're
much to
such a
watch right
big
now.
Man, Hasan.
Neighbor.
As far as like town halls goes, or as far as what we're looking for here, like what the goals are for the Biden campaign versus what the goals are for the Trump campaign, the same dynamic where Donald Trump is behind and he really desperately needs to, I guess, implode the Biden camp still exists. It becomes even much harder now that they're doing town halls separate from one another, right? And more people, of course, are going to watch the NBC one. The distribution of the NBC network is greater than ABC. So, like, Trump 100% is going to hit him with the, oh, I defeated you in the ratings, as though that means anything. Like, Trump's personal brand of personal grievance politics is good when he's delivering for a coalition that's broader overall than the increasingly smaller segment of like diehard Trump fans. Okay? So like originally it was supposed to be like if Donald Trump had not had COVID, if Donald Trump had not fucked the country's COVID recovery so dramatically, his showmanship would be
Love you,
a
Zaddy.
skill, a benefit, because people would want to root for him. They would say, oh, well, I'm on this guy's team. He's worked for me. He's been on my side this entire time. He's delivered on all of his promises, you know, promises made, promises kept.
Oh, you're such a
And
big
now
man,
that's
Hasan.
why I'm on
what you
board
do,
when he
ass.
fucking cries about fake news or mainstream media or any number of different things, like the Nobel Peace Prize that he was offered, or not offered, but like appointed for, nominated for, and that no one cared about it. Like, people would care about it if they felt like they were on that team, but all evidence so far shows that that coalition has kind of fallen apart. Some of that coalition has fallen apart because of Trump's agitation against white supremacists. Some of that coalition has fallen apart because Donald Trump's COVID response was horrific, and that people truly consider him to be bad for the country and bad as a leader. Some of that coalition has fallen apart because he has delivered on his promises and people don't like the outcomes of that. Where like originally they might have thought
Oh, you're such a big
that it would be great if Donald
Nerd
Trump's
face. Nerd
actions
face.
if he followed through on them, would have been great for the country, but it wasn't. Some of those coalitions have fucking picked apart because of, for example, building the wall and the Make America Great Again mentality that Donald Trump advocated for, that he followed through on, like his deterrence policies, separating children at the border from their families. Like, this shit was deeply unpopular. But ultimately, and I believe this, I always believe this, the biggest issue is the economy. Donald Trump truly delivered on the economy pre-COVID for the people that think he was delivering on the economy. Like, the stock market was doing well, and that's enough of a metric for a lot of these idiots, right? Like, they thought that they were doing all right. He brought back like 400,000 manufacturing jobs. It's not necessarily like the big job boon that he claimed he was going to get. It's a bit of a lie, if we're being honest. Not a bit of a lie. It was definitely a lie, actually. And he also did absolutely, he was successful. He was a successful Republican. Okay? He was a successful Republican. He followed through on the promises that he made. Except, I think that's part of the reason why he failed a little bit. Because when you are a successful Republican and you actually follow through on all of these, when you follow through on all the promises that you made during the campaign, unlike other Republicans who know better than to go fully the entire way, people are going to start seeing the immediate tangible consequences of your actions. Now, tax cuts are the worst example of this, because the only tangible immediate impact that you have as an American citizen with a tax cut is like, oh, I got $10 back on my salary now. The long-term consequences of tax cuts are devastating. But the short-term consequences of another policy, for example, deterrence and the separation of children from their parents at the border, that is a Republican policy that's reactionary, it's nationalist, it's cruel and unusual, it's horrific. That policy immediately bears horrific pictures that the media obviously covered. So that was part of the reason why people were bugging on a stack and did not appreciate Donald Trump. Like, this is an important thing to consider, that like some of the reasons why Donald Trump is unpopular is literally because he followed through on his promises. When he talks about promises made, promises kept, you should remember that. And to everyone who's crying in my chat, like, oh, those kids are in cages under Obama. I know. I was critical of Obama doing the exact same thing, but not to the same degree, of course. Don't be ridiculous. It's not like Obama was openly advocating for it as a deterrence measure. Okay?
Wet ass P-word.
And there
Make
is a
that pull-out
distinction
game
there,
weak.
ultimately. The distinction, of course, being thousands of more children being locked up in cages rather than hundreds. So cruel when one kid is jailed.
This is a deranged pervert.
Combo here is Obama bad, but Trump way worse. Yeah. So, anyway, what I was trying to say is...
His name is Hasan.
What I was trying to say here is that stop crying about Obama doing it, because that means that you didn't like it under Obama either, and therefore you shouldn't like it under Trump either. Okay? So, I'm pretty sure the Obama era policy that the kids wouldn't be detained for more than 48 hours while they found a guardian or sponsor. Yes. And also, the Obama administration never pursued family members that would come to pick up the kids. Like, the Trump administration set the children that they separated from their parents at the border as a honeypot for all the additional people that would, like, come and try to pick them up. Like they would literally be like, "Oh, now you're gonna fucking pick up your kid. Okay, we're gonna track your house. We're gonna go to your house, figure out if there's any undocumented immigrants there, and then fucking lock them up too." I mean, it's like it's Nazi shit through and through. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I know that liberals like to exclusively hyper focus on.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
5 months. Thanks for sparking
Exclusively hyper focus on like the more
Also, is that kimono?
the
Nice
more
kimono
artificial
dog.
stuff.
Very
For
chill.
example, like very fine people on both sides. Like a lot of liberals and conservatives like to have conversations around the words that Donald Trump has uttered, but the actions are even more devastating than those words. So when you look at like what the
His
Trump
name
administration has
is
done so
Hasan.
far to
6
undocumented
months
immigrants in this
of
country
indoctrination
and act
project.
like he's not a fucking white supremacist, or at least working at the behest of white supremacists, like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna sit here and like feed you nonsense to make your fifis make you feel better about the world.
We sent it.
You signed off on this, okay? Don't let your mouth write checks that your ass can't cash, okay? The chickens have come home to
America
roost.
Deserved 9/11.
This is your fucking president. This is all the horrific shit that he did. Own it.
In the U.S. Marshals. Took 15 minutes, it was over. 15 minutes, it was over. We got him.
This is yet another instance of Donald Trump literally talking about assassinating an American citizen. Using the marshals to assassinate an American citizen. Now, I just want to say something here. Okay? I want to say something here that, like, I think people fail to comprehend. When we think about, Twitter, for example, taking down the New York Post story about Hunter Biden, which I will talk about extensively, okay, later in the broadcast. I will go back to the Hunter Biden story again because there's updates and it's really funny to me. But if you get fearful of like big tech monopolies destroying freedom of speech on the internet, and you consider that to be as bad as like government infringement on freedom of speech, then what the fuck do you how do you feel about Donald Trump urging his marshals to execute someone and then them following through with it? I mean, that's insane. Like, this is nearly identical to the I care about property, but not necessarily the black lives that were lost mentality, where it's like you're hyper focusing on property damage and not thinking about what the root cause is. Like, property damage is bad because it impacts humans ultimately, right? It impacts someone. Property on its own has no value. The only value that a property has is a value that it has to human beings. So you're upset about property damage because you're upset at what happens to the shop owners. Okay? Sounds like the dude should have turned himself to the police at the protest like Kyle did. Dog! Why do conservatives constantly lie? Kyle tried to turn himself to the police at the protest, and the police refused. They
Wet ass
nabbed him at his home.
Make that pullout game.
What are you talking about? Also, there is no fucking way. Like, you cannot say that, like, oh, when someone doesn't immediately fucking turn themselves in, they deserve to be executed. I mean, that's so stupid, man. You don't believe that. Like, you don't actually believe that. It's not like this guy was like running around. He wasn't like a fucking fugitive. He didn't even know that there was like a arrest warrant out for him. He went and interviewed with Vice the day before he got executed. You think that's someone who's running from the law? You think that's something that someone running from the law would do? No. There's no due process when someone is Antifa. I know. Because conservatives are gigantic pussies And they would love for fascism to occur so that they could take down all of their enemies that they've created in their minds. That's why there's absolutely like a very thin, there's such a thin fucking distinction between just like regular American conservatism and fascism at this stage. I'm sorry if you are defending the president, personally using marshals as his own like assassination hit squad, who turned around and like fucking put a hit out on someone in a country where we should have due process.
Whores in this house.
Just like with the Kyle Rittenhouse case, by the way.
Sub-anniversary poggies.
It's nuts that you would, if a right-wing guy had killed a fellow Antifa guy, would you be crying? Then you wouldn't care the marshals were sent? That's not true. That's projection on your behalf, especially because you didn't even hear what I just said. Of course I want Kyle Rittenhouse to be tried in a court of law. He was right-wing. I don't think that it's all right to go and like fucking kill someone just because they killed a bunch of people. I don't understand why people tell on themselves so aggressively. Like, when you come in here and you say stuff like, nah, you wouldn't give a fuck if it was like your enemy personally. No, you're just saying that right now. You're admitting. How do you kill someone and don't even think you're wanted? Wasn't he getting threats from the Proud Boys? Don't you think he'd want police protection? I think so, yeah. I think he would want police protection. He probably, and he was right, by the way, for being fearful of the cops killing him, because they did literally do that. So he was correct. Wasn't he denied police protection? Not only was he denied police protection, they killed him. The police assassinated him. Okay? So it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to have this convo. I don't know why. Like, if at this stage, if you're defending marshals that like literally pursued this person, and instead of arresting him, got out of a fucking SUV and just like blew him into fucking smithereens. If you believe that that was a reasonable retaliation, you are a gigantic pussy, okay? And also a fascist on top of that. You are so scared that you want the big government to do your bidding on your behalf. You are genuinely scared of anyone who does not have your opinion, and that is really hilarious because Nazis oftentimes use that as a shield for themselves, where they say, well, actually, I just want diversity of opinion. That's what I want. Oh, okay. What's your opinion? Oh, you want to genocide entire populations? Nice. And for those of you who don't know, I am talking about the assassination of Michael Reinoehl. According to the New York Times investigation, it's becoming more and more likely that cops just pursued Michael Reinoehl into Washington State a day after he gave a non-contentious interview to Vice. And they got out of their SUVs and just unloaded on him. And here is the president taking credit for that execution.
We sent in the U.S. Marshals. Took 15 minutes, it was over. 15 minutes, it was over. We got him. They knew who he was. They didn't want to arrest him. In 15 minutes, that ended. Anyway, and they called themselves peaceful protest. We sent in the U.S. Marshals. Took 15 minutes, it was over. 15 minutes, it was over. We got him.
New accounts from the scene raised questions about whether Michael Reinoehl, suspected of killing a far-right Trump supporter, pulled out a gun before the officers fatally shot him. Okay? A few days after a shooting left a far-right Trump supporter dead on the streets of Portland, Oregon, Mr. Reinoehl, an Antifa activist who had been named in the news media as a focus of the investigation, feared that vigilantes were after him. And they were. It wasn't just the vigilantes weren't just the Proud Boys, however. The vigilantes also happened to be members of the fucking law. Okay? Law enforcement officers. On September 3rd, about 120 miles north of Portland, Mr. Reinoehl was getting into his Volkswagen station wagon when a pair of unmarked sports utility vehicles roared through the quiet streets, screeching to a halt just in front of his bumper. Members of a U.S. Marshals task force jumped out and unleashed a hail of bullets that shattered windows, whizzed past bystanders, and left Mr. Reinoehl dead in the street. Attorney General William Barr trumpeted the operation as a significant accomplishment that removed a violent agitator. The officers had opened fire, he said, when Mr. Reinoehl attempted to escape arrest and produced a firearm during the encounter. But a reconstruction of what happened that night, based on the accounts of people who witnessed the confrontation and the preliminary finding of investigators, produced a much different picture, one that raises questions about whether law enforcement officers made any serious attempt to arrest Mr. Reinoehl before killing him. Now, we could have more information on the matter if the local police department and the sheriffs that assisted in the execution, the targeted execution of Michael Reinoehl, had their body cameras on. I don't know if they had their body cameras with them or even if they had them on at all. I don't know. We know for a fact that U.S. Marshals don't wear body cameras. They don't have to wear body cameras. And Donald Trump has literally said numerous times at this point that he wanted him dead and that they handled him briefly and quickly. He's taken credit for this execution. Made it seem like he was the one who targeted the hit, that he called the hit. It's wild how sad you are about a murderer getting killed after shooting at police. Don't try to make this guy a martyr. It's not wild, and you don't have that information. And the reason why you're adding that piece into the puzzle is because you understand that at the current stage, the information that we do have makes it seem like cops literally rolled up on a dude and fucking unloaded him full of bullets. You get that, right? Like, that's the reason why you feel the need to make up stuff. When you feel the need to add additional information that you do not have, when you feel the need to add additional information that you do not have to a situation, the reason why you're doing that is because you know that the current facts are not enough. The current facts are not enough to justify your really idiotic point of view. Okay?
Whores in this house.
Even if he was a really horrible dude,
Cheers to 4 months
even if he
of overdosing
actually
on HasanAbi content.
even if he actually was like a horrific dude, okay? I'll take it one step further. Even if he was a horrible dude, and his only crime wasn't like sporting a fucking BLM tattoo in half of your guys' eyes, and having a BLM tattoo while killing a Patriot Prayer far-right dipshit who was running around with a bear mace looking to fuck people up, okay? Even if because that's the amplifier for you. That's the force amplifier in this process, is that he's a openly anti-fascist.
His name is Hasan.
That's the reason.
3 months
Because we know what happened a week before when Kyle Rittenhouse executed a bunch of fucking BLM protests on the street. You literally looked through their track record. You looked at whether they had unpaid parking tickets. You looked at whether they had been arrested or convicted of any crimes prior. Information that Kyle Rittenhouse did not have access to. You refuse to talk about how Kyle Rittenhouse literally was in a place where he wasn't supposed to be at, whereas Michael Reinoehl was at a protest and had operated at these protests in a protective capacity. You did everything you could to justify Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't executed by federal authorities because he's a right-winger. If you think Kyle didn't execute LMAO, does anyone watch the video then why the fuck do you think Michael executed someone? I don't understand how right-wingers can't comprehend the difference or the lack of difference in both of these scenarios. I think bringing a gun to a protest is horrible regardless. But if you defend Kyle Rittenhouse on the one hand and then attack Michael Reinoehl on the other, you are just basically admitting that you are completely biased in this circumstance. At least I have the decency to tell you that no, it's still bad that Michael Reinoehl went and fucking killed someone with a gun. Okay? But the circumstances are on Michael Reinoehl's side, a person who is a part of these Black Lives Matter protests, a person who operates as a part of the hold on, sorry. I just got a message. A person that operates in protective capacity. He's been shot in the past by right-wingers. Like, he's literally been shot in the past by right-wingers as he's like run defense for Black Lives Matter protesters. Okay? He killed a right-wing, far-right, fascist militia member, a Patriot Prayer, far-right fascist militia member, and I'm still saying he shouldn't have done that. Okay?
This is a deranged.
But that's not the conversation that we're having. The conversation that we're having is whether the government had the right to fucking roll up on him and execute him in cold blood, and they did not. They certainly did not. If you are fearful of a precedent being set by like Twitter and shit, a private corporation, I don't know, limiting conservative speech, like the New York Post, what kind of precedent do you think it is when the government can just sick their fucking dogs on you
entertaining this past month for
and
me.
execute you?
Excited to be a regular on your stream now.
This is a deranged pervert.
Yeah, they just rolled up and executed him, but I'm the one who makes shit up. I mean, we are literally looking at an article where they actually just rolled up and executed him, and you are still failing to recognize this fact. Okay? It's insane. It's insane how openly biased some of you are, where you just truly do not care. You're like, oh, he's a leftist? Fuck him. Execute him. Kill him. I don't care. Oh, he's a right-winger? He's a hero. It's literally that. The Second Amendment only applies to you if you're a right-winger. It does not apply to leftists. The First Amendment only applies to you if you're a right-winger. It does not apply to leftists. Unlawful search and seizure doesn't matter if you're a leftist. If you're a commie, if we've considered you to be a commie, then fuck you. You deserve to die. That's actually the mentality from the energy that I'm hearing from so many of these fucking idiots. Kyle Rittenhouse is a piece of shit. That doesn't mean this guy gets to go down as a martyr. The government is what martyred him, idiot. They executed him. They denied him of his right to a fair trial. The government is what martyred George Floyd. The government is what martyred Breonna Taylor. Well, Breonna Taylor also didn't really have a questionable track record even. But that didn't even stop Republicans from lying about it. Breonna Taylor did not have a questionable track record at all even. And yet, right-wingers wouldn't even let people have that. They were like, nope, she's a drug dealer. She dated a drug dealer, and therefore she's a drug dealer. And even though she wasn't dating the drug dealer anymore, it doesn't matter. In the past, she dated a drug dealer, so she deserved to die. Like, it's insane. It's fucking so obvious what so many people are doing.
This is a deranged pervert.
123.
It does not matter what this person did in the past,
Michael Reinoehl
or even what this person did during, or the reasons why they wanted to arrest him. When you fucking roll up on him and execute him, you martyr him. That's it. That's it. Hold on, I'm scanning through the video really quickly to see if there's any like TOS stuff on the New York Times video, but it doesn't seem like it.
Pervert.
So yeah, let's watch it. Let's watch the video from the New York Times now about how the U.S. task force killed a wanted Antifa activist.
This is a deranged.
Michael Reinoehl was
Thanks
on the
for all
run.
the laughs and
He had been
insights,
named as the
Hasan.
suspect in the
You're
killing
one
of a
the few
right-wing
streamers
demonstrator
who
in
could make
Portland
C-SPAN a
and
fun
had
time.
fled to Lacey,
Much love
Washington,
from
a
Arizona.
suburb of Olympia. On September 3rd, he is staying here
This is a deranged
in an apartment authorities
pervert.
say belongs
There
to
you
Nate Dingus. It's just after 6:50 p.m. and Reinoehl begins the 100-foot walk to his Volkswagen station wagon. U.S. Marshals, alongside officers from local agencies, are parked in several nearby vehicles, including here, watching his movements. Reinoehl is only carrying a cell phone and a bag in his hands, says Dingus, who is watching from the parking lot. As Reinoehl reaches his car, two unmarked vehicles speed toward him. The SUVs stop a foot from the Volkswagen's bumper, boxing it in. 4 officers jump out. The officers claim that they shout, "Stop, police." But Dingus and 4 other eyewitnesses, who are standing here, here, and here, say they don't hear the officers shout any warnings or commands before firing. In the statements they've provided to investigators, officers have given differing accounts. One officer claims he sees Reinoehl, inside the car, raise something that looks like a weapon. But 2 other officers say only that Reinoehl makes, quote, furtive movements toward the center console. They open fire, and bullets pierce the driver's side of the Volkswagen's windshield, hitting Reinoehl, according to investigators. The bullet casings are visible here, just a few feet away. A 911 dispatch conveys the chaos of the scene.
Even if he literally pulled out a gun, you understand that a dude who was legitimately terrified of the Proud Boys chasing him, getting arrested in this capacity. You get how that would be still a ridiculous way to arrest someone who feels like who thinks he's being hunted by the fucking Proud Boys in unmarked vehicles with civilian clothing. Like, you get that, right? I mean, and he was right, by the way. He was literally being chased by a death
Oh,
squad.
you're such a big man, Hasan.
I mean, this is like,
Oh, you're such a big
this
man.
is
Hasan.
absolutely preposterous. Western civilization kills their own actual animals. Yeah. Yeah. I wish Western civilizations could act civilized for a brief moment. But here in America, we cannot. Yes, I'm going to go on the town halls back and forth tonight.
Running all over, saying they heard about 5 or 6 shots. There are a possible 10 subjects outside right now. Just for information, this may be the U.S. Marshals.
Reinoehl is wounded, but he manages to flee the Volkswagen. Officers continue to fire. Reinoehl steps from behind a truck and into the street. One officer claims that Reinoehl raises a handgun, but other officers say that Reinoehl only reaches toward his pocket.
Are you attacking the police, not arresting him, or the person himself? I think that's why the chuds are confused. Wait, what? No, I'm attacking the police arresting him in this way instead of arresting him normally, like issuing a fucking, I don't know, bench warrant, like following regular peaceful protocol, knocking on a goddamn door instead of rolling up in unmarked vehicles and operating like a death squad. They didn't want to arrest him. They wanted to execute him. This is what you do. when you want to execute someone. Yeah, I wanted them to arrest him like a normal human being and not behave like fucking animals and perform a mob hit on him. But they didn't do that. And the reason why they didn't do that is because they wanted blood. And you actually have no counter here. The reason why you have no counter here, arrest him like you arrested Kyle Rittenhouse, okay?
I love the system.
And the reason why you have no counter here,
What would the motivation
you
be
have
to
nowhere to
execute him
defend this. You have no
immediately
room to
from the US
defend this. Like
Marshals?
either
Were they told to do so?
either you're saying it's okay to execute, it's okay for the federal authorities to execute people in cold blood, no matter what they've done, because I don't like them and I don't like their politics. Or you have to admit that the president did that and it's wrong. Because the president has openly stated that he called this hit personally. Numerous times, including earlier today in North Carolina. He said it was retribution. He demanded retribution. So, while I'm critical of Michael Reinoehl having a gun, bringing a gun to a protest, and ending up killing someone, just like I was critical of Kyle Rittenhouse, and even more critical of Kyle Rittenhouse,
Pervert.
I want to go deep in her state libtard.
because Kyle Rittenhouse's reasoning for being at the protest was defending private property. Michael Reinoehl's reasoning for being at the protest was defending human lives,
Hi.
his friends, the other people that were protesting. He had been shot prior to this while doing that exact same thing, because in Portland, there's like actual fucking white supremacists who run around and try to harm people. So I would go so far as to say Michael Reinoehl had a better reason than Kyle Rittenhouse did. Michael Reinoehl wasn't there defending property, and that's why he shot a white supremacist or a white nationalist, a paramilitary member. He was there defending lives when he did that. And it's still bad. And then he got executed for it by federal authorities. They robbed him of due process.
His name is Hasan.
8 lira per subscription. God bless
This
Bezos.
is actual Nazi state shit. Kyle Rittenhouse also inflicted more damage upon people. He got what he wanted. He wanted to get a legal kill. Or a kill that was at least somewhat legal, even though it wasn't. That's why he stalked someone for 2 blocks before executing him, Pog. That's not true. You're completely wrong on that. You made that up. He was standing near a vending machine at the opening part of a parking lot. He wasn't stalking someone for 2 blocks. Again, you made that up. No, he saw what we all fucking heard. And the best part about this is the fact that originally, immediately after Kyle Rittenhouse, people thought that the guy who killed in Portland was a white supremacist. So 4chan was celebrating yet another kill. Ooh, another dead commie. Ooh, we got another one, boys. Hell yeah. Right? Donald Trump Jr. posted a video of the moments before the guy got killed. Right? And he used the words of the guy who got killed against him, thinking that it was someone else. Thinking that it was someone else who had actually said, thinking it was Michael Reinoehl who said, oh, they're over here, let's get them. It was actually the guy that got killed. So those are two separate instances where, like, it's so obvious that conservatives, one, immediately rushed to justify the murder because they thought it was a commie who was dead and celebrate it. And two, they used evidence to imply that someone had violent intent when the person with the bloodlust or the violent intent in that video that of that evidence that they were using was literally the person who got killed. So congratulations, you played yourself in that circumstance. Twice over.
His name is Hasan.
Our baby is almost here. Flushed face.
A fifth officer arrives here in this area and opens fire along with the others. Reinoehl falls. None of the eyewitnesses on the street has a clear view. According to investigators, 4 officers fired their weapons around 30 times. Investigators won't say how many times Reinoehl was shot.
Love the stream,
But the Times visited the scene and reviewed dozens of videos and images. We found that at least 8 bullets hit civilian property. Some of them flew right by 8-year-old Silas Lewis, who'd been riding his bike in the road. Others blew out the windows of a nearby car. At least 5 bullets hit the wall and the fence of Angel Romero's home. One went through his dining room, nearly hitting his brother. Officers say they find a .380 caliber handgun in the right front pocket of Reinoehl's pants. His hand on or near the weapon.
Oh, so he had a gun on him, but it was in his pocket, and the officers admitted that it was in his pocket. Wait, maybe while he was being riddled full of bullets, he probably, after heroically shooting at the officers, he heroically took the gun and like fucking shoved it in his pocket before dying. Isn't that crazy? How people that get killed by cops, if they have a weapon, it's like in their pocket usually. It's great, and then it's like, oh well, we justify it then. To frame them probably. In his last breath, as he was drawing his last breath, he was like, I will frame the cops for executing me. I'm gonna put the, oh, I'm dying, but I'm gonna shove this fucking revolver in my pocket. Right? And what did the cops originally say? If you remember, the cops originally claimed he had a rifle and he was shooting at them. He came out of the house blasting at them with a fucking rifle. So what happened? Why is it that when testimony differs from the original point, when the responsible party lies about or purposely obfuscates or omits key facts in their original testimony from their ultimate testimony, why is it that like that immediately means that the person is a liar and a fucking cheat and should be executed? But when cops do it, it's like that's process. By the way, this is such a routine part of police protocol. Lying in testimonies is such a routine part of police protocol that they have in their inner communications. They have a word for it. It's called test-a-lying. Test-a-lie. Okay? So remember that. That's how much of a part, that's how much of a routine part of police procedure it is to lie during testimonies. That they call it test-a-lying.
Though police never contend that Reinoehl fired a weapon, inside the Volkswagen, they find a bullet casing matching that handgun's caliber. Investigators say it could be up to 3 months before crime lab results can prove whether that bullet casing actually matches Reinoehl's gun. But they also say there is no other evidence that Reinoehl fired at the officers.
Interesting. What's up, guys? What's up? What happened to all the people who like originally were saying like, dude, he came out of the house swinging. We got a trumper over here. This one, yeah, bang bang, get the facts straight, bud. No, he never said we got a trumper over here. They never said that.
Any soft dems? Please rise for the Sockdem national anthem. Micah Mary, Billie Jean, Christian
The
Dior,
Donald Trump
Dior,
Jr.
all the
video
stores
that
when it
they,
rains, it
the
pours
Donald
you
Trump
like a
Jr.
white
video that he
lighter.
posted. Oh, by
Thank
the
you.
way, I
You
love
may be
that.
seated.
Hold on.
Logo.
I love that now
Right
the
ass
conversation
keyword.
went back to Michael
Make that
Reinoehl and whether he was
weak.
guilty or not. When
Thanks, man.
originally you were saying like, you know, of course he deserved to die. So is your argument now? Is your argument now that like that like it's okay to kill whoever the fuck, whenever the fuck with the government? So when the government decides that your stupid libertarian ass is talking shit on the internet under a democratic administration, when they decide to just like blow through your door and execute you in cold blood, that's okay? Huh? Because you don't think that they're going to do that. And that's why you feel the comfort of being like, no, it's only okay when commies get murdered. I'm going to run that back again. What did Trump say? What did Trump say about this matter?
We sent in the U.S. Marshals.
His name
Took
is
15
Hasan.
minutes, it was over.
Hasan-based mob.
15 minutes, it was over. We got him. They knew who he was. They didn't want to arrest him. And
They knew who he was and they didn't want to arrest him. What do you think that means? What do you think that means when Trump says for days and days and days that he wanted retribution and he took ownership of this and he sent out a hit and he kept saying these words? What do you think that means when all these people are celebrating when Donald Trump says they knew who he was and they didn't want to arrest him? Anyway, I'm going to run an ad break right now. For all of the gray name chuds who don't subscribe, you're not going to be able to hear the things I'm going to say for the next 60 seconds.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
"15 minutes, that ended. Anyway, and they called themselves
Wet ass
peaceful protest.
keyword.
We sent
Make
in
that
the U.S.
pullout game weak.
Excuse he was right? About what?
Oh, you're such a big man.
If you actually think the
Hasan.
POTUS order to hit on a U.S. citizen, you are so delusional, lol. I mean, here, you're doing that thing that Trump supporters do so frequently, which is like, hey,
His name
don't take
is
the president's
Hasan.
words. Don't use the president's words against him. Like, you're being unfair by literally interpreting exactly what Donald Trump said in a moment where he's literally
His
bragging
name is
about
Hasan.
killing someone. Okay?
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Like, it's nuts to, like, even when Donald Trump is admitting and bragging about it and people are like celebrating it, you're still like, nah, that's a
His
lie,
name
dude.
is Hasan.
I mean, that's crazy.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
U.S. Marshals.
This is a deranged.
So the U.S. Marshals are just bad people then, lol? Yes, of course. What? Yeah. No, this is... Look, man. The whole point
This
of
is a
this is,
deranged
yes, of course they're
pervert.
bad. This is why people say, and I say, all cops are bad. Because even if you are an otherwise good person, when you're a cop or a federal marshal in this circumstance, and your president gives you an assassination an assassination call, you have to enforce that unjustifiable law. You have to enforce that unjustifiable action. And therefore, you are bad. There are unjust laws. Okay? And as a cop, you have to enforce those unjust laws. And therefore, in the process of being a cop, while enforcing those unjust laws, you cannot be considered good. And therefore, you are bad. This is how it works, yes.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
The video of the shooting says we got a couple right here. He doesn't say we got a Trumper right here. But of course, 4chan and like idiotic MAGA morons immediately tried to say that that was Michael Reinoehl who said we got a Trumper right here, when it was very clear that the voice of the person saying that is the same person who was friends with the guy who got killed. And it was rolling up on a couple with bear mace.
His name is Hasan.
I know revolvers don't leave casings unless you like literally fucking unless you literally took unless you literally ejected it and like wanted to reload your revolver, but that would make no sense if he had a fucking revolver and he blew one out. I don't even know if it was a revolver, by the way. I said that I think that's what the New York Times said, but I'm not entirely certain if he had a revolver or not. But regardless, it doesn't matter.
This is a deranged pervert.
So like, what did he do? He shot at officers and then put it in his... He shot at officers that were coming to fucking arrest him, and then he put it in his...
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
And then he put it in his pocket? Like, is that what you think? I thought it was a revolver, but I don't know. Like, why would he do that? In what circumstance do you fucking put the gun back in your pocket after firing it?
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Bro, you're saying that the federal government shouldn't have the right to murder its own citizens? Pretty cringe, bro. Not gonna lie. Yeah.
His name is Hasan.
But it's always so funny because, like, they don't even think he fired, by the way. They just found a casing.
Oh, you're such a big man,
I love that. I love this notion because it's like, I mean, none of it matters. Like, it's just that, like, he was a leftist. And of course, it should have, the George Floyd protests that sparked all around the country. And the way that the Trump administration dealt with it, and the way that the Trump administration communicated whether those protests were legitimate or not, should have told you exactly how they feel about leftists. A 76-year-old white guy was pushed into the fucking concrete with his brain leaking out of his goddamn ear in Buffalo, New York, and the president said that he was an Antifa terrorist who was trying to like delete police scanners or something, and everyone was like, yeah, that's fine then. And we forgot about it. Meanwhile, all you motherfuckers who are racist as shit also try to demonstrate solidarity amongst the whites, where you say cops are killing white people too. Why is no one caring about it? Black people care about black people care about instances where cops kill white people, because Black Lives Matter understands that a police force that will kill black people or kill white people will certainly have no problems killing a black person.
The American people are tired of women.
This is a deranged pervert.
Yeah, I saw the Rudy Giuliani racist Chinese video. It was funny, but it wasn't that good. I don't really care. It's pretty much a nothing burger, if you ask me. Like, Rudy Giuliani's a horrible person on top of that. I know the police as is right now a complete disaster, but man, really don't feel secure without there's somebody trying to keep peace, even when actually they're doing the complete opposite. Do you align more with defunding, reforming, or abolishing the current law enforcement system? I think that the current law enforcement system needs an absolute reset, not a recess, sorry. Complete reset. Demilitarize, defund, take those funds to give, take those funds and hire the appropriate people to deal with it. Take their guns away, enforce accountability at the legislative level. Every step of this, every step of the policing, every step of how policing works in this country is fundamentally broken. There are unjust laws. There is no accountability. Police are policing one another. There's not enough like first responders that are EMTs and social workers that should be dealing with like a big chunk of the fucking instances where cops are involved with civilians. The culture is fucking horrific too, on top of that, where police are trained as though they are dealing with enemy combatants in every step of the way. Impoverished communities are over policed. Crazy. The reason why we Republicans don't like Democrats is because they don't know basic math when talking about taxes and shit. What? Basic math? This guy paid $750 in federal in income tax. Like, he paid $750 for 2 years that he was president. And you're gonna sit here and be like, Democrats don't understand basic math? I don't get it. Also, I don't even like the fucking team sports mentality. Anyway, McConnell has nixed the Trump big stimulus proposal, as of course it was going to happen. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell appeared to put an end to any pre-election prospects for President Trump's latest big stimulus proposal, saying he had no plans to bring the floor any package at $1.8 trillion or above. Remember when I told you guys that Mitch McConnell was offering zero guarantees that he would even say yes to a $1.8 trillion proposal? They don't care. Where are they at? Where are the lefties at who are fucking yelling at me because they were saying Nancy Pelosi's being selfish? I can't believe Nancy Pelosi would stop this deal again. I cannot believe it. With Amy being a lock for the SCOTUS, is it safe to say Trump has lost his usefulness to Mitch? It seems like it. I think that's why they're doing this.
The American people are tired.
Feinstein thanks Lindsey Graham for holding the best set of hearings she's ever been a part of. Not satire. What? As Republicans wrap up the Amy Coney Barrett hearing with plans to vote, Dianne Feinstein praises Lindsey Graham. I just want to thank you. This has been one of the best set of hearings that I've participated in. She tells him, thank you so much for your leadership. A mask-free embrace between Feinstein and Graham. Pretty fucking... I don't want to say anything. I can't. The things I'd like to say currently about the situation, the things I would like to say about this would cause me to get banned off the platform. Okay.
Judge Amy Barrett to become associate justice of the Supreme Court is now over. The markup will be October the 22nd. To all who got us here, thank you very much.
The things you say are against the Geneva Convention. Well, luckily, the Geneva Convention holds no power when you're an American, so.
We've heard from the speaker or issues on the table that seems to be.
Here is Steve Mnuchin talking about the latest stage of the negotiations and lack thereof.
A problem, or at least a challenge on both sides, is that over national testing strategy. Can you speak to what's happening here? It sounds to me like the Democrats are asking for $75 billion. Republicans are asking for $45 billion. But I think there's more to this.
No, that issue is getting overblown. We've agreed to $178 billion overall for health. It's an extraordinary amount of money. We'd agreed with the Democrats with $75 billion going to testing, contact tracing. I think, quite frankly, we won't need to spend all that money, but we're happy to take the money. We've also agreed to $28 billion for vaccines and distribution, which is very important to continue our Project Warp Speed. What we have been focused on is the language around testing. We had proposed a bipartisan bill that has support both in the Senate and in the House to go forward with testing. But quite frankly, when I speak to Pelosi today, I'm going to tell her that we're not going to let the testing issue stand in the way, that we'll fundamentally agree with their testing language subject to some minor issues. This issue is being overblown. We need to get money to the American public now, the people that are most hurting.
Mr. Secretary, also.
You want to do an airline-only bill, dude. I mean, that's nuts. Like, I feel terrible for all the people that are, like, about to lose their jobs that work for airlines, but, like, that's fucking insane, dude. That's, like, it's so obvious. It's so transparent what they're doing, where they're like, no, we're not going to give anything. We're not going to give anything to the fucking working poors, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
I also wanted to ask you, I just wanted to come back to this testing question. I know you're saying that it's not a deal breaker. Would the administration be willing to support a standalone national testing strategy bill in the same way that you would for the airlines, for example, or some of the other issues?
I think we'd combine that with a PPP deal and an airlines deal. So, again, we wouldn't move forward with testing without getting money for small business. I think, that's virtually half of the private payroll, and these small businesses, no fault of their own. And by the way, let me just say, we have a national testing strategy at the moment. The national testing strategy, and Mark Meadows has been enormously involved in this, working throughout the
national testing strategy is meaningless if there isn't money to pay for the testing. Okay? Your strategy's bunk if you're refusing to fucking give money to the states to pay for the testing. Unless you mean that your national testing strategy is to not test and let God sort it out. Because the president keeps saying less testing means less COVID cases. Okay? Like, it's incredible. We have a national testing strategy. Okay, well, what about the conversation that we're currently having about money to test? What about that conversation? If a fundamental plank of your strategy is what you are currently holding up and it's currently in contention, then you don't have a strategy.
The administration, I think, we have over 150 million of the Binex Now tests that we have at $5 a test, incredibly economic. We are distributing those to nursing homes and schools. We're getting those out. We signed another major contract with a company that has a 98% rating from the Mayo Clinic that will be, again, tests that can be done within 20 minutes. So we'll be using those in conjunction with Binex Now. So we have a testing strategy. This comment that we're not doing testing, I think, is ridiculous. Also, the administration moved forward with an extraordinary Project Warp Speed on vaccines. We've funded manufacturing of 7 different vaccines. So we still have money left for testing. We still have money for vaccines. We'd like more. But the president has executed through us, dramatic spending on vaccines and testing. And by the way, 60 days ago, the technology was not there for a $5 rapid test.
Oh, sick. All right, well, I'm glad that we have the tech for it. But as far as like the money, as far as getting the money, securing funding to purchase those tests, we can't, and that's fine. All right, what is President Donald Trump saying on Stuart Varney? He says that he won't call up Pelosi and negotiate a stimulus bill because she has a lot of mental problems.
Holding it up.
Would you pick up the phone and call Speaker Pelosi with a higher offer?
Sure, I would, but it's, I know my people. I know life. She's got a lot of problems. She's got a lot of mental problems, and it's going to be very hard to do anything with her. She wants to wait till after the election. She thinks it hurts the Republicans, and I don't. I think it hurts them. But holding it up.
Would you pick up the phone and call Speaker Pelosi?
Trump is now saying that China's going to pay for the stimulus bill.
So you're
and we're
waiting
going to take
for a
it from
call
China. I'll tell you right now. It's coming out of China. They're the ones that caused this problem.
How is it going to work then? How would it work? If they are responsible for it, they've caused it, how will you get money out of them to compensate?
Well, there's a lot of ways, okay? There's a lot of ways, and I'll figure every one of them out. I already have them figured out.
Oh, my God, he's laughing at him. Oh, my God. He's literally laughing at him.
We've taken billions and billions.
He's like, oh, fuck.
Billions of dollars over the last couple of years for China. Because it comes back. It's going to come back anyway.
So you're
and
waiting
we're going to take
for a
it from
call
China. I'll tell you right now.
Like in cases in the United States, and cases are rising. What would you do?
Right.
Here?
We're not doing any more lockdowns, and we're doing fine. We had Florida. We had a spike, and the governor did a great job, DeSantis. And we had a spike in Arizona. The governor did a great job. Spike in Texas. They're down very low now, and we're not doing any shutdowns. No, we.
Okay. The beautiful part about how simple the COVID strategy is that you can actually look all around the world at what happens when you decide to reopen the economy or cut loose the regulations and restrictions on COVID. And the greatest example of this is fucking the entire European continent, where France had to put rigorous lockdown measures in place with a curfew, where Germany is now trying to put together more rigorous lockdown measures. And the reason for that is because they are spiking. Because when you decide it's no longer a problem and you cut loose a little bit and you roll back some of the regulations, roll back some of the restrictions, then cases spike. That's it. And it happens all around the world, not just in America, but all around the world.
We learned about the disease. Young people, 99.9%, right? They're in great shape, strong immune systems. The younger, the better. It's hard to believe, but
so we stay locked down forever? That's a stupid approach. What's the alternative, man? Just kill people? Is that the alternative? Like, you're basically just saying
there's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
And when you say lockdown, we don't mean, when people say lockdown now, we don't mean like just like shut everything down and cripple the economy in its entirety. But there are more restrictive measures that we need to hold on to. And if there was a strict lockdown, which I believe might happen again, if there was an actual strict lockdown in the beginning and appropriate testing, we could have been like South Korea. But no, it's surging again because for the past month or so, we thought, all right, we beat it.
Wet ass P word.
We beat it.
Make that pullout game weak.
As Chud.
That's why it keeps coming in waves. It peaks. We take immediate measures, enforce mandatory mask wearing, shut down businesses. It gets lower. And then once it hits the lowest point that we can physically have, which is still higher than like April, at that stage, we decide, all right, time to reopen again. Time to roll back the restrictions. Boom. Back to another peak point. You can cry. You can cry about China doing this to us all day, every day. But the reality is we got.
Some people
okay? This is our fault. This is our leadership failing to lead. This is our leadership allowing this virus to spread all around the country. Why should healthy people suffer because vulnerable people got the short end of the straw? Dude, you're a vegetable. You literally have the processing power of a sea cucumber, and I personally don't think we should execute you for that, okay? I'm willing to hold your hand and make sure you get the comprehensive lobotomy that you need. Desperately. Okay? Like, it doesn't work that way. This kind of shit is what will make other enemy states like Russia start trying to develop literal viral weapons to do shit like this. Yeah! I've been saying this.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
I've been saying this. I've been saying this since day one. I've been saying exactly this since day one. The Western world showed its ass. Western civilization showed its ass in the way that it is completely incompetent and incapable of dealing with viral spread like this. If it was a deadlier disease, if there was a bioweapon or bioterror, we would be done.
Feet are purple. Anyways, here's a dad joke. How did the computer hackers get away from the scene of crime? They just ran somewhere.
I've been saying this for months, dude. I've been saying this for fucking months. But no one listens to me. Like, even if you don't care, I'm 100% apathetic towards people that shove quarter pounder burgers in their mouth and blame Trump for their inability to control themselves. You live a really pathetic existence, man. You really do. Like, people aren't dying of COVID because they're shoving burgers in their mouths, you fucking idiot. Ugh. It's so sad. So are you, like, what is this argument? That, like, Americans are just individually moronic? Like, kind of like you? And that it's just an accident that, like, Europeans are healthier on average? Is that what you're admitting? Is that, like, fat people deserve to die and that Americans are just individually moronic and that's why they're dying? And if that's the case, why do we need a government to begin with? That you don't think that our dietary habits have
big man.
Our dietary habits are guided by the corn lobby and numerous other institutions that have a tremendous amount of power that I don't know, turn pizza into a vegetable because it has tomato paste in it. That people simply live in food deserts and do not have access to healthier food choices or options. Millions of Americans. And millions of Americans don't learn about the best way to feed themselves. Or maybe we can just go with your opinion, which is, nah, dude, they're just individually stupid and fat. That's why they're fat. Because they've individually made a choice to be fucking stupid and fat. It must be nice to live in the fantasy land of conservatism where, like, these people that spend billions of dollars a year in propagandizing unhealthy diets and making it so that, like, so many Americans only have access to terrible, shitty food choices that are literally killing them. Those guys, those are suckers. They didn't even need to spend all that money. They didn't need to spend all that money at all because people are just individually stupid. And also in that idiotic worldview that conservatives exist in, or at least this one conservative exists in. I don't think most conservatives are this stupid. Holy shit.
I am 19 COVID positive.
In that
and 2
idiotic
days ago
world,
it took me 3 hours to catch my breath in the shower. It's not just old people.
in that idiotic world, these companies are just like spending so much unnecessary money. And also on top of that, the government should not even exist at all. Like, the government should not exist at all. They have no power. They're virtually powerless against the individual stupidity. And that the government shouldn't even educate people. The government shouldn't even allow healthier food choices. There should be no regulation to ensure that better food choices are available to all Americans. Because that all is communism. Right? The brain cancer of rugged individualism is more damaging to Americans than anything that we talk about here. Like any other instance that we talk about. Any other issue that we talk about here pales in comparison to the cancerous mentality of rugged, bootstrapped individualism.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Has raid.
You see all the chuds making fun of a girl dying of COVID because she was fat? Wait, really? I don't want to look at that. It's going to hurt my soul. It really sounds like you're arguing for a nanny state, which is how you end up with dystopian shitholes like California. Brother, I live in California, and it's pretty fucking nice here. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. It's not nice because of capitalism for those who are in the working poor, okay? It's not nice for the people that work in the service industry and shit. California is still pretty fucking nice. The reason why California sucks is not because it's a nanny state. The reason why California sucks is because it's a capitalist hellhole. It's easy to say it's nice when you're wealthy. Yeah, as opposed to what? How nice it is for poor people in Alabama? Is that what you're saying? Are you unironically making the argument that, like, poor people in Alabama, for example, that don't even have sewage, that don't even have sewage because the local government's like, yeah, you're too poor to fucking offer you sewage, so we're just gonna put septic tanks everywhere. Like those guys are actually having a grand old time? Really? You think? No, it's poor people live in horrific conditions all around the country. Okay? Poor people live in horrible conditions all around the country. And those conditions that they're subjected to because the government fails to work for their interest. And that is a consequence of living under a capitalist organization of the economy. So don't fucking ever tell me that California's a shithole. You're preaching so much about anti-individualism, but you continue to profit and mock those that fall into the spiral of misinformation campaigns on social media. Kind of spineless, to be honest. Wait, what? Aww.
His name is Hasan.
Are your fifis hurt that I make fun of conservatives that get fucking caught up in the fake news? Aw, I'm sorry, brother. Well, maybe if you were a little bit more open-minded to, like, people and didn't advocate for them to be executed because they're fucking fat, in that circumstance, maybe I'd be a little bit nicer to you.
Hasan.
If you're not going to have empathy, I'm going to beat that empathy into you. Or I'm going to use you as an example to showcase how idiotic your mentality is, so that the other people who might even feel like they have similar opinions to you won't decide to chime in and show their asses in a similar capacity, so that they have a better chance of potentially developing that empathy and also a different worldview, a different perspective.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Waited 2 hours to vote for Sleepy Joe. Uncle Sam got me by the balls. Sag.
I like that. It's progress, though. When you admit that you are, when you admit that others like you.
The sub baby is crowning.
When you admit that, CSAN suspends political editor Steve Scully indefinitely after he admits he lied about his Twitter feed being hacked. Those damn hackers. I apologize for some earlier tweets. Account was hacked. Those tweets did not come from me. Thanks for alerting me, SS. I apologize for Saturday's tweets regarding weight loss. I still have my day job at C-SPAN. Damn those hackers. Have a great Sunday. Yeah. It's easier to be poor in some areas than others. In California, it's not easy. Yeah, in California, in certain cities in California, it's not easy to be poor. But the reason for why it's not easy to be poor is not democratic policies or leftist policies, for that matter. What, you think like the leftist policy of offering public housing to the unhoused population is actually making it harder for them? No, it's the fact that capitalists, capital owners and capitalist policymakers refusing to offer programs and social safety nets to those people is the reason why in areas where you truly see the horrific consequences of income inequality and wealth disparity right in front of your eyes. I agree with pretty much everything you say, but damn, sometimes you can be dismissive of other people's viewpoints. I'm never dismissive of someone's viewpoint unless they're literally saying shit like, oh, actually people deserve to die because they're fat and poor. If someone's like, hey, I don't really understand this. I don't really understand this POV. Can you explain it to me? I'm not going to turn around and be like, fuck you, you fucking moron. Yeah. Like the takes that I'm usually dismissive, the takes that I'm usually dismissive of are like routine offenders, and I don't even ban them. I usually keep them in here.
Global chaos ensues as the disease wipes out.
If your worldview is like, if your worldview at some point revolves around like, sorry, sweetie, you're gonna die, I don't really care. Or if your worldview is like, yeah, if you're good faith, if you're asking in good faith, like, I'm here to educate you. But if you're horrible and you're advocating for horrible things or purposely...
Hi.
If you advocate for horrible things or you are acting in bad faith or purposely spreading misinformation in an effort to, I don't know, justify your broken worldview or to justify your position on some sort of like contemporary issue, then of course I'm going to fucking dunk on you. Here's a Dr. Fauci clip from ABC on herd immunity. So, I forget the World Health Organization guy who said, like, look, fuck the person who said it. This is my point of view as well. Herd immunity cannot be achieved through giving this novel virus to as many people as possible. Herd immunity is unethical if your approach to herd immunity is just giving the virus to as many people as possible. Herd immunity should be achieved through vaccination. Okay? It's insane to be like, nope, sorry. We're going to do herd immunity by giving it to everyone. Not only is it unethical, but it's also not even successful. Like, there is no proof that this would be successful.
Bye.
It's crazy. And it's so strange that people say Sweden when, like, there are examples of countries that are infinitely more successful than Sweden, like South Korea or even China or Vietnam or Singapore, New Zealand. These are countries that have successfully dealt with it, but horny chuds keep fucking pointing at Sweden and being like, dude, it worked in Sweden. It worked in Sweden. It didn't fucking work in Sweden.
His name is
It did not work in Sweden.
Hi.
I don't know why you look to Sweden.
Pervert.
When there are actual fucking countries that have successfully dealt with this.
Has embraced this so-called Great Barrington Declaration, which talks about herd immunity. I want to show everybody part of the declaration. It says that it talks against lockdowns and then goes on to say the most compassionate approach that balances the risks and benefits of reaching herd immunity is to allow those who are at minimal risk of death to live their lives normally, to build up immunity to the virus.
The problem is this will have trillions, like the impact of this is immeasurable at this stage, okay? It will have trillions of dollars of impact on our economy in the future. If you want to think about this like purely on rational Republican economist point of on a rational economist POV, when you don't know if a novel virus can fuck you up in the long term, and there's evidence that it has long-lasting consequences like walking pneumonia, giving you permanent lung damage, or even what is being considered as like a, what is it called, like a brain fog that you get because this has like implications on your nervous system. Like long-term consequences and getting brain fog and permanent damage for the rest of your fucking life. The impact of that on your economy, on your labor force is immeasurable. You understand that, right? What you're basically doing is, and I'll use like chud terms. I will use chud terms for you to understand this from a nationalist point of view. You're basically rolling over and showing your belly to the Eastern world that will dominate as these sorts of viral infections become more commonplace and they get to deal with it and they demonstrate that they have the capability of dealing with it,
Hasan.
And they have the culture of dealing with it, and they have proven success with dealing with it appropriately, while fat hogs in America roll over and turn their fucking belly and say, hey, come and take it.
His name is Hasan.
And in this circumstance, I don't mean like come and take it, brother, as a threat. I mean like literally come and take my life. That's what you're saying. You're saying that these sorts of diseases will absolutely destroy our economy and it will destroy our labor force. And the irony here, of course, is that Donald Trump simultaneously says if he had taken no measures whatsoever, 2.2 million people would have died. You get that, right? 2.2 million people would have died if he took no measures whatsoever. Okay? So now his administration is saying, but we need to get to herd immunity by spreading it. So
Oh, you're such a
So now he's okay with 2.2 million people dying then? Is that what he's trying to say?
Through natural infection while better protecting those who are at highest risk. We call this focused protection. What do you think of focused protection?
You know, George, that declaration has a couple of things in it that I think are fooling people because it says things that are like apple pie and motherhood. A, we don't want to shut down the country. I say that all the time. B, we certainly want to protect the vulnerable. However, hidden in there is the implication that if you, in fact, let people get infected and worry about essentially protecting the vulnerable, there's about 30% of the population has underlying conditions that make them more susceptible to getting the adverse events and outcomes of serious disease with COVID-19. If you just let things rip and let the infection go, no masks, crowd, it doesn't make any difference. That, quite frankly, George, is ridiculous, because what that will do is that there will be so many people in the community that you can't shelter, that you can't protect, who are going to get sick and get serious consequences. So this idea that we have the power to protect the vulnerable is total nonsense, because history has shown that that's not the case. And if you talk to anybody who has any experience in epidemiology and infectious diseases, they will tell you that that is risky, and you'll wind up with many more infections of vulnerable people, which will lead to hospitalizations and deaths. So I think that we just got to look that square in the eye and say it's nonsense.
This is a deranged pervert.
Sure, they built a hospital or two real quick a few months ago. I don't doubt that, but a total of 80K cases since March in a country of 1.4 billion people. It's fucking bullshit. So, what do you think is happening then in China? Where, like, people are just getting wiped out? How many millions have died in China and they're just, like, hiding it? I don't get it. Like, were they super aggressive and authoritarian with the measures that they implemented and therefore achieved success by extreme measures? Or are they lying and they didn't even do any of that and they're just lying? And like millions of people have died in China and like, I don't know. Amazing graphic that shows you how bad the latest outbreak is. Oh, I was going to look at this before, yeah.
His name is Hasan.
On April 10th, this is where the spikes were happening. They were pretty targeted. They were at ports. They were in areas where there were massive spikes. By July, when we hit the peak of wave 1, it had spread all around the country. So you believe the Chinese numbers that are clearly fake? I believe that China absolutely dealt with this by using extreme measures, measures that we would never be able to implement here, and measures that we shouldn't even implement here to some degree. But yes, I believe that they dealt with it better than we did. 1,000%.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
And I also believe that while their numbers might be higher than the way that they portray it, while their numbers might be higher than what the situation on the ground looks like, I believe that they've done demonstrably a better job than we have, and that Americans are coping. We are. They locked down Wuhan. They locked down an entire region for months. you absolutely cannot
His
deny
name is
that they did a
Hasan.
better job, especially when considering the fact that it literally started there. Like, it's not the China virus, it's the motherfucking America virus, dude. What are you talking about?
This is a deranged pervert.
You're crazy. I mean, Jake is literally in the chat. He can tell you he was in China when the lockdowns were happening. He saw it firsthand. They did a better job than us. They just did. And so many Americans refuse to fucking admit that because they have to cope. Such is the nature of American exceptionalism. Can you also not parrot imperialist propaganda on China? They handle the virus because they care about their people more than profit, and now they have a functioning economy. Ugh, I hate this xenophobic Western imperialist garbage that you demonstrate routinely, even though you're literally defending China against your entire chat full of people who are saying that you're a fucking tanky for openly admitting that China did a better job. But even then, it's not enough. It's actually because China puts people over profit, and that's why. And you're a xenophobe. I'm going to put this in my tanky subreddit. It's great. For months and months, I talked about how well China was dealing with this pandemic. And for months and months, people shat on me. It would just like spark a gigantic fucking chat war because the overwhelming majority of the Americans in my chat could not comprehend that I could say that like a country like China, a communist nation state like China, was doing a better job than the United States of America. So that's one. That was pretty funny. And then the tankies were like, it's not enough that you're saying China is doing better. You also have to deny that they're doing cultural genocide to the Uyghur Muslims. Like, pretty funny that both sides demanded I lie to them to make them feel better. At least with Americans, I get their social conditioning. Like, I get why they would be imperialist, American exceptionalists. Like, this is what is the country that they were, like, born into. This is they're a product of their environment. I truly don't understand the fetishization of the Chinese Communist Party from, like, random fucking idiots on the internet. Lol, cultural genocide? Go suck Adrian Zenz's dick. Dude. Okay. Lol, you got me. Okay, dude. Yeah, it's everything is a Western imperialist op. When Xi Jinping says that they have to deal with separatist Muslims in an identical capacity to how Americans dealt with Muslim terror, and that they learned from America, and your approach to that issue is when America does it, it's banned. But when China does it, it's a worthwhile and good, then you're insane. Like, I'm gonna ban you. And this isn't Adrian Zen and imperialist xenophobic propaganda. This is actual, like, it's Daddy Xi in his own words and his own justifications.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
China? Poggers.
How much does the CIA pay you? Every single
His
sub in
name
here is CIA.
Hasan.
The fuck are you talking about? Their approach is completely different to the US regarding Muslims. I mean, the United States treats its overall Muslim population domestically a little bit better than China treats the Uyghur Muslims in an entire region. That's a fact. Yes, Guantanamo Bay exists, but ultimately it's not as widespread. Americans on foreign soil treat Muslims worse than China does on their domestic, on regions where they have sovereignty over. That's a certainty. No one can deny that. Millions of Iraqis that are now dead as a consequence of American imperialism is a great example of that. Every American Muslim has a story of when they were treated like shit. Yes. America is Islamophobic as shit. America is absolutely Islamophobic as shit. Okay? Americans are psychotic in the way that they are horny to kill Muslims and very openly demonstrate their Islamophobia and their hatred towards Muslims on a daily basis, still to this day. Look no further than the way Ilhan Omar is treated in this country and the way that the president agitates against her. But ultimately, Muslims are not being locked into concentration camps. We do that to Mexicans instead. The way we treat Mexicans is closer to the way that the Chinese government treats Uyghur Muslims. I'd love to be in a concentration camp where I go home on the weekends. Oh, come on, dude. 10 million people surveilled in every step of the way. Really? You think they're fucking free to be able to just like go home freely on the weekends? Get the fuck out of here. Come on, dude. Come on. You literally sound like Nazis justifying labor camps, man. You mean Hondurans and Salvadorans? Yes. Mexicans. In the eyes of Americans, every Latiner is Mexican.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Am I supposed to have an infatuation with a religion that suppresses women's rights and deprives LGBTQs of individuality? No, you're not. You're not, which is exactly why I think Amy Coney Barrett should not sit on the Supreme Court. Her views on women's rights and her views on rolling back civil liberties to the LGBTQ population is absolutely abhorrent, and therefore every single conservative SCOTUS should be taken off the court and maybe even thrown in jail, as a matter of fact. So thank you for that take. I agree with you. And no, Muslims are not absolved of this. If they try to use Islam as a justification for oppressing the LGBT community or women, then yeah, they don't deserve empathy either. Well, luckily, the two most prominent Muslim women that we have in Congress right now are also the two most woke motherfuckers you've ever seen. Did I say eater? I mean, seriously. You think Ilhan Omar wants to institute Sharia law? Is that why she's like openly trans rights? Openly for trans rights? You think that's part of her Sharia law strategy, you think? Rashida Tlaib, you think fights for LGBT rights all the time because of her interest in Sharia law? Is that what you think? Okay, I get it now. You're like a top-tier internet troll, lol. Quite incredible, my dude. Keep up the good work. Mute reality. I'm not a top-tier internet troll. I just know that there are like very clear flaws in the way that Republicans think. Conservatives always hate conservatives of other countries for their conservatism. They foolishly say, oh, well, you know, Muslims are harming women. Okay, then why the fuck are you a conservative? when the way that you see the world is unironically the exact same as the fundamentalist, but that fundamentalist is just brown. Like you have a similar point of view. It's just that they're brown and you're white, so you think like it's bad when brown people do it. It's just that. Great example is, Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar was lied about in a Project Veritas video about ballot harvesting measures. Turns out the guy that they paid to lie about it, or the guy that they like literally edited out of context, that never said anything, that didn't even work with Ilhan Omar, got paid $10,000 or was offered $10,000 to lie personally. All that shit came out, and everyone was like, Ilhan Omar, she needs to be tried and executed, or whatever the fuck people were saying, right? She's un-American, damn it. Okay, so that was a lie, but you know what the truth is? The California GOP has fake ballot drop-off locations that they have improperly tagged as official ballot drop-off locations all around Orange County. That is a felony. That is felony electoral fraud. That's felony election fraud that the California GOP is openly committed to. Okay? They're engaging in currently. You know what Donald Trump said? The same Donald Trump that said like Ilhan Omar is harvesting ballots. That same Donald Trump turned around recently and said, no, California GOP, continue fucking harvesting those ballots. Continue doing election fraud. Felony election fraud. California state authorities said that the California Republican Party needs to stop. They refuse to. They are still harvesting ballots illegally. So what's up? I wish Republicans were more honest. I don't know why they want to have it both ways. Isn't Orange County big time Republican? Absolutely. They always have it both ways. Speaking of having it both ways, 60-second ad. If you want to have that both ways, you can subscribe to avoid the ads in the future for $5 or with your Twitch Prime for free. It's like taking money away from Jeff Bezos and giving it to me, your favorite streamer. There it is. Or use uBlock. I fought with my parents about Republicans harvesting ballots, and they said California passed a law to get them to do it, so it's okay. That's not true.
God, those communists are amazing.
I think the question isn't whether or not religion is bad. You really have to weigh how more dangerous it is to have extremist Muslims compared to extremist evangelicals. Worst you can have from extreme Christians is a burned down abortion clinics compared to another 9/11. What's worse, you think? 9/11 or wholesale genocide in Iraq? Like pound for pound. Tell me right now, numbers wise. Quick. George W. Bush said God told him to invade Iraq.
Oh, you're such a big man.
Which one do you think is worse? Jabbermouth McGetty. Quick. Answer quickly. Come on. Say it. Tell me that the millions of Iraqis that died, an entire region crippled by George W. Bush's actions which he said were guided by God. Which one's worse? I mean, I'll tell you, I think 9/11 was horrible. What we did afterwards was infinitely worse. Worse for the world overall, worse for the United States. 6,000 military members died in those unjustifiable wars that we engaged in and still continue to engage in till this day. 6,000. That's twice the number. That's twice the number of people that died on 9/11. Millions of Iraqis are dead.
His name is
tens of
Hasan.
millions of
Hasan for telling the
Middle
truth on the
Easterners,
daily.
Arabs, Muslims, Christians no longer have homes. A refugee crisis has started as a consequence of this, as a consequence of the power vacuum in the region. Don't ever tell me extremist Muslims are worse than extremist Christians or Christian fundamentalists. Unless you also comprehend that those extremist Muslims were still funded and trained and fought alongside America and were props for American imperialism against the USSR originally.
The American people are
And that
tired of women.
those aren't people following Islam, but instead following their own political interest. Just like America was following its own political interest and not necessarily fighting a holy crusade at the behest of Christianity. Okay? Religion, just like any other ideology, is just a way to justify the horrible actions that you engage in. Don't be ridiculous.
This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged
Extreme Islam.
Let's talk about the complex issues you said you wanted to discuss. You say in your book that unlike Mike Pompeo, who had to recant his support for the Iraq War during Senate confirmation hearings, you didn't have to because you were not confirmed by the Senate as National Security Advisor. And correct me if I'm wrong, you don't have any regrets. You never have apologized for the Iraq War, unlike a lot of other former supporters of it like Joe Biden. So what I'm wondering is, all those thousands of people who died in Iraq, all of those innocent Iraqi civilians, men, women, children, killed by US airstrikes, some of them in massacres at Haditha, Mahmoudiya, Balad. None of those weigh on your conscience? None of those deaths ever keep you up at night?
You don't know what you're talking about. The Iraq War, which was the period that lasted about 4 weeks and resulted in the overthrow of Saddam Hussein, was a brilliant military victory by the United States and other coalition forces. And that, the removal of Saddam Hussein from power, was the right idea at the time. And it's true today. Where the United States made a mistake, and I've said this repeatedly over the years, was in the period following the overthrow of Saddam Hussein. I do not think we should have set up a coalition provisional authority. I think we should have kept our troops in Iraq for a lot of reasons. I think we should have turned responsibility for the government over to Iraqis as soon as possible. You do not increase people's political maturity by making decisions for them. You increase their political maturity by making them make decisions.
Political maturity, dude. This is horrific. Like, that's white supremacy. I just want you to understand. And I know Mehdi is going to do an incredible job ripping John Bolton apart, and I'm glad that he has the opportunity to do that. But talking about Iraqis in these sorts of terms, like political maturity, they're savages, they're barbarians. This is the exact same white supremacist mentality applied to chattel slavery, applied to the colonization and ransacking of Africa, applied to colonization all around the world, and applied to imperialism and neocolonialism to this day. It's the exact same mentality. And for John Bolton to have the audacity to say this to a brown Muslim man, my God, it's the exact same thing. This is why white supremacy is so deeply embedded in our social conditioning. From Manifest Destiny all the way to the Iraq War. That's it. And you don't see it unless someone pulls you out of that hole and explains it to you and compares it to concepts that you comprehend. Concepts that you now understand are white supremacist in nature. Okay? That's why it's very difficult to deal with this kind of messaging.
For themselves. So people talk about the Iraq War as though it started in 2003 and lasted until 2011 when Obama withdrew everybody, as if every single decision in that 8-year period followed.
Dude, I'm gonna ban you, add the dev man. Important point, my last message, please read. The difference between Muslim majority countries in the U.S. is that while Muslim majority countries do have some political parties that push for merging religion and state, the majority of political parties are in favor of secularism. Okay, never mind. You actually were making a good point. You are correct. It's a point I make all the time. But stop fucking crying about me missing your very important point. It's a distinction I make routinely. I, as a progressive Muslim, coming from a majority Muslim country, understand the struggle that progressive Muslims have in countries like that, where American imperialism and Western hostility creates legitimacy for these oftentimes fundamentalist governments that want to merge Islam and governance rather than and move away from secularism rather than the other way around.
Followed inevitably, unalterably, from the single decision to invade in 2000.
LA isn't its own country, buddy. I mean, it's kind of cute that you think I'm like born and raised Los Angeles. Most people that have your idiotic mentality oftentimes will say, go back to Turkestan, you sand N-word. So I'm happy that you now at least consider me to be a full-fledged American. Usually when people are hostile towards me or want to say something stupidly in the chat to own me, they often say, just go back to Turkey.
His name is Hasan.
You say it's simply not right, but the reality is hundreds of thousands of Iraqis died. There was torture, millions of refugees, and that did follow from the decision by George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, and others in the administration like yourself to invade Iraq. Hundreds of thousands of people died. And just to go back to my question, which you didn't answer, do those deaths never weigh on your conscience? Was my question, which you didn't answer.
No, I did answer it, and I'll answer it again since you didn't seem to listen to it. The fact was, after the overthrow of Saddam Hussein, a number of decisions could have been made in different ways. I don't believe in U.S. participation in nation building. I think nations have to build themselves. And had the United States followed through with that approach, rather than engaging in extensive nation building, the outcome, I think, could well have been very different. But to lay
Isn't the problem that
what happened in Iraq on the single decision to overthrow Saddam Hussein is historically completely wrong.
But no one's doing that. They're pointing to the war and the invasion and the occupation. You're trying to disconnect the occupation.
This argument is nearly identical to the Kyle Rittenhouse argument, which, again, because it stems from, like, the actual same fucking place. First of all, unjustifiable to go into Iraq across the board, period. Fuck you, John Bolton, you fucking scumbag. You're a liar. You wanted to do the exact same thing to fucking Iran as well. You horrifying, bloodthirsty maniac. Okay? Fuck you and your mustache and every single fucking liberal that allows you to frequent the goddamn airwaves in a positive manner, unlike what Mehdi is doing here. So that's one. Two, this notion that, like, oh, well, you know, some of the actions that we took there were justifiable, but then the rest was just the domino effect. That's bullshit. Okay? That's bullshit. It was unjustifiable to go there to begin with. It's the exact same concept as, like, Kyle Rittenhouse being like, well, the first kill was all right. You know, because, like, someone was pursuing him. Okay, why was someone pursuing him? Maybe because he was there to do a show of force with a weapon, okay, in someone else's neighborhood, when they wanted to exercise their First Amendment rights and protest a legitimate grievance that they have. You decided to go there with an AR-15, and then when you were pursued, you shot him and you killed him. And then what? The rest of the actions that you took in an effort to get away, when you killed when you killed another person, then, like, those are justifiable because, hey, you were on your pathway to self-defense, extreme self-defense. John Bolton be like, I mean, come on, America was just doing self-defense in Iraq. And they were just doing extreme self-defense after that.
Occupation. With respect, John Bolton, you weren't a pundit on Fox News then. You were in government. I don't remember you quitting in objection to the occupation. And the fact is that occupation, let me just finish my question and you come back in.
Oh, yes, the protests were very similar to 9/11. Yes, great analysis, Hasi. Wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry. You think invading Iraq was justifiable after 9/11? What are you, fucking insane? What? It was unjustifiable for America to be in Iraq, just like it was unjustifiable for Kyle Rittenhouse to be in Kenosha, okay, with an AR-15.
Oh, you're such a big...
They're not even comparable in the immeasurable pain that they caused worldwide. But as far as like...
His name is Hasan.
And the white supremacist defense launched against both of these circumstances. I'm just, the comparison is bad and they're very different situations. I'm not saying one was justified or one wasn't. The comparison itself is bad. Well, I'm not comparing 9/11 to the fucking Kenosha shooting, idiot. I'm saying that the defense between the defense for the Kenosha shooter and the Kenosha shooter's actions and the defense for the way that like America acted in Iraq, both unjustifiable instances where America was doing a show of force and so was Kyle Rittenhouse, their defenses stem from white supremacy. That's it.
Oh, you're such a big...
It comes from white supremacy. That's why they're similar in nature. The impacts of it are, of course, not even comparable. Don't be ridiculous.
That occupation produced thousands of dead, torture, refugees. Richard Clarke, who was White House counterterrorism czar at the time, shortly after 9/11, called it war crimes. Kofi Annan called the war illegal. I just wonder, do you ever worry that, you know, people have tried to do citizens arrests on you in the past. Do you ever worry you may have to face a court to answer for that war and that occupation, for the war crimes that happened?
No, he doesn't, because the American government passed legislation called the Invasion of the Hague Act that would make it so that America would literally invade the fucking country where the International Criminal Court is, where the Hague is, if they were to ever extradite or if they were to ever try to prosecute an American service member or an American diplomat or an American politician that was ever engaged in war crimes. Fun fact, by the way, that's a real thing. So miss me with this fucking nonsense of like the Geneva Convention or how we have international laws for a reason when America has never listen to those international laws. The only reason why America follows or acts like they fucking follow the international laws is so that they can weaponize it against other countries while they personally avoid them every step of the way.
Back then.
Of course not, because what you're saying is completely ludicrous. And those who made those kinds of criticisms are not reflecting what actually happened. And I made clear in my first book, Surrender is Not an Option, that I was largely excluded from actual decision-making on Iraq by Colin Powell because he felt I had a different point of view than he did. So my observations here are from somebody who had a pretty good idea what was going on inside, didn't agree with it, but didn't have much influence over policy. I'm not trying to duck the issue, but you're making a grievous factual error when you attribute everything that came after the overthrow of Saddam to the U.S. decision to do that. That's called the post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy. Look it up.
Okay, while I look it up, let me just ask you that question one more time. You keep saying I'm not listening to you, but I've asked twice. I'll ask one third time because I want to talk about Iran and the nuclear deal. I know you have strong views there. Very quickly on Iraq, you have no regrets about the thousands of Iraqis who died in Iraq after the invasion. They never bother you, never keep you up at night, never weigh on your conscience.
I didn't say that at all. And what I'm saying is that the actual casualties in the overthrow of Saddam Hussein...
I understand that, but you're still not answering the question. It's a very simple question, yes or no. Do they weigh on your conscience?
Because it's not, because you cannot attribute it causally to the U.S. invasion simply because it happened later. You're making assumptions about things.
I'm asking a very simple question for you to answer, whether they weigh on your conscience. You don't seem to want to answer it.
You're not letting me finish.
You can say no and we'll move on.
So I can't explain it because the interview is just about over. The fact is that much of the dissension and much of the casualties that happened inside Iraq after Saddam was overthrown were caused by Iran, by its intervention.
They hurt themselves, dude. They kept hitting themselves in confusion.
Its arming and training of Shia militia, by its fostering increased sectarian strife that eventually broke the country apart.
Thoughts on El Hashid El Shabi? I don't fucking know what that is. You say it was unjustifiable, but invading Iraq was fucking inevitable. The people who made the decision filled with white supremacy, but legit whole society support the fucking invasion back then? Wait, what? That's not true. God damn, this many years later, people still fucking take American propaganda hook, line, and sinker, you fucking idiot. Think about it for like literally 3 seconds. You think people were like, please, America, come and fucking kill my mother. I am Iraqi and I love America executing my cousin. It's very good, bro. I promise, bro. I support it, bro. What, because you saw 5 people topple a Saddam statue, so you were like, oh, then this must be a justifiable intervention. Hasan, you're not someone who has any right to call anyone an idiot. First of all, 1S. Secondly, that's not how you spell your. If you are to question someone's intelligence or try to undermine it, the least you can do is be grammatically correct and spell your in the proper spelling. It's literally the easiest thing you can do. God damn, dude. It's so sad. Bro, Allah. Bro, I swear to Allah, bro. Wallahi, bro. Please invade me, bro. I want it, bro. So bad. So bad, bro. Molding it at the slow drip of Hunter Biden shots? What? No. The only reason why I covered it is because I personally love Hunter Biden, but it's like a completely inconsequential story that literally no one cares about, and it sucks really hard. Like, it must suck really hard that like your fucking October surprise revolves around a nothing burger of a story that is not even fucking related to the person that Donald Trump is running against. And unlike with Hillary Clinton, you can't make it stick on Joe Biden. It's gotta suck when, you know, most Americans are more focused on trying to get some form of stimulus, some form of economic recovery, and the Republicans are jerking themselves off in a similar capacity to the idiotic liberals in the way that they were rushing to justify Hillary Clinton's defeat and trying to claim that like Americans actually do care about Russiagate. I don't think so. Nothing burgers can still push votes. Definitely. You got to admit that. It isn't great. It isn't great. I do agree. Yeah. So shut the fuck up and keep coping, bitch boy. Okay. The only reason why I talk about it is because it's so stupid that it like once again exposes the idiotic nature in which Republicans try to sell misinformation.
I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
It's still horrible that Twitter as a platform and Facebook as a platform rushed.
I just want to understand the details.
Rushed to immediately eradicate the misinformation that coming this time around. It's still fucked up. Like it's still totally fucked up. I will admit. Twitter gays will look like this and be like, I just turned 19. I wish I looked like that, man.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil
I
hat.
guess being handsome
Hi,
makes
Hasan,
you
I have a
innocent.
Polls
No.
class assignment to ask
No,
three people this
absolutely
question
not.
and get a response. Can you help? What role should the Sierra Leone government play in sheltering refugees from the Blood Diamond conflicts?
Absolutely not.
His name is Hasan.
If it weren't for
Hunter
Amazon money, you
Biden.
would
I mean,
still be a
dude,
young
why
Turk.
doesn't
Now you
anybody
are just
listen to
an
the
old
words I
Turkish
say?
MH.
Hunter Biden, of course, traded access, or at least claimed that he had access, which he didn't, for cash. Okay, he absolutely traded on his last name with the hopes that he could hold favorable court with his VP father. Okay, that did not happen though. Unfortunately for Hunter, and unfortunately for Burisma, and whatever like Chinese authorities, they gave him a fuckload of money. Unfortunately, that did not happen. So either in this circumstance, you are the aggrieved party. Like, do you work for Burisma? Are you a Burisma board member? Is that why you're so upset that like Hunter Biden was incapable of changing the dynamic in the Burisma court case? Is that what happened? Are you working for Ukraine right now? Three people get a response. Can you help? What role should the Sierra Leone government play in sheltering refugees from the Blood Diamond conflicts? Dude, get the fuck out of here. I don't have an answer for you. I don't know.
Oh, you're such a big man.
The funniest, the funniest part about it is that like the Giuliani team is doing a horrible job of selling this. Okay, they did a better job in 2016 selling it because of who the target was. The Trump campaign did a better job in selling the Hillary Clinton is corrupt story because of the pre-existing messaging around Hillary Clinton being corrupt. Okay. Political commentator, by the way, Pepela. What? What, does that mean I have to do his fucking homework? Idiot. Here, how about this? How about you get a fucking perma?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
So, last time around in 2016, the dynamic was different because everybody fucking hated Hillary Clinton and the Clinton crime family. So it was stickier when you told them, when you got foreign actors to hack both the RNC and the DNC and then leak that information to WikiLeaks and then run with the story. And even back then I said it doesn't matter who's doing the hacking. What matters is the truth. And the truth is Hillary is corrupt as shit. Still better than Donald Trump, though. So I'm saying the same thing while also laughing at the horrible way that they did this information leak this time around. Okay? Rudy Giuliani is now changing the Hunter Biden laptop story. Yesterday, the laptop story was that Hunter Biden dropped off his laptop at some fucking random QAnon supporting repair shop, never picked it up. The guy only found out that it belonged to Hunter Biden because it said Beau Biden on it. Okay? And then he took all the contents and put it on a hard drive and gave that hard drive both to the FBI and also Rudy Giuliani's lawyer. Now Giuliani's changing the Hunter Biden laptop story. The shop owner told the New York Post he couldn't identify who dropped off the laptop. Giuliani, who wasn't there, said on SiriusXM today that it was left by Hunter Biden in an heavily inebriated state with the merchant. Just kidding. It was Hunter personally that dropped it off. Also, the emails are fucking not even real, apparently. The emails are up for contention that they found. No one can match Joe Biden meeting with the Ukrainian authorities. Okay? But most importantly, do you want to know why are you guys saying shorten the ban? You get 10 minutes. I'm going to personally ban people that are saying shorten the ban. I'm not even going to nuke you guys. I want you to see this sweet, sweet release. Does anybody else want some? Oop. Some of you guys got 1 minute. Keep it up. I will lengthen your bans from 10 to an hour. I permit a sock account who's trying to agitate me in the middle of a story that I'm covering.
America deserved 9/11.
4.
So, oh, here's the other problem. One weird thing about those 200 Biden emails that the New York Post published. Instead of going straight to the cloned hard drive, they had since Sunday, the paper published PDFs of the emails prepared per metadata by a third party, Giuliani or someone else, over a year ago. So the PDFs of the emails were created a year ago and 6+ months after the computer was abandoned.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Why did Twitter block this? It's such a nothing burger. I know. So what Twitter did when they blocked this and what Facebook did when they blocked the story was so stupid because of how stupid the fucking story was. A secondary consequence of not talking about like the leaks with the DNC or not talking about like the Pizzagate stuff. A secondary consequence of that was that the only people that would talk about it could then bastardize it to their own interests. And that's how you saw Twitter blocks DDoS secrets because it's hacked data. They do that whenever the source of data is HackerMan's. Yeah, still, it doesn't matter. It's still fucked up. There's a difference between like deliberate misrepresentation that is causing harm to a broader voting population in the way that like QAnon has versus a story that the New York Post is releasing, like just fake news, like actual fake news the New York Post is releasing in collaboration with the Trump campaign. You need to let the other outlets cover it and like actually correct the record. If you try to squash the story as quickly as possible through this sort of censorship, one, there's a secondary consequence of the Streisand effect where you inevitably legitimize an otherwise very clearly fake story.
His name is Hasan.
And secondly, the only people that cover it, the only people that cover the story are now going to be idiots and bad faith actors that want to purposely use whatever information's out there to their own needs. Like the DNC leaks and the way that like Pizzagate conspiracists utilize that stuff to be like, there's actually a pedophile ring in the basement of Comet Pizzeria. This is how it works all the time. And it's so overall, it's idiotic on every single aspect because one, the way that they revealed it is so stupid. You can hit them on that. My speculation, and I am an amateur sleuth, if you will. My speculation from knowing what I do know about how espionage is conducted by foreign governments, but specifically like, I don't know, GRU or Russian operatives, is that they routinely fucking leave information like this lying around, information that they got as a consequence of hacking. Okay? So my speculation is that they probably hacked Hunter Biden's iCloud or something, because they do have photos that are real that otherwise have never been published. So they probably hacked his iCloud or some shit, got a bunch of this like legitimate photos, and then tied it to like a potentially photoshopped email, like a email that they tried to modify a little bit to fit a certain narrative. That's the reason why they didn't reveal. That's the reason why they didn't reveal like the actual emails in a file format, but rather than a PDF format. Like, so that was really silly of them to do that. Anyway, so they probably hacked Hunter, tied it to all the shit that you had, tied it to a fake photoshopped email, or maybe the email is real, who knows, and released it as though, oh, like this fucking MacBook,
This is a deranged
this MacBook repair shop found it, instead of laundering it through WikiLeaks as they usually would, because they can't do that anymore. But it won't stick because Joe Biden is, one, the Russia stuff is played out. It was played out when the Democrats did it. It was played out when the Democrats did it, and it's certainly played out now in the 2020 election, this close to election. It's not even tied to Joe Biden. It's literally just Hunter Biden, who has in the past openly admitted that he used his father's last name to get jobs. And lastly, Joe Biden, we know, acted against the best interest of his son. Joe Biden applying pressure to the Ukrainian authorities to fire the prosecutor was a good thing. He wanted to fire a corrupt prosecutor that the international authorities wanted fired because the prosecutor was holding up the international investigation into Burisma. If Joe Biden if Joe Biden actually worked, if there was any sort of like collusion between Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, then what he would have done in that circumstance would be to not apply pressure to Ukraine and to not try to get that prosecutor fired. You get that, right? Because the prosecutor that Joe Biden got fired was working against the behest of the international authorities in the international investigation being conducted into the wrongdoings of Burisma. So the most hilarious part about this conspiracy theory is that there is no payoff, and that what ended up happening is the exact opposite of what you would do if you were colluding. Okay? So while there is classic run-of-the-mill nepotism and corruption going on in the way that Hunter Biden got a job at Burisma, a job that he did not deserve to get, it does not matter because it ultimately did not work in his favor, and his father still ended up pressuring Ukraine to fire a prosecutor that was refusing to investigate Burisma. There it is. It's also hilarious to consider that Hunter Biden is a beneficiary of nepotism. He certainly is. When you have your fucking fail sons working in the government right now, you have Ivanka Trump, you have Jared Kushner working inside the White House. Like, what is this argument?
We're going to follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
Free me cashable nut pogo, free me cashable nut pogo, free me cashable nut pogo, free me cashable nut pogo.
Anyway. The Dems are going to get cucked this year. You're denying the truth now that you're... fuck you. Dude, I haven't been sleeping well at all.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
This is election interference, and we are 19 days out from an election.
The funniest part about this, of course, is that congratulations to the social media companies for cucking themselves, because now you turned a story that was completely fucking idiotic into a much larger story, and now they can say like you're doing election interference or something. Like Republicans have yet another tool in their tool belt. They switched very quickly. Remember, the Benghazi investigation surrounded Hillary Clinton lying and Americans dying as a consequence of that, right? So when that Benghazi investigation that went on for far too long didn't actually come up with the results that Republicans wanted, then they moved on to Hillary Clinton deleting her emails that she stored on a private server. That was also a nothing burger. But Republicans grabbed onto that because Hillary Clinton foolishly deleted some of the emails that were otherwise stored on private servers when they should not have been stored on private servers. Private correspondences on state matters, classified information. So Republicans are doing exactly that, but the difference here is that no one gives a fuck. Because no one hates Joe Biden in the same way that they hate Hillary Clinton. You can't say Joe Biden is both sleepy and then turn around and say that he is a grand conspiracist that is, you know, engaging in these sorts of affairs with... Yeah, there's a Biden crew member that tested positive, yeah. During our contact tracing, we discovered around noon today that a member of the company that charters my airplane has also tested positive for COVID. This crew member was on the plane with me, but was more than 50 feet away. My COVID test from last night came back negative. Not only was the individual 50 plus feet away wearing a mask, but I was wearing an N95 mask. No members of my staff were in contact with this crew member either. My doctors have advised that there is no need for me to quarantine. Our campaign's contact tracing remains ongoing, and my team will continue to share any significant developments. Hey man, I love the Gravel Institute and the videos that they're making, but like, in the midst of me covering like American politics on the day of a fucking debate, I'm not gonna just stop everything and like watch a Gravel Institute video on the Civil War, okay? So please stop spamming it in the chat. Not a debate, but a town hall or a double town hall. Can you break down this bull crap?
All right, y'all, so I'm back. We up here registering people to vote, and I got my brother, man. I've known for a long time. Love this dude to death, man. He's a really good dude, right? So I say, hey, bro, you registered to vote this year? And he's like, yeah, I'm voting. I say, who you voting for? He was like, you already know. I'm like, Trump? He's like, hell no. Hell no. I'm like, bro, are you serious?
900,000 likes, 1 million shares.
He say, Cash, why? Why vote for Trump? Okay, before we get into it, I'm gonna break it down to you. Why are you voting for Biden?
I think he's a better person.
Why?
Because what's going on now in the situation with Trump.
What Trump situation?
What's going on now? Shit just fucked up. I believe he could come in and do a better job.
You really do?
I believe.
What has he done? You know he's been in politics for 47 years.
Thank you.
What has he done in 47 years? What has he done in 47 years? Like what?
I mean, I just believe he'll do better than Trump.
Did you know that Biden, in 47 years of politics, has only been a racist, said racist things about you and me, personally, as black people, and made a bill to incarcerate black people with Bill Clinton. The crime bill. Look it up. The man just said, you ain't black unless you vote for him. All right? He also said he didn't want his children going to school in a racial jungle. Didn't want integration.
He's right.
He was for segregation. Also, not only that, he also said that poor kids can be just as bright and just as intelligent as white kids. Meaning that black, brown, red, yellow are poor. When he thinks poor, he doesn't think white at all. He's thinking about you and me. The dude ain't did nothing but hurt black people. And then his running mate, Kamala Harris, she's got a career of locking up black people. A career. Now, let's move over to Trump. You asked me why I'm voting for Trump.
I hate how they think pulling up on random, less politically informed people and dunking on them. I want him. Well, he's not politically informed either. He's just repeating talking points that he saw on the internet. That's usually what this is. Like, a lot of these grifters, what they do is, like, they fucking memorize as many, like, talking points as they can and then barrage it. And then barrage it at, like, unsuspecting innocents, basically. Most people are not super well aware of the comings and goings.
The American people
right?
are tired of women.
I did it.
Hold on one second. Sorry. Most people are unfamiliar. Most people are like unfamiliar with what the fuck's going on or why they're voting for a particular individual.
Oh, you're such a
How are you supposed to counter that?
Hasan.
You're supposed to counter with this. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. I like Joe Biden. Who gives a fuck? That's my president, okay? That's exactly what Republicans do. Who gives a fuck?
Here's my Bezos bucks.
Don't find yourself in this circumstance. Literally describing yourself, LMAO. Oh, God. 7 years of political commentary, 4 years of political science degree, constantly reading the news every fucking day and providing analysis. Oftentimes it's like on the ball and like, but a Reddit debate lord said that I read Twitter threads. So I'm just like describing the same situation as myself. You got me, dude. Like literally everything I do, like everything I've done so far is just completely irrelevant. Anyway. If he actually had points back the guy, probably wouldn't have shared the video in the first place, so it's a lose-lose situation. Yeah. Like there's a different like there's a reason why these videos there's a reason why these videos go fucking viral. It makes your side feel better. It's like similar to my latest QAnon video where like I talk from their talking points and make the opposition look silly and ridicule them. Give them enough rope to hang themselves with. You know what I mean? So that's what like that's it's just entertainment. This is also to show like for Republicans who are like scared shitless of black people moving into their neighborhoods to still be like, oh well look, we're not racist. Joe Biden's the real racist. Okay? Democrats kind of do it too. I mean, what? You think like all Democrats are automatically not racist? No, the Democratic Party still absolutely fucking exploits the black vote, certainly. Most of the things he said about Joe Biden's track record and career is also true. Like, that's true. It literally is true. But he's using the truth in this circumstance to defend someone who is also openly racist.
Before Trump was the president, did not everybody love him in their music videos, rap videos?
A video called "You Don't Want Kamala Harris," and I know you're 100 times more educated due to your experience in studying political science for years. I can't in good faith tell people to vote Biden and Harris, let alone shame them into it. Nice one, dude. What's happening to me? Almost like I don't know what this is. But
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Did you shit your pants? No, there's something wrong with my foot. For some weird reason, it's just like feels like there's a bug on it or something. You're literally doing leftism entertainment, dude. This isn't substantive. This isn't actually substantive at all. Why pretend this isn't just a fun, entertaining spectacle?
Pervert.
I mean, there's truth to that, certainly, and it is something that I admit. That it is supposed to be entertaining, but entertainment can still be substantive.
All the magazines, he got awards from black communities and the NAACP. Everybody loved him. But then when he became the president, they said he's a racist. Why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because when he came into politics, he said drain the swamp. He started taking out all the not just politicians, the evil.
Okay, well, there you go. Like hitting the Democrats is easy. Okay? Shitting on Joe Biden is easy. His track record for racial issues is horrible. But as soon as you then turn it around and try to make an argument for Donald Trump, boom, it's over. Drain the swamp. Scott Pruitt at the EPA, Betsy DeVos at head of the education department. Really? Really? This is draining the swamp? I mean, you can repeat Trump campaign ads all you want, but ultimately, you're not really draining the swamp when all you did this entire time was deregulate industries at the behest of those same corporations that don't give a fuck about you. When all you've done is give tax cuts to the corporations of the wealthy. Okay? Massive tax cuts. That's not draining the swamp. You literally somehow made the DC swamp even more swamp-like. It's nuts.
Corrupt politicians. Fired them, took them out, made them go away, and put in his people.
Yeah, his people were fucking worse.
You know, since he's been president, the economy has been better than it ever been.
Literally not true. Just not true at all. Unless he's having this conversation before pre-COVID. And even in that circumstance, the economy wasn't necessarily better, but the stock market was better. 7 members of his cabinet in federal prison. Yeah, like, it's so stupid to be like, yeah, Trump is not swamp-like when, like, Paul Manafort exists or Steve Bannon exists. Steve Bannon is currently under investigation for fucking wire fraud for a build a wall initiative that he was tied to. Like, he literally got arrested on a boat with a Chinese billionaire oligarch. Michael Flynn took $500,000 from the Turkish government to fucking kidnap a CIA asset. Even though that CIA asset's a piece of shit too. Nuts. Like, you can yell Trump ads over and over again, but kind of silly to act like the swamp has been drained or anything like that.
Employment at an all-time low, more jobs created than ever before. He stopped making us an importer and made us an exporter. To me, that means we make more money.
Not true. Not even remote. Wait, what? Now he's just making stuff up. Got it. Okay.
People talk about the wall that he wanted to build over there in Mexico. Do you know why he wanted to build the wall? And remember, they said that he was racist because he said that my brothers and sisters that's Mexican is murderers and rapists and stuff, right? That's not what he said. If you listen to the clip.
Okay. Denying actual things that Donald Trump has said. Very cool.
He said that the MS-13, the gang.
No, he didn't. He said Mexico is not sending their best, implying that the Mexican government is deliberately sending Mexicans over the border wall and that those people are bad people.
Pervert.
He has routinely repeated that. Again, he is now just completely lying about things that Donald Trump has said. Next level copium from my friend here. But MS-13 isn't even Mexican. It is an El Salvadoran gang, which was started in the United States and was like, they literally started in the U.S. MS-13 is El Salvadoran, started in the United States, and then was deported back to El Salvador without the knowledge of the El Salvadoran government at the time. We didn't even tell them that, like, we were shipping off, like, MS-13 was trained by our would it be interesting to see the correlation and level of education in Trump supporters? Anyway, let's keep going with the clip.
His name
we definitely hear this too
Hasan.
often for a person that doesn't say anything wrong. Listen to the clip, Hasan. Also, if he said MS-13 exactly as Timasius put it, why would he say there were some very fine people and some I assume are good people? Like, does he mean that, like, some MS-13 members are good people? Again,
Are rapists and murderers, not Mexicans. Not Mexicans. But they twisted that to make everybody around us believe that he's a racist. Okay? Then they say, make America great again. What does he mean? When was America great? When you talk about make America great again.
Dog, when he says make America great again, it's literally, you're not human in that circumstance. You understand that, right? Like, how can you as a black person be like, yeah, MAGA baby, make America great again, when, like, that time that he is calling for is most closely associated with, like, the wholesale dehumanization of black people. Like, it's literally a pre-civil rights era. This is at the heart of this is why, like, I will never understand black Republicans, but especially, like, black Trump supporters who are so vocal about it. And I do get it. It's a grift. This is how you make money. Whatever, get the bag. But it's wild to me that, like, you know, a black dude talking to another black dude would be like, you know, make America great again. Come on, dude. Come on. That's what we want to do. It's like, dude, you're not a part of that equation.
What he means is make America, like what I just said, an exporter again. Have jobs again. Have people believe in the American dream again, that they want to come to this country and they know that they're going to make it. Had nothing to do with race. All right? Not only that.
You know, people can independently decide on their own, right? Yes, but I, as a political commentator, have to still, you know, provide context for the idiotic things that my friend here is saying. So, what do you want? You want me to just, like, let him lie and keep preaching fake information, false information? Is that what you would?
The man gave funding for the next 10 years. This has never been done for historic black colleges and universities. The HBC.
Yes, historic black colleges and universities have never been funded. Correct. That's true. Thank God. Thank God Donald Trump was the first person that ever funded. Donald Trump was the first person that funded historic black colleges and universities.
Use. Barack Obama didn't even do that. He did prison reform, meaning which directly affects us as black people because we fill up the prisons. You feel me? He said, if you're a nonviolent offender and it's just like drugs or something, and you ain't kill nobody or pull a gun on nobody, you could come home, man. There's programs set in place for you to be able to come home. He did everything that he could to show by his actions that he ain't a racist and a damn good president. He did all that.
First Step Act is not a Republican initiative, but a bipartisan one, mostly led by Democrats. It's insane. Just because Donald Trump signed it into law does not mean that it is like Donald Trump's own personal initiative. Incredible take. Also, again, the people that you're advocating for literally parrot the black on black violence narrative and routinely engage in racial agitation. So it doesn't matter what you say about like Donald Trump's like personal motivation. I love how prison reform is postured as for black people. Yeah, but that's the truth in this country, whether you like to admit it or not, is that black people are disproportionately targeted and disproportionately harmed by our criminal justice system.
There's some whores in this house.
That is just the reality. That's why the nefarious or oftentimes awful part of that, of course, is that never extends to other social safety nets. Like we never think about Medicare for all as something that will disproportionately help the black community, even though it would. We never think about education reform as something that would disproportionately help the black community, even though it would, right? That's the idiotic side of it. But ultimately, it is true that criminal justice reform is seen as something that helps the black and brown communities disproportionately because it's the truth. It does. And the criminal justice system, as a consequence of systemic racism, harms black and brown people disproportionately. It's the truth.
Yet we still running around here, the people that only watch the news,
all right, I'm running
we're saying, hell no, we vote for Biden because Biden was with Obama, or Biden did so much great, but nobody can tell you none of the great that he did. But they can pull up every single thing that he's done to the black community. Specifically, Hillary Clinton called us super predators. Matter of fact, if the man isn't a racist, why did he speak at the KKK members' eulogy and said that he was his hero or inspiration or whatever?
True. Again, Strom Thurmond. He did eulogize Strom Thurmond and talked about how, he learned how to compromise. Compromise with who? Motherfucking Strom Thurmond. It's true.
So why does he deserve your vote and not the man who's actually...
But also the other guy, like if eulogizing a KKK member is or eulogizing like a Dixiecrat, or eulogizing a like avowed white supremacist, or Robert Byrd is another example, I think. But like I think he's talking about Strom Thurmond here. But eulogizing these people is indicative of your opinion of black people, which I think it does. I think it shows gross negligence, and like it really shows how little you think about black people that you could ever have nice words to say.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
That you could ever say something nice about a person who did not see black people as full human beings. Okay? If you have that take, then you have to look at Charlottesville and recognize that like Trump is not for black people at all.
Actually showing you that he cares about you.
I ran the ad already, guys. I did. I ran it already. You want me to run another one? I can't. Like, I ran the ad already.
The president that's done more for the hood, black community, Hispanic community, than any other president since Lincoln.
Again, personally, I would go so far as to say, like, if the First Step Act is entirely in the hands of Donald Trump, despite it being a bipartisan effort, led by Democrats, then what the fuck do you think about LBJ? Like,
this is a deranged.
Again, a completely idiotic take. Oh, like Donald Trump is good because you know he signed the First Step Act. Okay, what about fucking LBJ then?
You feel me? Why would it? You know me, bro. I'm a hood nigga. You know me. So why would I be telling you that?
Hasan.
Bill Clinton's the one that did that crime bill, but they pushed it. Exactly. He knows this stuff.
Again, what was the other side doing at the time? Like, I hate the Democrats for their concessions to the conservatives. That does not mean that I like the conservatives. That means I hate the conservatives even more. At a time when the Democrats were pushing the crime bill, the reason why they were pushing for it was because of the open white supremacist agitation coming from the Republicans. The Willie Horton ad comes to mind. Like, it's just such an idiotic take. Like, if you omit key parts of the truth, like if you omit key parts of this conversation, then you're not accurately reflecting on history. You're just doing agitprop for the Republican Party.
He know his stuff.
See, like Trump, he gonna bring the jobs back. Though.
He been bringing them back. And that's why they did this coronavirus
like
shit.
You say they're export. Now we'll be the biggest export instead of China.
Exactly. He brought still manufacturing.
By the way, don't feel bad for this guy. This guy's a piece of shit. He's not just like an innocent, misguided person. He is probably a piece of shit. He might be misguided, but he's definitely a piece of shit. He's just like fucking spreading misinformation and like trying to fucking change people's minds by like literally lying about American history.
The automobile industry, they said that was dead. And look at us now, booming. They hit us with coronavirus. You notice that when coronavirus hit, they said everybody got to stay in the house. Nobody could go out. But yet, if you're Black Lives Matter Antifa.
Dog, the fuck are you saying? One out of every 1,000 black persons died of coronavirus. And this motherfucker's like denying that is a reality. And talking about Black Lives Matter protesters in a negative capacity. Like, what the fuck?
You could go out and protest and burn shit down and nobody's going to say nothing. But the coronavirus is so bad. We out here standing with masks. You feel me? Why? It's an agenda. So, bro, the reason why I'm having this conversation with you is because it's
saying that all black Trump supporters are uninformed voters. I think most voters are uninformed, but Trump supporters are especially uninformed. Unless they're like making, I don't know, $250,000 or more a year. And they have like assets tied to the energy industry or something like that. But yeah, most people vote against their best interest in America. This guy especially so.
It's important. Your vote is very important this year. They've been getting the black vote. You know, Lyndon B. Johnson said that I'm going to have these niggas voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
Okay. First of all, I don't know if that's real or not. I hear that
Hasan.
it's like it's not a real quote, right? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he did actually say that, for the record. Like, white guy in fucking power. White guy in power. I am not remotely shocked if Democrat, Republican doesn't matter. Again, hit him with the LBJ quote. Convinced the lowest white man is better than the best colored man. President Lyndon Baines Johnson, who grew up in the South, understood the politics of racism from the inside, saw it as part of a ploy to divide and conquer. If you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. He'll give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. It was completely false. Oh yeah. There's little evidence to back. Well, when people say it's unproven, it means that it can be true. just for the record. Like, and I wouldn't be shocked if he did actually say that. Anyone who's saying it's like 100% verifiably true or 100% verifiably untrue is silly. He has in public said things that counter this narrative, but I wouldn't be surprised if he actually held on to a view like this, for sure. America. A reality that most, if not all, black people are aware of is that most white people in positions of power don't have your best interest in mind. Like, literally go ask a black person if you don't recognize it. And they're right. Black people, when they're voting, make a bargain. They negotiate between the devil that is openly engaging in racial agitation versus the other racist that will at least offer them something, anything, crumbs, but still not as racist as the other side. That's part of the reason why, like, if you don't vote for me, you ain't blackjack type of quotes
Hasan.
don't mean much. Because ultimately, most black people know that, like, yeah, Joe Biden is racist too. What are you gonna do?
His name is Hasan.
Nice.
What are you gonna do about it?
This is a deranged.
Still better off than Trump.
Been watching for a couple months now. Thanks for being.
And they're right about that.
entertainment.
Like,
Mom took my phone for being trans for a year and 2 months so far and thinks I'm being brainwashed into being trans, so that's fun. Got anything I could say?
both sides are racist. 5-head. Your brain is fucking huge. I mean, really? You're gonna George Soros official? You're gonna act like fucking the Democrats in positions of power are not racist or have actively done things that perpetuate white supremacy? I mean, Joe Biden's track record is a personal testament to this reality. What do you mean? Yeah, they are. In a fundamentally racist country, both sides in positions of power,
why do they always,
whether willingly or unwillingly, absolutely engage in racist actions.
Like, buddy, I don't know if you heard the news, but you know what they did to Abraham Lincoln, right?
I learned that no Democrat has won the White House since the early 70s, late 60s, right around when the black vote went hard Democrat.
His name is
What?
Hasan.
Right around when the black vote went hard Democrat. Voting Rights Act passed right before this lock on white-black vote. Just food for thought. Oh, no Democrat has won the white vote since the early 70s, late 60s. Yeah. I mean, there's different demographics. Like, there's different age groups where Democrats win the white vote, but not overall, no.
This is a deranged pervert.
Hey bud, at HasanAbi you convinced me to vote for Biden in Pennsylvania.
Do you think the Republicans are really this and that now that I have your attention high? Hi, meow. Maybe this question is asinine or obvious, but why do some people turn conservative as a result of their material conditions and others move to the left? Or does that question not apply here? Is this the dialectic or whatever? Some people turn conservative as a result of their material conditions because of how capital-backed media can and like centuries of white supremacy can rot their fucking brains. It's social conditioning. Trump reportedly yelled the N-word at Omarosa to get a raise out of her during tapings of The Apprentice. The point is they're all fucking monsters, lol. Oh yeah, I remember that. Still not racist. That's my president. Did so much for the black community.
And we do, blindly. Latinos and blacks. We vote Democrat blind as hell. Don't even know why we do. We just.
It's not necessarily blind. It's just that, like, you have ears. Not to be ableist, but it's not about being blind, but it's more about not being deaf. In the sense that you hear what Republicans say, and it's pretty humiliating to then turn around and vote for them after you hear them talk about you openly. Like, why do you think Donald Trump talks about protecting the suburbs? Like, what do you think he's trying to say when he says, white women, you should vote for me because I want to protect the suburbs in Iowa? Like, what suburbs is he protecting in Iowa that are going to get invaded by black people in Iowa? Really? Low-income housing is going to come to your suburbs because Cory Booker, a black man, is going to bring low-income housing to your suburbs in Iowa. White women, vote for me. What should you get out of that?
Just do. Did you know that the black people are the ones that started the Republican Party?
His name is Hasan.
Did you know that? We were Republicans. They crippled us with welfare, Section 8. They kicked us out the homes, bro. Made the woman look at you and be like, I don't need you. I'll take care of by the state. I'll go get food stamps. Which led you to be upset, me to be upset, go out and sell drugs because we're trying to prove to our family that we can provide even though they ain't giving us no jobs. Then we get locked up.
Wait, okay. What? So, like, welfare destroyed the African-American nuclear family because women kicked you out of their houses so they could get welfare. Okay? But then also on top of that, like, you had to sell drugs. Okay? Who put the drugs in the neighborhood? Who made sure that you couldn't get jobs through the normal process? Who forced you outside? Like, who forced you outside of the regular financial system, the regular, like, who denied you educational opportunities? Who redlined your neighborhoods? I mean, Democrats certainly played a role in that, for sure.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize.
But it's conservatives, and it's conservatism.
Isn't a robot being remote operated by Candace Owens.
If you're struggling to have to explain this as a black man that has to deal with hoteps, I can help you get through this.
His name is
No, I love hoteps.
Under that crime bill, and then we're locked.
At least for hoteps, it makes sense. Like, they're fucking misogynistic and, like, conservative in general. This guy's just like a regular black conservative.
Locked up and we're stuck there. That was under Biden.
God, those comments.
47 years, bro, in politics, and they did nothing for us. Trump, people have already loved Trump for forever. Why would you want to be the president of the United States when you're already a billionaire? You have every woman that you could possibly want at your feet. You don't need the fame because you got the fame already, right? So what reason would he have to become the president of the United States? Did you know that he's never taken a check since he's been in office?
$1. Yes.
$1. Every other check he's
also paid $750.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize
in taxes. I wonder what he thinks about that. Oh no, he's smart.
Unrelated to this smile.
The Republican Party was not founded as an abolitionist party. It was founded as a free soil party, and it was founded by white people. The Republican Party has more Marxist underpinnings.
This is a
where a part of their charter originally is both abolishing slavery in the South, but also abolishing wage slavery in the North.
He's donated while being president. He's the only president in history for his net worth to drop, to go down.
Okay, so he's a bad businessman. He's made like $280 million or something on his own fucking personal properties with the government's money by using his own personal properties. Okay, I can't watch the rest of this. It's like really bad. It's really stupid. Trump previewing the town hall.
Being set up tonight, right? So I'm doing this town hall with Concast, C-O-N, right? Con, because it's a con job, Concast, C-O-N, not C-O-M, C-O-N, cast. So I'm doing it, and it's NBC, the worst, home of Sleepy Eyes, Chuck Todd, and some others. And they gave Lester Holt, he's a beauty, they gave Joe Biden a week ago a town hall, and it was meant for children. In fact, speaking of Barron Trump, fully recovered in like a record time, Barron Trump would do great on that show because he's a young child. They asked him questions that a child could answer, any child. A smart child, not such a smart child. And they got taken apart. You know, it was a joke. It was a joke. And so they asked me if I do it, and I figured, what the hell, we get a free hour on television. And we have Savannah Guthrie. She's always lovely, isn't she? But I figure, why not? What's the difference in tone between what they did to this guy that can't put two sentences together and what they do to me? But with me, it's our life. We know what we're doing, and we just go on and we do it. But they're doing him on ABC. And actually, I'd like to watch him because I want to see if he can make it through the program. And honestly, they'll be so soft. George Stephanopoulos, I did him a couple of weeks ago, was fine. His questions were unfair. They said that the audience is neutral. Turned it out that they only had never-Trumpers in there, but these are minor, little minor facts. Well, that happened with the other guy, too. It was supposed to be neutral. It turned out that they were all like big Democrats, right? Big Democrats. Because you know what? The fake news media is corrupt, okay? It's corrupt. And we've shown it so many times. So I'll see you later on NBC. I look forward to it. We're going to be doing it from Miami, where we're doing very well in Florida, too, by the way. We just got...
I mean, he's the one who chose NBC. Makes no sense. Like... Most of the early abolitionist movements in the U.S. were because slavery is more expensive than giving people extremely minuscule wages. NBC asked ABC to delay their town hall. This comes as NBC staffers are furious and they agree to do the town hall. On Wednesday evening, I'm told an NBC exec reached out to their ABC counterpart to see if ABC would be willing to shift the Biden town hall to 9 p.m. Nope. ABC was first and made a commitment to Biden campaign. Why would they help bail out NBC? He picked NBC because he wants the easy target? No, he picked NBC because NBC's distribution is larger than all of the other networks, with the exception of like Fox. Well, even with Fox News, I think NBC's distribution is larger combined because it like automatically pumps it out to like all NBC subsidiaries, and therefore the ratings that he automatically gets from an NBC town hall will of course be bigger than ABC. Because ABC's distribution is limited in comparison to NBC, and that's the reason why he chose NBC. So him saying like NBC forced me to do this is idiotic. That's not the case at all.
Been watching for about a year, easily my favorite streamer. Thanks for the good times, Hasan.
Aw, thanks. Snow hates winter. Can you explain the connection between Marxism and the Republican Party, please? No. I didn't train in the gym today. I'm really, really, really tired as of late. I didn't go to the P.O. box either. That's a corona symptom. Or it's a symptom of me not fucking sleeping well at all for the past, like, week.
We're going to follow you right back to mommy.
I don't know.
Hasan, I wrote you in on my ballot here in Nevada.
I don't know
Just
what it
kidding,
is.
I can't vote for you since you were born in Kenya, not to mention the whole Sharia law thing. But really keep up the great streams, buddy. You and chat keep me company a lot. XQCL.
I don't know what it is. But I am I am not able to sleep well at all. I am not able to sleep well at all. I haven't been able to sleep well at all. I can't even talk. No, I have a really good mattress topper.
This is a deranged pervert.
I think it's because... Try rubbing one out? What are you, fucking crazy, dude? You think I don't rub one out before I go to sleep every night? Of course I do. When was the last time you took a day off when you moved?
This is a deranged pervert.
11 months.
Because I didn't even take a day off then. Weinstein is declining. Just asked a Dem senator about demand Justice call for Feinstein to step down as ranking Dem on the Judiciary Committee after her handling of Barrett's hearing. It's very hard to watch a colleague in decline. That this is occurring publicly is even harder. You know they've said this publicly about Feinstein for a minute now? Why won't they tell which senator said this? I want to hear. I want to know which senator fucking said it. Demand Justice wants Feinstein to be ousted as the top D judiciary via Brian Fallon. Have you been drinking more than normal? Alcohol can fuck up your sleep. Dude, I don't drink. Like, I rarely fucking drink. Here's your schedule over the last 3 years. Yeah, do you want to know? Yeah, do you want to know why I get fucking tired? This is why. Since January 1st, I haven't taken a single fucking day off. I have streamed every single day. Since I would even go so far as to say January 2019, I've almost streamed every single day with like some exceptions. With this week being the notable exception where I took a week off. You decide why. Even on days where I like end early, I still stream. Watching videos equals work, Pepela. Listen, brother, I never said my job is hard. I love what I do. Yeah, and this is like when most of this entire year leading up to here, I was doing 8-9 hour streams, 11-hour streams and shit while I was working at TYT.
His name is
Just
Hasan.
remember that. Like, this is also with a full-time job on top of everything else where I was working at TYT. You work hard for a communist? Yes. Communism, of course, is about never working.
P-word.
And the less you work, the less communism you do.
Someone calling themselves...
Ooh, a QAnon. NBC is interviewing a QAnon mommy, a.k.a. a QAnon. I love it. Let's watch.
We're going to follow you right back.
My favorite.
You get your milk.
Goat streamer. Only one I've ever subbed to. Keep up the good work, buddy. You deserve a break soon.
Started posting cryptic messages online anonymously. By August, an internal Facebook investigation showed 3 million people were members or followers of top QAnon pages. And an NBC News analysis found activity on QAnon Facebook groups increased tenfold since the start of the pandemic, often in places you might not expect.
In the battle for Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh is key. Voters in the suburbs here could tip the state. Chloe Neely is a 29-year-old mom of 2. She spends weekends on the soccer sidelines.
Tell me about life as a mom.
It's busy.
When COVID hit, her waitressing hours were cut back. That's when she started spending more time online.
I'll have, like 30 different notifications.
Most mornings, she spends about 20 minutes reading in.
I have like a group on Facebook that they post different articles.
Her feed is filled with links to pages and pages of unsubstantiated QAnon theories. Along with nearly 1 million others, she subscribes to a Q-themed YouTube show.
Explain to me who Q is.
Well, I believe it's like a group of several people that were, either in the military, intelligence, or no.
Totally. Yeah, that seems legit. That seems legit, dude. Yeah. Q is LSF for boomers. 29-year-old Q gummy mommy. Ugh.
A good bit.
I gotta pee.
They'll tell you about the dumbs, okay? About the deep underground military bases.
Deep underground military bases where? In this country?
Oh yeah, everywhere. They're everywhere. They're worldwide. And it's crazy to think about because, not everybody really knows.
A Pentagon spokesperson says while there are a few underground military bases, it is not true that they are everywhere all over the world, nor that people don't know about them. Some QAnon beliefs are even more extreme and completely false.
Do you believe in this idea that there is a ring of Democrats who support pedophilia, child trafficking?
I don't believe it's just Democrats. I believe it's Republicans too. I mean, judges, police officers.
To be clear, who are involved in our government, who are involved in child trafficking rings.
Oh yeah.
Chloe broke down talking about unsubstantiated photos and videos she's seen discussed in Q forums.
I want to know what those tears are about.
His name is Hasan.
It is about the kids, and it's bad.
She believes President Trump is the hero in this story.
Do you believe that the president is stopping child trafficking rings, pedophile rings?
Yes, I do.
Is there anything that you could hear in the media or from friends that would dissuade you from the beliefs that you've outlined?
No, there's just too much evidence. There's just too much.
When we're living in turbulent times, people often look to conspiracy theories to provide simple explanations for complicated world events.
Make sense of the world.
Yeah.
Professor Alice Marwick has been researching QAnon for a year.
Why is it attractive to suburban moms in particular?
Getting involved in something that purports to help children is very appealing to a great deal of women.
It's not just women, though. Chloe first found Q through her friend John Pope.
So we figured, let's go find John and talk to him. Hi, John. Okay, I'm just going to do this, okay?
A week and a half after losing his job hosting karaoke at a bar because of the COVID shutdown, he says he found QAnon and now spends 13 hours a day online.
We've all been lied to. Remember, everybody's been lied to about everything, okay?
He believes in a range of conspiracy theories about a satanic cult trafficking children, the Titanic, 9/11, and thinks Q may be John F. Kennedy Jr.
Do you believe that JFK Jr. is alive?
Something in my heart tells me yes. I believe that JFK Jr. could unite this country together.
Except that he died in a plane crash, in a plane that he was piloting.
That's what they say. That's what I said. Like I said, I believe in my heart that JFK Jr. is still alive. I just don't think this whole QAnon movement wouldn't have been possible had it not been for JFK.
How many of your friends in the Pittsburgh suburbs do you think are into Q also?
I mean, a lot.
Do you feel like this is your family now?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think the people involved in QAnon are stupid. I don't think they're gullible or any of the other stereotypes. I think they generally reject mass media. They reject a lot of things that you and I might think of as true. But what this means is that we're starting to see a real schism in this country between what different groups of people think of as true. And that worries me.
Marwick does think that Facebook's move to crack down on large QAnon pages will make it harder to come across Q conspiracies, but Facebook is not yet flagging every individual profile. So John's profile, Chloe's message.
Isn't it crazy that like an actual 4chan troll of like people just shit posting and like LARPing as intelligence community members actually had this kind of impact on like real Americans and their lives, even worldwide. Like it's insane. Obviously, there's numerous different problems here, and like trying to understand it at the individual level is a foolhardy endeavor. The real reason why this is consequential, bad, scary, the real reason is like that our material conditions have created a perfect environment for this sort of thing to reach peak volatility or peak velocity, terminal velocity. It's Flash poll is full of threads crying about QR words every day now. Yeah, it's crazy. It sucks. Someone went through old theories and handpicked the ones that make Trump look good.
Messenger group still exist. They also use other social media platforms, guys, including YouTube.
Kate, I mean, we heard Chloe there praise President Trump, but does the movement as a whole support him? What do we know?
So there's no polling to answer that question, Craig. Anecdotal indications are that a lot of people do, and passionately, both Chloe and John do support the president. The president's been asked about QAnon and said, quote, "I don't know much about the movement other than that I understand they like me very much, which I appreciate." His comments in August were seen by many Q supporters as being supportive.
Kate Snow, that was an eye.
Banning Q on Facebook is good to stop outreach, but it's going to radicalize the ones deep in it. They will eventually find a new platform, but it will isolate them further. No, it's good. You have to do that, dude. You have to cut the bleeding. You have to stop the bleeding. And right now, there is no other way to do it.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of
Just
control.
a heads up, trying to chastise a man protesting against pedophilia because he has a cousin who once did beauty pageants is like bullying a Tibetan monk who believes in world peace for having a long-lost cousin who fought for the SS. Better yet, like hitting you up on anti-war protests for having a cousin who fought in Afghanistan. You sound like a douche. Please leave Scotty the kid alone. He's a good dude and probably got less posts on 4chan than you do.
Hasan.
Yeah, I mean, people post on 4chan nonstop about me, but that's not me posting. It's fucking weirdo poll freaks that post because they want to like murder bang me. On my fucking fault that they have like. Can't wait for the internet historian video on 4chan trolling goes worldwide. Can someone explain to me what Trump has done to make these people believe he's saving children from pedo rings? It's just made up. There's no other way. There's nothing that like actually ties Donald Trump like personally ever wanting to stop. Is Twitter down for you? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. Russia can run million follower Facebook pages, but I can't even make an anonymous Twitter account without getting flagged as a bot. The
Biden plan would destroy.
Are they doing React content? What the fuck? Wait. I was there on poll when the QAnon LARP started. It was 100% just some dude trolling back then, but now the Russians have taken it. No, it's not Russians that took it, man. It's fucking Ron Watkins and his father. Right? Ron Watkins is the son, right? Code Monkey or whatever. No, they literally... No, it's some fucking, like, American ex-helicopter pilot and his son that took over 8chan from... That took over 8chan from that other dude who started it originally. The dude who has like a, I forget his name. Is 8chan like Super 4chan? Kind of, yeah. There's evidence. Stop lying about Q. He's protecting kids by putting them in cages every day. Yeah, exactly. More Hunter emails, supposedly. The show has obtained new Hunter Biden emails that expose corruption. You will not want to miss tonight's report. Ooh, I love this. Ooh, this is so much fun. I love it. I'm ex-Army intelligence also. I work with a lot of chuz like this. It's not an authoritative profession. I was there when it first started. I ain't crazy with the Russians took it. Lol. No, Russians didn't fucking take QAnon, dude. It's not Russians. It's literally like some fucking conservative dipshit who wants to wants to take advantage of like
pervert.
I don't know
people
why Republicans want to protect
that are
children.
delusional.
How else will we get adrenochrome?
Like Russians might agitate outside of like the regular QAnon circles. Russians might be making QAnon adjacent fucking profiles and stuff on the internet and on like other social media platforms. But the men behind QAnon are well documented at this stage. It's some fucking New Zealand guy. It's some guy from either New Zealand or Australia is the best speculation on who the originator of like a QAnon was. But now it's like pretty much operated by Jim and Ron Watkins. Yes, Russians have troll farms, dude. I know, but like the QAnon people are someone else. It is currently operated out of the Philippines, though.
This is a deranged pervert.
Anyway. Do you think Frederick Bannon is grifting now that he's trying to distance himself away from 8chan? I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, but Russian men are bad. I mean, Russia as a foreign state absolutely tries to interfere in every way they can in our elections. They also try to very actively use the contradictions within American politics that are like pre-existing and unsolved, like racial agitation or racial strife in general. America does exactly that as well. It's just like Russia doing it at a much smaller capacity, but America having a much larger weakness from a NatSec point of view, that it's very easy to like, it's very easy that like a $3 million like targeted ad campaign can just, just add fuel to the already pre-existing racial fire in this country. People keep saying Twitter down, but I'm seeing it. At least 74,000 absentee ballot requests submitted by voters in 3 Iowa counties will remain invalid because of technical problems with the paperwork. Dude, they spent like $3 on ads that hardly even talked about the 2016 election. Yeah. Yeah, they that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about election interference, like direct election interference is different than what I just said, which was trying to add fuel to the racial strife, the pre-existing racial fires in this country that have not been solved for a very long time. Twitter homepages is down. Huh. Thailand decree. Okay. No, I did not listen to the new PSA Pod Save America Obabe thing. Also, I did not download the new Call of Duty. Where can I download it? The beta. Is it on Steam? Like, how do I get the new Call of Duty Black Ops or whatever? the Cold War. Is it on the Blizzard app? I don't even know if I can like. I don't even know if I have like enough space on my computer to download it at this point. Early access, pre-purchase. All right, I'll fucking get it. Oh fuck, the Ultimate Edition is $90, but it has like the communist flag on it. Chat, what do I do? Chat, do I get the Ultimate Edition because it has the hammer and sickle on it? BattleNet, you can preload. It's only 40 gigs. Oh, I can download it then. Get that Mountain Dew. We're going to shoot us some commies. If you just open Modern Warfare, it's there to pick from like MP Warzone campaign. Really? It's only 100 terabytes? Nice. Delete one of those million games you never finished? Dude, I have so many games. It's not so many games I have. Let's look at this. Like, Batman Arkham Knight, never finished it. Blade and Sorcery, Boneworks, I deleted. Look at all these Call of Duties I have. Like, why the fuck do I have any of this shit? Aren't these, like, crazy? Cluedo, the classic mystery game. Dark Souls 3, Deceit, Deep Rock Galactic, never played it. Drug Dealer Simulator, like I've deleted all these, thank God. I deleted all these when I like recognized that I did not have any space whatsoever. Golf with Your Friends, Grand Theft Auto 5, Grounded, Half-Life Alyx, Halo Master Chief Collection, never played it, downloaded it, never played it. Hitman 2, Hot Dogs, Horseshoe, and Hand Grenades, that game sucks. Uninstall.
This is a deranged...
Jump King, Killing Floor, nope. Mafia Definitive Edition. Finish that so we can uninstall it now. All the Mass Effects that I downloaded, never played. Mountain Blade Bannerlord, never playing that again. Uninstalling. Actually, you played Halo back in December and you beat me, says Happy Gay Sounds. Wait, I beat you in Halo? How the fuck did I beat you? Museum and Other Realities. That's a cool one. That's a VR one that we can keep. Pavlov VR, Phasmophobia, Pummel Party, Rec Room. What the fuck is Rec Room? Red Dead Redemption 2. Resident Evil 2. Which Resident Evils did I finish? I finished 7 and 2, right? Chat, which ones did I finish?
His name is
I finished
Hasan.
7 and 2, right? Wait, did I finish all of them? Did I do 3? No, I never did 3. I did finish 2 and I did finish 7. Right? I think I finished 7.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Uninstall that. Risk of Rain 2, SCP Secret Laboratory, Sekiro. Oh, delete that. No reason to have that there. Shadow Blade Tactics, I played a little bit off stream. Didn't like it that much. Uninstall. What's going on? Why is it not uninstalling? Uh-oh. Oh yeah, the game's for Hasan. Spec Ops The Line, I will never finish that. It was boring. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Never finished that. For all the haters on Nancy McConnell just shot down the $1.8 trillion stimulus. Yeah, I know. List 1917 Revolution, Black Friday, Firewatch, Not Tonight, Assassin's Creed 2, 20 hour. That's a lie, by the way. You're a liar. Final Fantasy 7 Remake, 32 hours. Mass Effect Trilogy, 17, 24, 24. Dishonored 2, Black Mesa, The Walking Dead, Life is Strange 2, Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, Resident Evil 3. Unfinished games, Undertale, Hitman. I did finish Hitman. Grand Theft Auto 4 I didn't finish. Red Dead Redemption I like came all the way to the end on stream, but then replayed it and I quit because it was too slow. Titanfall 2 I'll never play after what happened. Deus Ex I won't finish. Black Ops Line I won't finish. Completed games Mafia, Hitman 2, Ghost of Tsushima, Dark Souls 3, Bioshock 1, Bioshock 2, Bioshock Infinite, God of War, Last of Us Part 2, Grand Theft Auto 5, Sekiro, Tonight We Ride, The Outer Worlds, Marvel Spider-Man, Horizon Zero Dawn, Dishonored. I mean, dude, when I was playing Titanfall, I went from like a 8K Andy at the time to like sub 1K. Like everyone left. So I was like, fuck that. I'm never playing that again. Everyone left. It was crazy. Okay, it was 2K. Yeah, it was. I've never seen a drop off like that where I was like, I can't do this. I effed and it like literally everyone left. So I was like, there's no way I can play this. Also, these games include like games that I haven't played on stream for the record. So if that's the case, Google Drive is changing. It'll be deleted forever. Okay. Have you ever tried No Man's Sky? I finished Hitman, D-Mac. Anyway, let's keep going. The Walking Dead's a great stream game. You ever wonder if you have a rapidly growing following lately due to the more political strife, interest, and just natural result of being leading figure in Twitch growing? I don't know. Oh, fuck. There's new Cyberpunk videos that we gotta watch, too. That's true. Also, I finished Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5 and all these other fucking games, like, off stream before. Anyway. Yeah, we're going to look at the Cyberpunk in a little bit. Not right now. But it's definitely something I'm going to watch. Where were we? I was going to watch something else. Oh, Joe Biden reacting. There was some other shit that I wanted to watch.
Pervert.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's watch the Cyberpunk video. I did pre-order.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control.
I did pre-order the new PlayStation 5
Wait, Hasan,
successfully
did you ever
when the
finish
first
playing
pre-order is launched. Oh, I was going to download COD. That's why I took a break from everything else I was doing. But I had to delete a bunch of shit. Dude, my brain is doo-doo. I swear to God. Worms Reloaded, Yakuza 0 VR chat. Okay, like... Okay, I think I probably opened up enough space now. Probably enough space now. Enough mucking about. I did not get the RTX 3080. Oh, I gotta restart battle. You said you like Morrowind, but you haven't played Skyrim on stream. I feel like Skyrim is like a rite of passage that every video game player. All right, I'm gonna get the Ultimate Edition. Fuck it. There's a hammer and sickle on it, and I'm stupid. Security check. Enter your Blizzard password. Fuck, I don't know what my password is. Did I get it right? Oh, I might have gotten it right. Nice. Why are we playing a war crime simulator? We're processing, pre-purchase, return to shop. Okay. Now how do I download it? I just pre-purchased it. Install. Enable auto update. 42 gigs. Let's see if my not using a password manager.
Wet ass P word.
No, I
make that pull out
password
game
manager. Since you won't make merch, do you care if I make your merch? No, I'm making merch. Originally, I was going to make the merchandise with Karl Marx, but because he is unfortunately considered a controversial political figure, the merchandising company that I usually work with, that's super turnkey and super easy for me, that is actually run by my friends, was a little sussed out by it. A controversial political figure. So they did not want to do that. But instead, it was weird. Instead, I'm going to be using my own face anyway in merchandising. So that is something that you should be excited for. I am in the process of I sent in a bunch of designs that I came up with. I sent in a bunch of designs that I came up with that I like. And I hope that you guys will appreciate them. I won't show you anything yet. But what is this?
I need a himbo. I'm holding out for a himbo till the end of the night. He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be fast and he's gotta be dumb and polite. I need a himbo. I'm holding up for a himbo till the morning light. He's gotta be dumb and he's gotta be sweet, supportive, respectful and kind. Respectful and kind.
That's me. Is it going to look like some knockoff Chrome Hearts like what you got on right now? No. Worldwide shipping? Yes, there will be worldwide shipping. I thought she was going to fucking play Bashar as well. If this person is in chat, can we please ban them? No. Wow, rich guy with real Chrome Hearts? No, this isn't real Chrome Hearts. This is anti-fascist. A friend of mine fucking made this, and they no longer even make merchandise like this anyway.
This is a deranged pervert.
Censored and uncensored name versions. What? Good one. Can we ship you with her? No. Okay. Yes, merchandise is coming. Okay, merchandise is coming. I have heard your concerns.
You don't believe in no fate. Every day digging the grave. Stepping up here with the stakes. City of dreams, city of.
So I don't get it. Is this going to be third person and first person, or is this a game that's just like exclusively being created for first person?
Where is Slonka? Where is Slonka? Is Slonka Habib?
Welcome to Night City Wire, episode 4.
We're not going to watch the whole thing.
At CD Projekt Red.
You can go third in
a
vehicle.
huge open world like Night City, you need a chill ride to get around fast. And in Cyberpunk 2077, there are tons of cool vehicles to choose from.
Get this. 4-liter engine, 6-cylinder, goes from 0 to 100 in 3.2 seconds. You fucking believe that?
We've crafted every car and motorbike with amazing attention to detail.
Oh my God.
On the chassis, the body, not to mention the interiors. You can expect
first-person driving is cancer.
everyone not only to look unique, but to deliver a unique driving experience.
All right.
right, show me what you got.
Don't expect advanced tech or luxurious materials here. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, it's not the size that counts, I guess.
This class is mostly utility vehicles and low-end clunkers made for every pocket.
Hold on. It's a wreck.
Uh-huh, my damn wreck.
Well, definitely no guy or girl magnet.
If you need to impress, look to this class alone.
I'm putting my ride on the line. Either you match it in cash, or you can forget about the fight.
Did you say your car? You said your car to this car? What are you, nuts, dude? I drive a Camry. I think you meant the economy one, right?
With these wheels, no expense has been spared, no frill ignored. Their plush interiors decked out in all the latest tech, while you get to sit back and enjoy the ride. Masterful engineering and practical design. Trucks and tanks for when you need power and
Hell
brute
yeah,
force.
brother!
Hell of a machine.
This is what the fuck I'm gonna be driving. You bet you're at. You betcha. You betcha, brother.
Neat beast. My pride and joy.
And these monsters are literally unstoppable. These are for chooms who love the smell of exhaust and the roar of street wildlife. Their powerful engines and exchangeable parts make them perfect for tuning.
Come on! I want to smell that choo-choo burn!
Whether it's street racing, running from the NCPD.
Dude, how? Like, how will this game have so much? Even the cars alone are like... They need to have, like... Some of the cars look exactly the same. It just feels so convoluted. I don't understand how they're able to do this. Even with the slavery-like conditions that they're subjecting their fucking workers to in their crunch time shit, it still does not make sense. Biggest video game scam ever? It's only like 15 cars? Then that's boring. If there's going to be only 15 fucking cars, then that's crazy.
Or just showing off in the streets. With these high-powered beasts, you will have only respect.
Oh yeah, I like
Or
that.
you mean like these are specialty cars? But there will be like normal cars as well.
If you need speed and armor, the hypercar class is for you. It means precise bodywork, built-in LiDAR arrays, and really expensive materials.
Imagine you're sitting on a pile of eddies. Probably less than 1,000 people in the world.
Holy shit. God damn, dude. 30 gigs of COD. Oh my god. I don't want to jinx it, but fuck me. Spectrum Business, dude. Spectrum Business can fucking spread my ass cheeks and just go right the fuck in, dude. Okay? 40 gigs downloaded in a matter of mere minutes while I was simultaneously streaming. My fucking lord, dude. You guys, this is insanity. I mean, this is fucking insanity, dude.
The world can afford the erudite.
Not your typical urban vehicle.
They will take you places you never dreamed you'd go. Oh, and original vehicles are not all you'll find in 2077. We also found room on our roster for some true automotive icons.
Floor it, V.
Paul, thank you so much for joining us. I think it's fair to say we've come.
We don't need div insights. We don't need div insights, right? Right, lads? We're not watching the fucking div insights, right? We're moving on to the fucking cutscenes, right?
Look good on the outside, but there's an awful lot of
No
detail
div
on
insights. I don't care.
Suits your needs.
I don't
So
fucking
what about
care.
Just bring the hottest wheels you've got, because you're gonna need all the power you can drive over.
Divs
Pay the
are
money.
boring. They're fucking boring. Are these the divs that they were able to find? Are these the divs that they were able to find? That weren't being held at gunpoint?
Some wheels to match. So we gave him a 911 Porsche from 1977, which means in 2077, Johnny's car is going to be exactly 100 years old.
Well, Paul.
All right, behind the scenes, moving up in the big city. What?
Team of mechanics.
Okay, I don't care about... Wait, why? Is everything about cars in this one? Wait, is Night City Wire episode 4 just about fucking cars?
The smell. The travel.
Yeah.
Journey. Freedom. No, you know, it's not like...
Find the game grants you a key fragment. VG stuff is blowing up with these fucking humorous quips, dude, about how Crunch is like killing Cyberpunk workers. He's just been making fun of them this entire time. Buying the game grants you a key fragment. 4 fragments equals 1 key to a free dev, and give him a lunch break. All right, this is fucking boring. I don't give a shit about Keanu. All right, ooh, 2077 in style. Thanks to you and Mario Judah, my family has disowned me. I have the song stuck in my head for days just because I'm white. Oh, fuck, why did you say it? Okay, I might actually auto-mod Mario Judah as an unpermitted term because anytime you say it, it just like gets stuck in my head again. Oh, I'm thinking it all right. It's stuck in my head now. Good job.
Welcome to the brief authoritative history of Night City. This chapter is devoted to so-called styles, deeply linked with the history of the world, and a very important aspect of life in the city. You can find them everywhere. In cars, clothes, guns, implants. They are your war paint. As one of our sponsors says, it matters not if you're dead, as long as you're doing it in style.
The moves on this girl! Swoosh, swoosh! Slicing them up like sashimi!
4 visual styles are evident in the Night City of 2077, each with its own history, status, and features. Neon hair, illuminated tattoos, and chrome. Function comes second. Looks are what matter.
Stanley here with you, and we got another day ahead of us in this city of...
I think I want to be the sex worker gang.
Dreams!
Or the muscle-bound one.
The 4th
They're all so fucking cool. Like, to be honest, like, all the gangs are too cool that I feel like it's going to be cheese. You know what I mean?
War broke out, and entropism was born. Vast and deep crises forced people to find ways to survive by any means. Getting the job done, no matter how, was the primary goal. The look? Who cares?
I love this town. Love it like you might love a mother who popped you out on the steps of an orphanage once and now stops you to ask if you got a smoke for her.
Fuck them! Fuck this job! Fuck this city!
Deadly elegance without ostentation. Corporate militaristic fashion, mostly seen in the wealthier parts
Fascism,
of town.
baby.
Substance over
that fascist drip.
Style.
That's
the motto.
cyber-fascism. If this game isn't political as fuck, I'm gonna be so sad.
Celebrities, braindance stars, business magnates, heirs to corporate fortunes and corporate
Twitch streamers,
executives. They abandoned the cold, deadly elegance of neo-militarism and returned to the roots of kitsch, but gave it a fresh, new look.
Oh shit, these hands.
Sometimes it seems like I just brush something and sparks fly.
I love this. I mean, look at what I'm wearing right now. Look at what I'm wearing right now, dude. I'm already doing neo kitsch.
Wish you a very pleasant stay in our marvelous metropolis. Good luck.
If this game delivers, it will be one of the best games of all time, or it's going to be incredibly underwhelming, as I've said before, time and time again, and nothing in between, right? But if it delivers, it becomes one of the best games of all time. Sorry. It becomes one of the best games of all time. And then also, on top of that, it will low-key change, like, different aspects of culture. Because, like, if you remember, Red Dead Redemption, when it first came out, if you guys remember, when it first came out, like, literally everyone started fucking with a cowboy drip. Like, everyone. Because it became such a massive part of our culture for, like, the fucking month that it was out, or even, like, the first couple months that it came out, that, like, people started, like, it brought back the cowboy drip all the way to, like, Lil Nas X and Old Town Road. I mean, come on. You're saying maybe in LA, maybe for boomers? What? I'm completely correct, dude. It absolutely did that. It absolutely did that. Oh, God. Anytime I talk about fashion with fucking Twitch chat, it's like talking fashion with Twitch chat is like playing chess with a pigeon, dude. There is literally no reason. Okay?
Cyberpunk will
like, there is never any fucking reason, and you're gonna say, like, you're wearing a kimono, shut the fuck up, or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's like Megacope from the chat to be like, maybe in your LA bubble, brother.
And goodbye.
NC's Legends. Know where you'll find most of them? The graveyard. Luckily, matters not where you're from, matters not where you start.
I'm not gonna lie, the color scheme of this, though. So the second point I was gonna make is the color scheme of it all worries me a little bit. Like, the color scheme and also, like, the style and even the guns and shit worry me a little bit and make me feel as though it is not.
Oh, you're such a big.
It's not
man,
very.
Hasan.
It's not very poggers. Like, it could be like a little. It could be a little whack.
What matters here is the walk you walk.
Just before this episode started, you might have tuned in early and seen our Cyberpunk cosplay contest finale. But just in case you've missed it, we've prepared a little summary for you featuring our very talented finalists.
Okay, well, I'm gonna run an ad while this ad runs.
In the Cyberpunk cosplay contest, we asked our very talented community to cosplay a character from the game based on the art, screenshots, videos, cosplay guides, etc. We thought regular trophies weren't quite cool enough, so we decided that the top 3 will receive detailed props based on weapons from the game. They have been specifically made for this occasion, and the winners can do with them as they please. And now, the 12 best Cyberpunk cosplayers who have competed for first place in the first official...
What? Just show me, dude. The game isn't even out yet. How the fuck did they cosplay? What do the winners get? Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, I'm losing.
Now, before we wrap up today's episode, the 2070 November now, or then always link to our channels.
So what do you want? Supercar? Big house? You want to rule this city? Well, you ain't getting anywhere without an upgrade. You need a softer touch, stronger spine, because taking over Night City ain't gonna be easy.
I'm in.
Cyberpunk 2077. Available November 19th.
That's it? Oh, get the fuck out of here. That's the only short trailer he gave me, dude. That's bull. Okay, I mean, it's whatever. It's good. Okay.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Pogu.
Make them polls work harder so the game can be out quicker. I didn't know polling capped overtime at 50 hours a week. Wait, really? Cyberpunk crunch is 50 hours a week? I haven't looked into it. Like, how bad is it?
Man, Hasan.
And they get 10% of the game sales? Is that 50 overtop on top of the 40, or is that like 50? Wait, there's no fucking way. $70 hours, 70 hours, 70 hours, 70 hours. Does anyone have like information on it? Legally, they're at the limit, but reports have been circulating that they've been crunching all year and have undocumented hours.
Such a big man, Hasan.
Literally do that for regular work. Dude, America is so fucking broken, dude. It's time to stop defending CD Projekt Red over Cyberpunk crunch. Nobody likes a game delay. I mean, I don't give a shit if they delay the game as long as like the workers are treated fairly. But also, god damn, if that's the case, apologizing to developer partners for overtime. To clear up another point, I asked a couple CDPR devs if it's true that the majority of them wanted a 6 days weeks over a delay. A company embracing country culture doesn't make it evil or maliciously or an industry villain, but I've never seen so many people jumping through hoops to try to deny and underplay the reality they're doing for CD Projekt Red. To clear up another point, I asked a couple CDPR devs if it's true that the majority want them 6 day weeks over a delay. They said that the conversation never took place. One, we got an email and then a meeting with our team leaders. It was never an option or question. Okay, that's actually fucked. I think this Reddit comment from someone who worked at CD Projekt Red is worth sharing, especially since folks out there still think overtime is limited to 48 hours a week. I can confirm that they used to work at CDPR, just got off the phone with them. Not only this conversation never happened, yeah, that's really fucked. I don't understand how the fuck you do that. Like, why don't you just have that conversation with your workers? Sadly, I work in a right-to-work state. I work typically 50 to 55 hours. Yes, if you're in America, 50 to 55 hours being like maximum overtime is a joke, okay? That's like, for Americans, hey, for all the Europeans, for all the Eurocucks in the chat who are like, what? I can't believe they're working 50 hours? Like, that's nuts. Let me tell you something. That's like of average, okay? In America. That's... It is 10% of their annual revenue on a low year. It's like $40K per each employee. Imagine this game sells. At least they are paid well for their overwork and are transparent about it. No, the problem here isn't like that they're well paid if the game does well. The problem is that they don't have a say in the conversation over overtime. If you asked all these developers if they can work 6 days a week rather than fucking 16-hour days or whatever, and I'm willing to bet that, especially with the incentivization that they get for the percentage of revenue that they get, some of them would probably they could probably find a middle ground where like they literally would say, all right, we're good, you know, we're gonna do this. Like they could come to terms on their own. That's the difference. CD Projekt Red notoriously underpays their employees when compared to a lot of other game companies. My job requires me to work from 6 a.m. to 10, 11 p.m. once a month, and it sucks. Tipo, hey, you dropped this, king. Thanks. In dev, my company just cut all overtime pay and we're consultants, so the client is the one paying. Jesus Christ. First of all, I can confirm this conversation never took happen if the developers have been crunching non-stop since May 2019, where the management was like, oh shit, we need to make the game. We must hurry, mind. We were barely out of alpha at that point, even though most developers pointed out it was impossible to deal. If anything, people have been dreading the inevitable 2-year death march since long before the crunch started because they know it's just how CDP rolls. Stick around and pre-prod for ages and then rush everyone and work devs to the bone to make up for the time lost. None of them was looking forward to it. There's literally CDPR devs saying the exact opposite of this.
His name is Hasan.
That account has been deleted. That is fake. Wait, really? Well, this guy, why is Jason Schreier saying that, like, that he confirmed over the phone that this was a real CDPR CDPR dev? Unfortunately, a lot of drama is being caused by this Jason guy.
His
Dude,
name
guys,
is Hasan.
guys, don't be ridiculous. Like, crunch is very real. I don't give a fuck what like Jason Schreier is saying. I am inclined to believe that like they are absolutely exploiting their workers. People work a shit ton of hours in a week, hours a week in Poland. They're within the 10 countries with more hours a week than in the OECD. Jason has a history of getting this right. I trust him over rumors and naysayers. Is this where Slasher comes in and tells us he knows how many hours everyone's working but can't tell us because of potential legal reasons? Oh, that's a good one. If you're a video game developer, you're probably more than happy to keep working on a game like Cyberpunk given the opportunity. Dude, you don't understand, dude. Oh my God. It doesn't matter even if you want to fucking work for the company. It doesn't matter if you yourself personally want to do crunch, engage in like overtime. The point is arriving at that as a consequence of collective bargaining. That's what you're supposed to do. You are supposed to come to terms with that through a process, a series of negotiations. Okay? Another journalist interviewed multiple of the devs who said they talked to the workers about it and added a bonus for compensation. Happy to be exploited? Guys, all right, let me describe something to you. Okay? Are you ready for this? Let's go back to this for a second. Why do you think I do this?
Hasan.
Cap at 123.
Why do you think I do this? Look at this table in front of you. I have streamed every single fucking day. Oftentimes for 12 hours every day. For like a big chunk of this time frame. Mental illness. Money. No. No. I could easily make enough money to survive and then some if I didn't do this. Plenty of streamers don't do this. The reason why I do this is because I love it. Okay? The reason why I do this is because I have an ownership stake on it as well. The reason why I do this is because it's fun, but most importantly, it's because I want to do it. Do you understand? So the whole point that I'm trying to arrive at that I can describe to you is that if you love what you're doing and love the work that you're putting out there as a developer,
Whores in this house.
there is a
There's some whores in this
likelihood.
house. There's some whores in this house.
NMP makes plenty of money streaming 4 hours a day. Yeah. Like, there is a likelihood that as long as you had more ownership over what you're putting out there, as long as you can have your bosses meet your demands, there is a likelihood that you could arrive at that on your own. You could get together and be like, no, we want to fucking do more hours because we understand that, like, you know, it's crunch and like we have to fucking put the game out before a certain time frame. Okay, so we agree, cool. No, you and I don't agree, drunk centrist. The difference is asking all of the workers and having them have a say in this process. That's the problem. Okay? That's the problem. The problem is consent.
Oh, you're such a big...
The problem is the mentality that, like, capital owners in this circumstance behave as though they know what's best for you. Okay? That's the issue. If the workforce came together and consented to crunch and they got fairly compensated. Dev here, you don't work at CDPR for the game or for the work. You work at CDPR for a few years, time to get in your resume and then move on. No dev wants to get super exploited at a AAA studio forever. Everyone in the industry knows this. They suck new graduates in who need a resume and then spit them out. For all AAA games, there's always crunch. It's a sad reality. No matter how many delays you make, making games takes a whole lot of effort and time. I get it. I get it. Don't you know companies explain their devs is fine as long as a company and or a game we like? No, it's not fine. Of course it's not fine.
Like, there's a really important difference though with CD Projekt Red. One, the compensation is above and beyond what they're already getting. Two, it's a short-term.
Game Informer reports citing CDPR sources. I mean, dude, I'm sorry, but I low-key don't trust that. Like, I don't trust what Game Informer's report is over, like, an individual journo. Like, come on, dude. What are you crazy? Like, should I just, like, drop every fucking... Should I just act like, you know, scabs don't exist? Or, I mean, there is no... I don't even think their workplace organized, obviously. But, like... Game Informer is owned by GameStop. Yeah, come on, dude. Guys, like I would take the word of a investigative reporter who is not in any way, shape, or form has like a financial stake in defending a I would take the word of an investigative reporter over like Game Informer's video.
For launch, and from what I understand from talking to a few people there was a discussion on, do we want to delay the game again or do we want to do this? And from what I heard, it was a mass majority saying that they agreed to the 6-day work week. There's another important aspect, and I will never advocate for crunch. I was in the military where we worked 15, 18-hour days, 7 days a week for 11 to 12 months. I will never advocate for crunch. But also the Polish working system and cultural attitudes towards employment and production is very different than how it is here. And again, not advocating for it, but the attitude in Polish development, even though the game development over there is still relatively small, it's very different from the workday basis. And in terms of crunch,
this is like kind of the first argument that I made when I heard that it was 50 hours was maximum overtime, which is like, from an American point of view, it's insane. But like using our issues here in America as a way to like fuck over Polish workers is idiotic as well. It's the opposite of solidarity.
Everyone I've talked to that's over there has not seen it as a crunch. And from what I'm understanding is that it wasn't just a random drop of this is now mandatory. From what I understand is there was a discussion beforehand about weighing the different options. Did I talk to every single person at CD Projekt Red? No. But there's another important part of this that I really feel like doesn't get addressed, and especially with a lot of those like kind of not clickbait, but like deliberately inflammatory headlines, is that it's I don't know. I'm kind of
it's a complicated issue.
It's a complicated issue, and the fact that the day that they went gold, the conversation came back in flux. And I've talked to a couple of the devs that said they were like so excited to share people the news that it was gold. And one person directly told me, she was like, I'm almost scared to sound proud of what we did.
Oh my God, this is so bad, dude. I mean, this is everything I shit on every day. I'm sorry, chat, but if you don't recognize that like a publisher that absolutely has financial ties to the gaming industry, whether it be like exclusive access to distribution or like additional things that they sell alongside, or like literally just directly selling the games when it comes out, if you think that they are being honest here when they basically propagandize the side of capital, like propaganda the side of capital and being like, oh, I feel proud of like being exploited, that's, I don't even know if it's PR. I think Americans are such pervert that it is like, in the making of Kratos docu for GOV, one of the dev leads cried on camera. Yeah, I heard about this because she lost her family because she was working too many hours. There's a Hideo Kojima meme.
Paradox released Crusader Kings 3 with zero crunch, mostly because they are unionized.
Oh, by the way, the counter to this is not to fucking boycott CD Projekt Red. Good luck. I mean, you can try and do it if you want, but there is no such thing as like consumer side activism. The counter to this is labor organizing, organizing within within CD Projekt Red, organizing within every workplace. There's no fucking way. Like, no company shall exploit me. Only I shall be exploited in a bed by a man named Tom. Yeah, Tom. What? Still gonna play on release, right? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. What are you, crazy? How can we support these movements as consumers? There's nothing you can do. On the front end, like when you're the purchaser, there is no like voting with your fucking dollar. Do you understand? That's not a real thing. Okay? It's not happening. My friend worked 100-hour weeks working on Homefront and ended up losing his marriage over and left the industry forever afterwards. It's just in industry publication says industry is definitely honest and cool. Smile. I told Ryan about the link on his
Big tech
Twitter.
companies only care about
He
their
goes,
very
how did you
valuable
do
and
that?
expensive devs. Google only moved
People thinking
because their
gamers care about
employees
crunch? No,
organized
gamers
over
don't
work,
care about
etc.
crunch. My vote doesn't matter, so I won't vote. Of course, as a fucking vegan, Bao, of course Bao advocates for consumer side activism because he's a fucking vegan. God, vegans. Oh, God, fucking vegans, dude. also advocating for consumer side activism from with a horrible comparison. Voting is still collectivized. Voting is still a form of collective action. Okay? You do it in the same day. You do it in the same structure, in the same process. Making a comparison to consumer side activism that's completely disorganized with
I have many friends who
nearly
work at Amazon
zero
corporate with great
consequences
salaries
for not nearly zero consequences for not
Distress
fucking
and expectations
engaging in
are
consumer
insane.
side activism is so silly. But of course, our vegan debate lord in the chat would make an idiotic comparison like that. To be fair to CDPR, they're making it a priority to include rich and diverse Asian representation in their games. They even had Congressman Jason Spencer write and voice the dialogue for Asian characters. Oh, that's funny. Listen, man. I am off left as fuck when it comes to like veganism and when it comes to dealing with shit like this instead of whatever kind of idiotic dream world that people live in where they think that like individuals will engage in consumer side activism. That's pretty cowardly if you think so. I would much rather restrict meat production from a centralized authority rather than rely on people learning about veganism on their own. Having said that, though, veganism being promoted is not an overall bad thing because then it creates less resistance for an inevitable decision-making machine that forces people into during COVID, meat substitute products grew an entire 0.1%. Meat substitutes up from 1.1 to 1.2. Can we have your take on this? NSFW Azerbaijan invaded my country. What? No, I'm not going to watch a fucking NSFW link, dude. What is wrong with your brain? Hey, man, can you watch this not safe for work link and fucking throw your, just throw your fucking non-stop Twitch streaming streak that you've had for the past year almost in the garbage, dude? Come on, dude. Just do it. Should I just throw on some porn after, too? No, I'm not doing that. He said don't watch it on stream. Then what do you expect me to do, dude?
His name is Hasan.
I literally watched it. It's literally an execution. The only beef you are allowed to eat as a leftist are the curtains between my legs. Jesus Christ.
We're going to follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
The Wikipedia page for consumer activism has a plethora of examples of highly successful movements. The wiki for consumer activism is filled with examples of very successful movements. BPLR.
America deserved 9/11.
Greenpeace boycott against Tic Tac, Kit Kat. Delete Uber movement. Boycott Starbucks Christmas Cup campaign and hashtag grab your wallet boycott. Wow. I can't believe they literally destroyed Starbucks, Uber, and Kit Kat. Hey, for all the Zoomers in here, you might not recognize these brands. It's because we destroyed them with our consumer side activism. That's also why you don't eat meat anymore. Like, it might come as a surprise to you, but There was a point in time when we used to consume animal products, but we were able to destroy that hegemonic understanding of destroying or just like genociding animals. It's unheard of now, of course. Who cares about crunch if it's in their contract that additional hours will be required? If it's in there and they're being compensated, I don't see a big deal. They willingly sign their contracts to go work for CDPR. People really do try and find the negative in anything and fight for a cause that isn't there.
Oh, you're such a big man.
It's called
Hasan.
coercion. When you have to have a job under a capitalist organization of the economy to survive, you need a job. Therefore, the structural violence of poverty is the coercive element here.
Let's continue with this psychopathic worm. Here he is.
Someone just told me I'm brainwashed and need to watch more Tucker Carlson. I got owned in the marketplace of ideas. Sag.
By the way, while I make fun of vegans, I mean, I love making fun of vegans, but you know, I do agree that they're correct, and also I do agree that someone just told me I'm brainwashed. I need to watch more Tucker Carlson. I got owned in the marketplace of ideas. Sag. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. But also I don't think that there's anything. I don't think that there's a problem with like doing veganism, and I think it's overall a better thing. It's better for the world. But having said that, though, some of you guys are extremely cringe. Like, extremely. And because you believe that you are morally correct.
Continue with this psychopathic worm. Here he is.
Which town hall are we watching?
If you're not going to try going vegan, could you at least stop bashing it to your 20K audience? This is what I mean when I said y'all are extremely cringe. So thank you for... Like, I didn't even need to reach to the depth to find a reason as to why... Like, I didn't even need to find why you're cringe. Can Joe Biden flip Texas? The battle for the suburbs in 2020 election. Did we watch this? Is this the video that we watched, or did someone else make the exact same video? But like The Guardian. You keep doing it because you think it's just a diet, to be honest?
His name is Hasan.
Hey chat, have you heard of Twitch Prime?
Which town hall are we watching? We are watching the fucking Trump one, obviously. What are you, crazy? What are you, nuts, dude? Can you undo your speaking skills? I'm tired of you predicting everything. No. No, what do you mean? Which town hall are we watching? Of course we're watching a fucking town hall. Literally, you're morally right, but somehow it's cringe the voice support for your ideology. Nice. Leftist, by the way. Yeah, I do believe that. Yeah, like when you say stuff like, I can't believe you're criticizing vegans in front of 20,000 people, that is cringe. Or when you say stuff like, what's happening to animals right now is exactly like slavery. Actually, it's worse than slavery. When you say shit like that at a time when like systemic racism is still destroying like actual human beings, yeah, good luck getting your message across.
I returned home to find police in my yard. I was taken back. I was really surprised. They then let me know that they were looking for a suspect, my ex at the time. I let them know that he was there earlier that morning, but I wasn't sure if he was still in the home at the time. I gave the police my keys when they asked if they could go in and apprehend.
Yeah, fuck Alice Walker and all the black vegan activists that make that comparison. I think Bao Bao is on my side on this one, by the way. I don't think he's memeing when he says that. But I can't tell because he's usually so sarcastic. He's not? I was being sarcastic? Oh no! Oh no! You're not being sarcastic? What the fuck? Come on, dude. Dude, you don't hold animals to the same fucking standard. Vegans don't do that. Like, you don't. So why make that comparison? Like, you can say, just because different species are held to different standards, like, even though they're living organisms, does not mean that you should eat them. That's a good argument. Saying that, like, no.
Pervert.
Best decision I've ever made.
Saying that, like, animals are being enslaved and genocided, and like trying to make an argument that they should be held to the same standard as humans is insane, because vegans don't even fucking believe that. You hold animals to the standards of a chair? I think there's a reasonable middle ground to get there. No one says that. You're just fucking stupid. Slavery does not mean the enslavement of black people. This bit where you say vegans are right so you don't have to defend your position is so insufferable. I mean, I literally tell you I'm hypocritical and evil. Like, if you truly believe that, like, no leeway should be given and speciesism is evil across the board, then I am definitely evil, because my hedonistic degeneracy overtakes my interest in doing what's morally correct. Slavery and genocide is exclusively humans? Yes. If we hold them to the same standard as humans, add them to the homeless stats? No, that's precisely why, like, animals should be in prison for their crimes such as jaywalking and tax evasion. No, like, oh, we have a homelessness problem, so let me just go grab a homeless person from the street and put a fucking collar on him is not necessarily an argument you can make, right? But you do make that argument for dogs all the time, so you obviously understand that there's a difference between fucking animals and human beings. Like, you even as a vegan, operate at some level in a specious capacity.
Hand him. They then asked me to leave the premises.
This is what she came back to.
They just completely destroyed my house. I mean, I had a playpen near one of the windows and it was just full of glass.
Shanice had expected the police to use her keys to check inside the house. Instead, they called in a SWAT team who shot tear gas through the windows. Her ex...
Consideration doesn't mean same standard. Stop being disingenuous. If consideration doesn't mean the same standard, then why make the comparison to slavery of humans to slavery to animals? That's what I'm saying.
Wasn't even there. But the 6-month pregnant Shanice was left to clean up the tear gas residue and damage in a now unlivable home.
I was just immediately brought to tears. It was the first time of me even being on my own in my own house, and it was all taken away.
So she sued the police for the damages and unreasonable search and seizure, arguing her consent to go inside the house did not mean she consented to them doing this. The federal court agreed, saying the police exceeded the scope of the consent, but they were still entitled to something called qualified immunity, meaning the police were off the hook and Shanice lost. Qualified immunity protects government officials from lawsuits like hers. It's one of the many police protections protesters of police brutality want to see reformed, and its future may hinge.
Suffering should be treated differently based on species? Yes. just like a fucking lion or obligate carnivores pay no consideration to species that are lower on the fucking food chain, the same consideration should be extended to different kinds of species, yes.
On the 2020 election.
Yeah, might makes right when it comes to animals.
Qualified immunity is just that, immunity, granted to government officials like police officers when sued by regular people who feel their constitutional rights were violated by things like excessive force or unreasonable.
Real vegans don't equate having pets to ownership. You're not a real vegan if you don't support breeding. Dude, there's no dude, you still neuter your fucking cats, okay? Vegans still neuter their cats. They still neuter their dogs. You would never do that to human beings. We've had this argument a million times over. We've had this argument a million times over. Vegans that have animals, even if they don't consider it to be ownership, literally still enslave them, okay? And still hold them hostage inside of their houses. Still feed them whatever fucking slop that they want to feed them. Still put a chain on them and still put a collar on them. The next bit they're going to lean into is obligate carnivores are immoral. No. Vegans don't do that since the internet's existence. Vegans don't fucking say obligate carnivores are immoral. Even though I did have a vegan friend who tried to argue that with me, that he would stop a cat from eating another animal. But that's not a thing that people genuinely say. A pig has the same intelligence of someone who believes your gaming lie every day. This is my favorite chatter now. Doggo wants to go outside, but Master says no. Exactly. There's a difference between humans and pets. Holy shit. Yeah, I know. I agree. There is a difference between humans and pets. Playing food chain like we're some survivalist setting and need meat to live.
Oh, you're such a big
search.
man, Hasan.
For an officer to earn qualified immunity, it doesn't actually matter whether or not someone's rights were violated. What matters is whether the police officer should have known they were violating that person's rights. The idea stems from a 1980s Supreme Court.
Here, you know what? I'm going to fucking argue with vegans from a lib point of view, okay? Sweaty, you are causing cultural genocide to indigenous populations that respect animal products before they respect animals before they kill them. You're doing cultural genocide to me, a Muslim man. Okay, you are no different than the CCP, Sweaty. When you tell me that I can't kill an animal, okay, and sacrifice it and distribute every bit and piece of that animal to the community as a part of Kurban Bayramı, or I guess, is it Eid in English? Kurban Bayramı is Eid, right? Or it's not Ramadan, right? Or is it on Ramadan? It is on Ramadan, yeah. So you are doing cultural genocide, and I'm sick and tired of it. We know you don't care about animals, otherwise you wouldn't have killed Cat Jam. Okay, RTBA, don't do that.
Court decision, where the court argued the fear of being sued might prevent the unflinching discharge of their duties. So unless it was clearly established that a government official's actions were wrong, they can't be sued. The trouble with qualified immunity comes from how specifically the courts have interpreted the clearly established as wrong part.
I said lib argument.
In 2016, a prison guard pepper sprayed a man in his cell for no reason, something he was given 3 months probation for. When he was sued by the man for excessive force, he was given qualified immunity. Court precedent had clearly established other similar actions as wrong, like punching or tasing for no reason. But no previous case had specifically condemned pepper spraying.
This is one of the worst fucking, one of the most flagrant examples of how horrible this shit is, this case.
Therefore, the court says the officer couldn't have known it was wrong. Shanice's case played out in a similar way. Because don't excessively deploy tear gas or destroy property when given consent to enter a home isn't a specific police policy, and an officer hadn't successfully been sued for that specific action in the past, the officers were granted qualified immunity.
Before any of this happened, I had no idea what qualified immunity was. We turn law-abiding citizens into victims. That's not right.
This strict interpretation of qualified immunity has some of today's Supreme Court justices concerned that it tells officers they can shoot first and think later. Last year, a Georgia officer was given immunity because shooting a 10-year-old while attempting to shoot the non-threatening family dog wasn't clearly established as wrong, nor was don't tase a pregnant woman for not signing a parking ticket, or don't stick a canine on a person after they've already surrendered by sitting on the ground with their hands up. Although don't stick a canine on a person after they've already surrendered by lying down is actually an established precedent from an older case. Qualified immunity makes it hard to set new precedent because this officer wasn't successfully sued. The next officer to do this will also have qualified immunity. It's a catch-22. These kinds of cases are why people arguing for police reform put ending qualified immunity for police officers high on the list. And importantly, it's one of the few police reforms the federal government can actually make happen. There are thousands of different police departments in the US, around 18,000, and different kinds of governments oversee them with different levels of authority. Let's look at the Minneapolis Police Department, for example, which is controlled by the city of Minneapolis. If the city council wanted to make a change to the police department's budget or change one of their rules, like when they're allowed to use tear gas, for example, the city has that authority. Then there's the state of Minnesota, whose government can change laws, like requiring a public report of misconduct. That would affect all police departments in the state, including Minneapolis. The federal government, of course, has oversight of all the states. If Congress passes a law, it applies to everyone. But Congress doesn't have the authority to tell these states how to spend their money. And most changes to police policy rely directly on a police department's budget. Congress can do things like influence states to make changes, like only giving out grant money to states that report misconduct. But they can't pass a law to make state police buy and wear body cameras or ban them from carrying certain weapons, because these policies depend on money, and police departments are funded primarily by these local and state governments. It's really up to them to change the way police police. Except when it comes to things that deal with constitutional rights, like qualified immunity. Because it was established in federal court, only the federal government has the power to change it. The Supreme Court could take up a case that involves it and rule to change the precedent, something that several justices have shown interest in, but so far haven't acted on. Congress also has the power to reform qualified immunity. In June, the Democratic-held House of Representatives passed a bill that would limit it for police officers. But it's not going to get a vote in the Republican-held Senate. If a bill like this were to eventually get through Congress, it would need to get through the White House before it became law, and President Trump likely wouldn't sign it.
Whether they like it or not, you need immunity for the police.
Presidential candidate Joe Biden has included it as part of his police reform plan, as his running mate describes.
It's about reining in qualified immunity.
It matches their general police reform stances. Trump wants to strengthen police protections, while Biden wants to see more funding for community-based police and focus on reforming the criminal justice system.
I'm sorry, I'm out of control.
The results of the 2020 election, both in Congress and the White House, could in some ways determine the future of qualified immunity. And ending or limiting the practice would result in more individual police officers being held accountable for their unconstitutional actions. But local governments are primarily what fund the police and control how they police. So when it comes to police reform in general, you have to start looking at people running further down the ballot. Thanks for watching this episode in our 2020 series. We did a call out asking you for what you think the candidates should be talking about, and this was one of your top responses. Joshua asked, how do they plan to have...
Vegans are right. Please stop harassing me. Vegans, you're right. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Okay? You're right. You're brave. You're courageous. You guys make sacrifices that I could not imagine making. Okay? And that's it.
This is
Got
a
it.
deranged
Okay? Are you happy?
pervert.
You're not happy. You know, I think you should watch Earthling Ed's videos to educate yourself about veganism. You're ignorant as fuck. Why am I ignorant when I say vegans are morally correct, but I don't extend consideration to animals as I do to other human beings? I am a speciesist and a human supremacist.
I'm out of control. I apologize.
And therefore wrong.
Chat go vegan.
Like, I'm even admitting that I'm doing something that's like not good.
Your actions with your morals. Chat
but not
vegan, align
that
your
bad
actions with
at
your
the same
morals.
time. Like I just
Also,
don't think that
Hasan,
it's
you
that
aren't
bad.
allowed to use this money for chicken.
His name is Hasan.
Have you had a bad experience with police? Of course. You just touched the radical left. Feel strong, man. Do you fear a boring Biden presidency professionally?
Pervert.
No.
Love you,
Why is this a take, man? Look, the shit that happens in a Biden administration impacts my life as well. It impacts my worldview. It touches so many people's lives, okay? So if it's a fucking relatively boring Biden administration that does a couple good things, then I'm happy. I don't give a fuck. I didn't grow in size over the past year because of a Trump administration. I grew because a presidential election cycle started. I also don't know why everyone is always so like
Make that pullout
worried. Like, look, less people are going to pay attention to politics once the election cycle is over. That's a given.
We're going to follow you right back to
A Biden admin will bring takes like, but he's better than Trump in the chat.
And stand by
When you molded him, what? If Biden becomes president and he's no longer, he'll be a 5K India under a Biden administration. No, I won't. There's a couple new JRE clips on the Green New Deal and child trafficking. Wait, what? Is he talking to some fucking QAnon guy?
Experience.
Human trafficking. That's another thing that we don't talk about.
Yes. That is another thing that just goes in and out of the news. We were talking about on the podcast the 39 or 35 kids that were rescued in Georgia.
Yeah.
And it was a blip in the news. Like how, but meanwhile, I saw 1,000 articles on how mean Ellen is.
Yes.
Ellen's mean.
What is he doing? No, this is one of Dan Cranshaw's Avengers.
She's so mean. Meanwhile, there's like people are out there risking their life to stop human trafficking. They're rescuing children from human trafficking.
Yes.
What is this? U.S. Marshal. Wow, 72 million missing children.
Missing.
Excuse me. 72. Did I say million? 72 missing children across Indiana, Iowa, Ohio, and Georgia in the past several weeks. In the past.
Wait, what? Are you fucking insane, dude?
This is a deranged pervert.
72 million? Oh, he read it incorrectly. It means 72 missing children.
Past several weeks. So what is this is where these, so when you read an article like that, U.S. Marshals rescued 72 missing children, this is where like all the QAnon people get crazy because they think that Donald Trump is secretly working behind the scenes to stop child trafficking.
No, I didn't hear it. He corrected himself. Okay, listen. Here's the problem, okay? Well, before I tell you what the problem is, you're going to get an ad for 60 seconds because top of the hour, ad time for ya. Let's go, bloody. The broadcaster indicated the channel is intended for mature audiences. The broadcaster is intended. What?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control.
Listen.
I apologize for that.
You
Saying
all
you won't go vegan
know what the
because
fuck
vegans
the
are
deal
annoying
is.
a lib take. It's exactly like saying you won't support Bernie because of his supporters. Lib chat, lib chat, lib chat.
You all know what the fuck the deal is, dude. You all know what I'm gonna say. You already know what I'm gonna say. We got 25 seconds. I'm still waiting for the ad. The ad watchers. I feel bad. I'm waiting for the plebs. I'm not gonna give the hot take, the scorching hot take, before they come back in.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
5 seconds remaining. Listen, I don't want to fuck the plebs over. I don't want to fuck the plebs over. I will wait for the plebs. All right, we're back. Okay, so put 1 in the chat when you see an ad, by the way. I want to know how many people actually get the ads. Okay. 72 missing children in that area over the past couple of weeks. The majority of those numbers, there's 800,000, I think 400, like, depending on which estimate you look at, there's like 400 to like 800,000 kids that go missing. I think it's like 400,000 is the most conservative estimate yearly in the United States of America.
This is a deranged
400,000 missing children. That sounds fucking insane, right? Well, wrong. The majority of those missing children are either A, lost or run away from home, or B, in the majority of those cases, okay, the majority of those cases, they are actually abducted by another parent in a child custody argument or child custody battle, okay? There it is. Now, when you eliminate that, here's the article he's reading. In the same article, it's saying 91% of the 420K are runaways. Yeah. Wait, what? No, they're not. 91% of the 420K aren't runaways. Half of those are custody battle kids that parents stole. Okay? The number of people, the number of little kids that get abducted by strangers in like these minivan style situations that QAnon likes to hyper focus on is minuscule in comparison to the overall 400,000 number. It's still terrible when it happens, but kidnapping of children by strangers is not a thing that is routine. I think it's like around 80 kids out of the 400,000 are kidnapped by strangers a year.
There's like some secret cabal in the government that wants to enable this shit, and then Facebook bans QAnon, and everyone's going crazy now.
Yeah.
Like this child trafficking thing is real. It's real. It has always existed.
Did you know that Houston is actually one of the hubs for child trafficking in the U.S.?
Oh yeah, he is one of the Dan Crenshaw guys.
Now, how do they find out about child trafficking? Like, how do they infiltrate?
So usually it's local law enforcement that recognizes some abnormalities in the behavior of some of the children. Usually it's certain areas, certain shops, certain businesses that are kind of harboring these people. A lot of them just get stopped because, I mean, it's kind of really odd if you're in a van or an 18-wheeler and then there's like 20 kids in it. It's weird. And we, as a culture, have got to work with local law enforcement to start to curb this thing, because that's where the rubber meets the road. I don't know if you saw the story. I don't know if you could pull it up, sir, but if you saw the story about the flight attendant that helped out.
Yes, the girl.
That recognized the abnormality.
You know that Joe Rogan had this dude on because he's homies with Dan Crenshaw, and Dan Crenshaw wants him to win. It's so...
This is a deranged
okay, I predict that Joe Rogan's takes are going to get worse and worse in the upcoming fucking years. One, because he's like annoyed that Spotify is trying to make him
streaming this content and helping me.
He's probably half annoyed that like Spotify is his boss now. If you're an independent guy for a very long time and you get a larger player calling the shots for you, that is really frustrating. I can give you a source from my own personal experience where I really pushed back originally on the running ads on Twitch because it was fucking Amazon making me do it and not on my own volition. So that was the first time I had to, after having like freedom to pretty much do whatever I wanted for the longest time, having like that forced upon me in some ways even though I had some negotiation power, was still not great. Okay.
Oh, you're such a
I did not like that.
Hasan.
And I can tell that Joe Rogan won't like that. You know, he can't say whatever the fuck he wants anymore and like run his regular show where he just like goes off the walls with like conspiracy theories and shit. So that's one. And two, I think that Joe Rogan, now living in Texas, is going to be a closer friend to Dan Crenshaw and will likely, have more like conservative shit directly lasered in the back of his mind.
Malady of a girl on a flight by herself and saved her life.
Yes. And they had the authorities on the ground when the plane
Waiting.
landed. Yeah.
Waiting.
Yeah.
We have got to see more of that. And so this is how we talked about in the Army. You got to police your own troops. We got to police our own. If we are just acutely aware of the abnormalities and the behavior of young children who clearly are under duress, we cannot turn a blind eye to it.
Why is this not a bigger story in mainstream news? This is one of the things that concerns me. I don't understand why you're not seeing this on CNN. This is
every day.
Yeah.
Why aren't we seeing this every day on CNN?
Right. That story right there should be leading on
everything.
Primetime news.
Everything.
That should be leading. 72 missing children rescued.
Yes.
So how are they can't, it can't be just that they're randomly discovering what these kids in a truck, or they see a kid on a plane acting weird and that's how they catch everybody. Like, how are they infiltrating? Like how, because there's also a bunch of guys that are former spec ops guys that are working to fight child trafficking. How are they doing this?
So the solution to this, in my opinion, and I'll get to your answer in a second. The solution to this, in my opinion, is actually, and I would be in huge favor of this, of literally starting a separate task force to address this in known hotspots.
TV Shopper, this guy is black, veteran, Republican, feels strong man, GOP values. Wait, TV Shopper, aren't you that fucking troll, like, conservative on Reddit?
The other way we're finding out, as to answer your question, the other way that we're finding out as to how they're infiltrating is really if you go to hubs of the world, like Houston, you go to coastal cities where people are actually bringing people into the country. That's exactly where you're going to find a lot of it. So if you just kind of hang out around these areas, then you'll see a lot more of it. You'll discover a lot more of it. And so Houston has become kind of one of those hubs because of its geographic location. It's actually near a port city.
By the way, he's wrong. Oklahoma is the child sex trafficking capital, not Houston, if I'm not mistaken.
And obviously, people are coming through port cities at a higher rate. Cargo's coming through at a higher rate. And so we're actually able to track that at a better rate if you just kind of hang around the hoop. You'll find it.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Hold on.
How are these people communicating?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Pervert.
Oklahoma's a prime trade route for child traffickers.
Well, human trafficking is a crime most of us probably...
Jesus Christ, from 2010. What the fuck?
Hasan.
Yo, Hassie. Yo, chat.
Hidden. Oklahoma's human trafficking crisis. There it is. Oklahoma is now one of the 34 states to be selected for a new federal grant to aid sex trafficking survivors. Funny that they don't mention investigating rich pedos that actually commission this shit. Houston is unfortunately #1 in human trafficking, but not child trafficking. Living in LA, you see it every day. Just go to the local Walmart or street corner, you see traffickers everywhere. Wait, what? It's a trade route. Yeah, it is a trade route.
This is. It seems like if the government can use programs like Edward Snowden revealed, like how are they organizing these things, and where are they getting these kids from?
They get these kids from actually all over the world. A lot of them are coming from impoverished communities. A lot of them are coming from impoverished countries, and they're just shipping them in. A lot of them come from Asian countries, actually, and a lot of them come from right here in the U.S. And this is something that dawned on me, is particularly with having 2 girls now, And that is, it's also my job to continue to protect them and all of these young people, and it's actually young boys as well. It's not just young ladies.
Man, Hasan.
It's actually incumbent upon them to keep them safe. If we can't keep them safe, then what are we doing here? Literally. Like, that's our role now, you know, as fathers and as responsible human beings, is keeping our young people safe.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Just voted green since
The biggest
I
thing
live
is
in
this.
Illinois.
There clearly is an appetite and there clearly is a culture for it. What I want to do is, how do we place...
Listen, man, child sex trafficking is real. It's fucking horrible, and it definitely happens. It happens most commonly, or like not even child sex trafficking, but like child rape and shit happens within powerful institutions like the Catholic Church. You don't need me to describe that to you. The worst part about this, though, is that it is a highly charged and obviously very understandably emotional act that impacts a lot of people, and that they turn around and they utilize that. The government, for example, utilizes this as a way to hurt consensual adult sex workers.
Oh, you're such a big
okay.
man,
That's why Sesta Fosta is like the negative consequences of like bills like Sesta Fosta that limits the websites that sex workers, consensual adult sex workers can use, ends up hurting sex workers more than anyone else. Okay. Thank you for reviewing the clip I sent of the Black Hotep Trump supporter. Is there any way you can clip that? What? Maybe you can do it on your own.
Extreme punishment on those who behave in this.
Yeah.
And partake in this behavior. I tell you what, it could be happening right next door to you, to somebody that seems to be a normal human being. But we have got to stop them. We have to stop the predator from feasting on our children.
Yeah.
And it's got to be demonized. Let's demonize that.
Yeah. 100%.
Like, what's this take that like you're anti-sex trafficking of children? Like, fucking brave, dude. Yeah, no shit. Like, who the fuck would be pro sex trafficking for children? Like, let's demonize sex trafficking for children? What? Like, who is pro sex trafficking of children, you fucking asshole?
This is a deranged...
Like, who are you hanging out with that's like, well, you know, I'm morally in the gray area when it comes to sex trafficking of children.
100%. Yeah. How are these people communicating, though? Are
Yes.
they doing it through the dark web? Are they doing it through forums? Are they doing it through, are they using code? Like, how are they doing this?
I've heard all the above.
Yeah.
I've also heard communicating through just open email inboxes, right? They don't hit send, but they have the password for multiple emails, and they'll just go in, get the message, and then never open or close it, so it's impossible basically to track. It's just like a draft.
Oh, I see. And so other people have the lock.
Can you interview Stevie the Kid? No, it's Scotty the Kid. And secondly, nice meme. I did interview him. And also we got him to the fucking freestyle rap as well. Go watch it on YouTube. You can see it on my YouTube. Is the latest video that I have. Well, not the latest one, but one of the latest videos that I have. And it's very good. Okay. And, you know, I hope you like it.
Log into the account,
password and
they check it out through the draft. That makes
Whores
sense.
in this house. There's
You know,
some
it's
whores
funny
in this
because
house.
this
There's some whores in this
subject,
house.
because
I
of
don't know what to say other than
things like
thanks.
Pizzagate, the subject
Yeah.
became so taboo that no one wants to talk about it because it sounds preposterous. Because Pizzagate was so preposterous. The guy shows up and with a gun looking for kids that are tied up in the basement, and everybody's like, "Oh my god,
There's nobody here."
Everyone's wacky. These child sex trafficking fanatics that are interested in this and that are trying to stop this, they're all crazy people.
Right.
But that's not really the case.
Right.
The problem with something like Pizzagate is that it confuses everybody.
Yeah.
And you start thinking that all this stuff is nonsense. But then these stories, they make it to these websites, and you see that this is a real thing. These are real news stories, but then they don't get talked about in mainstream.
That's right. And then we lose track of who the real enemy is.
Yeah. That's a real enemy, not Ellen.
And that's dangerous. You're right. Not
Ellen
Ellen.
being mean to her assistant. Just fuck.
It's
man.
so ridiculous.
Just what we care about is so bizarre.
Yeah.
It's such a symptom of how sick we are as a culture, and that our priorities are so skewed. and that this is sort of accentuated by our addiction to social media.
Yeah.
And that people are concentrating so much on things that are trivial and nonsensical. What's up, buddy?
I found an article on Reuters that said that like the mainstream media has been reporting on this. So like that, I'm looking through pages to find out details on different reporting of this. All I'm finding this on is like local news sites. So how, like, what does that mean though that it's not being reported?
Well, you don't see it on CNN. You're not seeing it as like mainstream television news where it's a big subject that gets discussed, that we have a giant problem like this in this country. That's what I'm saying.
So I'm digging through here, and then like the human trafficking angle, according to what like the U.S. Marshals done here, it's 1 in 4 of these kids. So if it was 25 kids picked up, that's 6 or 7 of them were human trafficking. The other 20 or so are like kids that ran away or kids that were being abused, and they found them.
My favorite thing about like why is the media not covering this is that like 90% of the time you're literally clicking on an article from the media actually covering this while you simultaneously complain about why the media is not covering this.
We're going to follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
Hasan, blink twice if you're vegan.
Like, why is the media not covering this? An article that I just clicked on from the media. This needs to be covered in the media, I say, as I read an article from the media.
Because they were missing. So some have been missing for 2 weeks, some up to 2 years.
Wow.
It's not every kid is in a human trafficking.
That's those
sex trafficking
72.
situation.
That's 72.
Okay.
The ones, the 35 though in Georgia, I think those were all
the same thing. Yeah.
Same kind of thing. So they're collecting, and then they're like reporting the numbers. So like they're collecting these 35 kids over a period of time, and then they're reporting we found 35 kids. So like it's a month later, they found 35 kids.
This one from September, which should have been reported 5 weeks ago, says that they recovered 25 missing and endangered children over the last month. 1 in 4 was part of what they believe an alleged human trafficking situation.
Obviously, 1 is too many.
Yeah,
right?
obviously.
My man pulled that shit up University's very own Jamie, dude.
Oh, you're such a
my man.
Obviously.
But so it seems like there's all they're finding missing kids, and a percentage of them happen to be a part of human trafficking. And now here's the question: how many of the kids that are being human trafficked actually get discovered? We're finding this 5 here, 6 here. These.
But how many actually are there?
How many of them actually are there? Do we know? We don't, right?
We don't.
Just the fact that it's a real thing is spooky as fuck.
It is. It's dangerous.
Yeah. It's terrifying. It's terrifying for fathers and mothers. And,
yeah, it is.
You know, it's like the fact that, or brothers and sisters, the fact that it could be.
So there's no reason to have this convo now, I guess. You know what I mean? When it's like, oh, it's terrifying. Now we're talking about like how devastating child trafficking is. Oh, really? Oh, child trafficking is devastating? No shit, dog. That's crazy, bro. You don't say. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for having this illuminating conversation on child trafficking. After having like a long take on pretty much like all of this is just misinfo. Finally wrapping it up with like, well, you know, even 1 is too much. And also child trafficking bad. Yeah, no shit. Why are you so defensive about children bashing child trafficking? Because I get fucking frustrated because it's one of the most abused fucking forms of oppression and exploitation that every bad faith grifter actor totally relies on. Like, it's like up there with fucking slavery, okay? Exploitation of children and child trafficking is fucking horrible. Everybody knows it's horrible. Most people that are otherwise really awful people literally turn to this and act like and use how emotional this is. Use how emotional the subject is to like grift for their own purposes. in this circumstance, the conversation is not all that bad because, like, the only thing they got onto was, like, you know, why is the media not covering it or whatever?
Someone close to you.
Is Hasan.
Episodes of the
Bear gamer word im a lion. Im the predator of the prey that is hiding. Oh my, I have found you gamer word. Don't you run from me, lil gamer word.
You stop. Stop.
His name is Hasan.
Oh fuck, where is Mario Judah, dude? I mean, where is he? Where is he? Wait, there was more Joe
Rogan Experience.
There was more Joe Brogan, right? Why Texans are worried about Californians coming to their state? Joe Rogan further investigates Chris Cuomo's fake weights. Joe Rogan's thoughts on the social dilemma. Okay, that's like for me. That's boring. Wesley Hunt's issues of the Green New Deal. What? Oh, that's good. Both of these are good. Okay, I gotta watch the Green New Deal one.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I'm also not a big fan of the government saying when an industry is supposed to end.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of the government empowering the private sector to innovate to get to the next, you know, affordable, renewable source. That's going to happen.
This is a deranged pervert.
Wait, what? So you're a fan of the government ending an industry. How profitable would fracking be without the fuckload of subsidies that they get? Could you please explain to me how profitable and how great the extraction industry would look like
This is a deranged
without the
pervert.
biblical amount of subsidies that like keep them afloat? What if the industry is baby nukes or something? Well, fine. Apparently this guy's funded by oil and gas, which he would disclose before talking about it. Pfft, lol. Okay. That would never happen.
It's my opinion.
By the way, it's pretty funny, but like,
make that
yeah, the federal government ending an industry because of its cruelty or deciding to end an industry because of its cruelty and its negative consequences is literally the basis for the Civil War. Okay, so that's unique as a black Texan to have that argument there. Very interesting take there, but he doesn't mean that, obviously. Like, he does not mean that. He doesn't think that way. If you were to, I'm sure, ask him how he feels about the abolition of slavery or the Civil War, he would not be like, oh, well, you know, the government. Like, he seems like a reasonable conservative. We're gonna follow you right back to mine. He doesn't seem as annoying as like.
Is it true that Turkey and Azerbaijan are invading Artsik?
What I have seen of this dude makes me feel like he isn't as fucking annoying as like the other conservatives that get like churned out and spit out through the machine. Do you know what I mean? He seems more reasonable than them.
Jeff Bezos doesn't get there first. The first trillionaire, in my opinion, who's already born, is going to be the person that comes up with an abundant renewable source for the future that everyone can afford. Now, I get the Green New Deal and the tenets of it, what they're trying to do, but what's not addressed in that is global warming, and the operative word being...
Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Turkey's invading a region or something because you saw a Reddit post. Yeah. Like, I haven't seen it, but I'm not going to click on the NSFW link anyway. So, like, that seems like a reasonable thing, though.
Global. If we don't get India and China and Russia and Africa and South America to reduce their carbon footprint with us, you can literally destroy the oil and gas industry here in the U.S. at no gain to the globe. That doesn't make sense to me.
That is such an
This is pretty
important
funny.
point.
I know exactly what this is. Oh, no, never mind. This is not it. Okay. Oh, God, we got to watch that. No, I thought the Ken Klippenstein link that you sent me was like literally Dan Crenshaw saying that like renewable energy initiatives are bullshit, and then literally running an ad the day later about how like we can make Texas be renewable.
So important. Nobody's talking about the other countries. So
Right.
China and India are building 4 coal plants per month. And it's not a case of if we build it, they will come. That's not how this works. In fact, our energy independence is also an issue of national security as well. We're energy independent. Why? Because of fracking that, quite frankly, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually want to do away with by 2035 as well.
No, by 2050. At least he was honest enough to say it.
Well, it's actually a national agenda. And so we are reducing our carbon footprint because of fracking, because natural gas burns cleaner. But most importantly, Joe, 20 years ago, we would kill a bad guy in the Middle East. And then we have to turn around and ask these same countries for resources in oil. That's a conflict of interest, if you could imagine.
Of course.
So we don't have to do that anymore.
Oh my God, he's... Okay, never mind, I take it back. He's a scumbag. He's a fucking scumbag. I take it back. Oh, I hate the energy independence narrative, dude. Okay, dude, then focus on renewables, okay? You fucking asshole. If you want energy independence, if you want true energy independence, then focus on renewable energies then. Like, you can still do that, okay? I hate that line so much. I hate that, like, that was the Obama line, by the way. Just remember that.
Let's continue.
The guy who ran with, like, fracking, ran away with fracking as a way to gain energy independence was Obama.
So when we kill Qasem Soleimani outside of Baghdad airport, who was a bad guy responsible for actually killing some West Point graduates actually in Iraq, we don't have to ask them for oil. So this is an issue where we have to marry economics, innovation, and of course make sure that we are good stewards of this earth.
Right.
But
we famously don't do business with them, like sell them the literal weapons that end up killing his friends overseas, his comrades, right? Like that doesn't happen, right? Yeah, the only reason why we do business with these Middle Eastern countries full of bad guys that are just magically bad, by the way. There's no other like external circumstance or no other reason for why there's so much radicalization in that region and fundamentalists that have taken over and taken control. Like none of that. That all happened magically because there's good people and there's bad people. I'm a child, okay? I'm a conservative, so of course I have the brain processing power of a fucking child, and I like to hear the world from childish perspectives, like good people, bad people, doing business with them with oil, not doing business with them otherwise. Like, this guy I'm playing, we just ask nicely, these bad guys, countries give us oil. No, he's saying like we wouldn't do business with those bad guys and we would just kill them and not have to do business with them if we had our own energy independence.
Right now, there's roughly...
We don't directly give them weapons. God's saying cap right now?
1 billion, with a B, roughly 1 billion light trucks and vehicles in the world today that are gas powered. And over the course of the next 20 years, the world is going to add another billion vehicles. And of that billion, 750 million of them are going to be gas powered. Again, it's not a California problem. It's a global issue that we have to take a look at. From a defense standpoint, I flew Apache helicopters, and we have a joke in the Army. How do you know if somebody flew Apaches? We will tell you. We always do. And what's funny...
Wow, that's really good. That was really funny, dude. I love that. I just wanted to stop for a moment and have you appreciate how funny that joke was.
About the Apache and about destroyers and about F-22s, and that's you can't fuel them on solar and wind. We literally aren't going anywhere for the next few generations. What I want to hear the conversation shift to is more of the idea of us working with these oil and gas companies to innovate for the future, and they want it too. It's a matter of time until we get there. But let's bring them along with the conversation and not demonize them. And as somebody that's Houston born and bred, this is the conversation that's near and dear to my heart because, again, it's the energy capital of the world. And I am all for solar. I am all for wind. I am all for renewables. I get it. But it's a combination of all of the above, not an or conversation.
Now, let's...
Why? Okay. Well, it's just false. It's completely false. If that was the case, then why are fucking fossil fuel giants trying to literally buy out renewable energy companies to either shutter them or to delay the takeover, the inevitable takeover of renewable energies. If that's the case, then why the fuck are fossil fuel giants still taking up 85% of our subsidies when it comes to energy production? Oh, British Petroleum headquarters in Houston. Oh, that's crazy. That's remarkable. It's shocking that a Texan GOP senator is in the pocket of big oil.
What is the Green New Deal? Can you lay that out for us?
Yes.
Like, what are they looking to do?
Tenets of the Green New Deal. One big thing that Joe Biden talks about, and what Bernie Sanders was talking about as well, is being carbon neutral by 2035, which effectively is an end to the oil and gas industry in the United States. That's one tenet of it. Another one is fracking bans. And again, as I just articulated, this is the very technology that's actually reducing our carbon footprint. Also, just more restrictions on oil and gas companies to be able to drill and find resources as well. And it is a job killer in Houston, Texas, particularly as we recover from COVID-19. And we've been hit pretty hard because
thank you, Meshgear
notice
Fox,
the oil
for the
and gas
20
industry
gift
has
subs.
been hit pretty hard too. Started off with just obviously a shortage of demand because people just stopped driving, and that really drove costs down tremendously. And so we have to recover from this thing, and the way to do it is not to employ more restrictions on an already hurting industry that, quite frankly, has got to be around, whether you like it or not. Also, the byproducts of petrochemicals as well. This microphone, this mug, your phone, it's hydrocarbons. The shoes on your feet is all byproducts of the oil and gas industry. And so what people don't realize is that the chairs that they sit in, the silverware that they eat off of, where they eat, sleep, breathe, and live, the mattress that they're sleeping on, is fossil fuels.
Is this guy out of his mind? Like, does he think that like a chair? Wait, does he think that a chair has the same kind of fucking carbon footprint as like burning oil?
Pervert.
Like using oil and gas, like fossil fuels for, or rather, does he think the reason why people are against fossil fuel
his name
is for some
Hasan.
inexplicable reason and not necessarily because of the emissions? My car is wood burner powered. I think he's saying that these products come from gas powered factories. The job thing is wrong too. Green energy creates more jobs than fossil fuel. 100%, 100,000%. This was back in 2014. These numbers have grown since then. Jang Wangle, thank you for the 5 tier 1 or tier 2 subs. What the fuck? Yeah. Plastic is an oil product. Yeah, no, I understand. But there's a difference between using plastic and burning fucking fossil fuels.
Man, Hasan.
Like the output and the carbon emissions from one is entirely different than the other. What the fuck? Do ad? Wait, why? I ran an ad.
This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert.
Oil billionaires are hurting. We must save them. He also equated carbon footprint of Apache helicopters to all road vehicles. These conservatives can't please their wives. They jerk off to jobs instead. No, they jerk off to the thought of billionaires dominating them. My plastic chair requires oil to be continuously used.
pervert.
Bonus ad now for weird.
The angle to attack this is by saying that microphones and chairs can't be made out of fucking air or sunlight. That's not even a good angle to attack it, because no, you can make like, there are better ways of making chairs and shit too.
Isn't
like
that
durable
darling?
plastics used by, I don't know, like either recycling plastics or numerous other ways that you can make plastic fucking work in a better way than like
God, those communists are amazing.
burning oil to operate shit. Also, you know, you can make a chair out of wood too, but that's not even what I'm saying. Do you not set your plastic products on fire whenever you use them? No, stop saying, or you can make wooden chairs. Like, where's my gamer chair by Jord? They have plastics derived from plants.
His name is Hasan.
Yeah, you can recycle it. You can do a bunch of different shit with gaming chairs and whatnot, versus which is entirely different than using oil as for energy.
We literally aren't going anywhere.
I like that these guys, even with like this on oil usage, 68% is used in transportation.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
This is the U.S. Energy Information Administration is fake news, brother. Fucking fake news.
The American people
Is Hermie in the pocket of big oil? Yes, he is.
Shy, any chance you and a group would make a party and play Baldur's Gate 3? I think it would be pretty pog hassle.
American ass, we're so fat we need to use so much plastic for our chairs. The way to approach it by saying that the production of our products can just as much be fueled by renewable resources as fossil fuels. Yeah. Petrochemicals, the category that includes plastic, now account for 14% of oil use and are expected to drive half of oil demand growth between now and 2050, the International Energy Agency says.
The American people are tired of women.
Nothing he said makes sense.
I understand the benevolence of the Green New Deal. It's always good in theory. I got it. I think if we could magically snap our fingers and the world could be just carbon neutral, that sounds great. That sounds great. But that's not how this works. We are always about progression. This country is always about innovation and progression. We've been doing this for generations. Let's continue that progression by enabling, again, the private sector to innovate to the next level.
This is a lie. Like, the private sector does not fucking innovate on its own, dude. Like, okay, if that's the case, then let's take away all the subsidies from, you know, the big daddies in your pocket that are fucking lining you up with hundreds of thousands of fucking donos, okay? Like, if that's the case, let's take the subsidies away. Let the private industry regulate itself in that way, all right? No government funds for you. None of that fucking welfare shit for your bosses, okay? This guy's right. A huge part of the Green New Deal is where they wrote that we need to magically snap our fingers and erase carbon from the planet. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. I mean, I do get it. The reason why I don't want to talk about, like, all the fucking legitimate... The reason why all the cool stuff that they don't talk about in the Green New Deal, like all the jobs programs and whatnot, even retraining to a certain degree. Like, the reason why I don't want to talk about any of that shit is because...
God, those communists...
Obviously, that would make it seem more palatable. And we can't have that. It's crazy. They want to make sure that you go to jail for... They want to make sure you go to jail for, you know, eating cows, or they want to shoot planes out of the sky or something. That's what the libtards want.
If you're paying attention to what the Green New Deal says, it basically just demonizes an entire industry, and I think for lack of understanding what the industry does for the world.
Is there, in the Green New Deal, is there a solution for what they deem the problems of the oil and gas industry? Do they have a replacement for those resources?
So therein lies the point. Hydrocarbons are a storable energy that have a lot of power in them. And that's actually the reason why the world uses them. Bottom line is this. You can't turn your lights on. The world can't turn their lights on. The U.S. can't turn their lights on for the time being without oil and gas, without the oil and gas industry. If we were able to miraculously even attempt to turn this entire country into a renewable source, it's just not possible. I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but we would.
Joe Rogan needs to implement the fairness doctrine, okay, going forward.
This is a deranged.
If you have a conservative weirdo come on and talk about the Green New Deal, you got to have a libtard talk about it too, okay? That's it. This is nuts. Like, this is so... It's so bad. It's like worse than I thought it. I thought it would be at least like somewhat entertaining. It's not really entertaining either. Which, in my opinion, is the worst thing that can happen if you're gonna spread misinformation. The least you could do is like make it fun and cool. How about a leftist? Yeah, I can't watch this. This is shitty.
It actually only.
This guy's issues with the Green New Deal are just like things that don't fucking exist. Yeah, he basically had a literal oil lobbyist on. All right, this will be fun. He's worried about Texans coming to his state.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Save Texas. Yeah, people are really worried about all folks like me moving from.
The town hall is coming soon, ladies and gentlemen.
Isn't some far-off entity that just decides things in D.C., but that it's one place where a lot of decisions with issues that impact all Americans will fall. Chief among them, we're back to healthcare.
Ali Vitale, I'm not sure I've ever had the opportunity to speak to you so many times on air in one day. Thanks for hanging around for our town hall preview. Great to catch up with you again.
Is this gonna? Are they gonna shut this off and like push it over to?
Former Vice President Joe Biden with an 11-point lead over President Trump nationally. That's the latest NBC News Wall Street Journal poll out this morning. And 62% of voters say the nation is on the wrong track. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki joining us now from the big board to break down all those numbers. Steve, let's start with
let's gear up for election. I gotta cook real quick.
Yeah, the wrong track, right direction. I mean, again, you look at these numbers, not even a third of Americans saying they think things are going in the right direction. On the one hand, not surprising in the middle of a pandemic. Also, when you look at numbers like this, probably not that surprising. You see the incumbent president in the position he's in. There is a twist to this, though. There's another question we asked in the poll that I think surprised some folks. I asked people, your family, you and your family, are you better or worse off than you were 4 years ago? And I think this raised some eyebrows. Look at that. 50% of folks say that personally, their families themselves, they are better off than they were 4 years ago, 34% worse off. I was going back and looking. This is a question we've asked a number of times in the past. You know, the last incumbent president to lose re-election, this is going way back, George Bush Sr. But when he lost re-election, this number was in the 30s. So it is interesting now to see Donald Trump in the position he's in and to have this number all the way up here at 50%. So a bit of a surprise finding in here. But we mentioned this. Let's put Trump's position in the polls right now in context. These are modern incumbent presidents at this exact same point, 3 weeks out from Election Day. They were running for re-election. You see Trump, his approval rating's 44, and he trails right now. First of all, take a look at these three presidents, Obama, W, and Clinton. All three of them won re-election. This was their approval rating at this same point, and you can see here all of them were higher than Trump is right now. Obama and Bush by about 5 points, Clinton by more than 10 points. You can see where they stood in the polls. Clinton was running away with it. Obama and George W. Bush were both in dogfights for re-election. But ultimately, of course, each one of them won. Clinton won easily. And you see Trump lags that a bit. Then we mentioned George H.W. Bush, 1992. Look at that difference in approval rating. Bush at this point in 92, He was at 34%. I mean, he was, in a lot of ways, he was buried at this point in 92. That was a three-way race with Ross Perot, but he was down double digits. Trump also down double digits. You look at this, though, with Trump, and it just remains, if he can gain maybe 5 points or so, if he could get that approval rating up where Obama, George W. Bush was, if he could get that gap to the mid-single digits, the swing states, the Electoral College, that could all start to come in play for him. Probably not from double digits behind, but he still probably only needs a gain of about 5 points to really change things. By the way, we mentioned the two states where these town halls are tonight, Pennsylvania, Obama and Trump. Look at that. 6.5 point advantage there for Joe Biden right now. One of those three states, Midwest states that had gone Democratic for 30 years that Trump flipped in 2016. Florida, that's where the Trump town hall is. And there you go. Biden with an advantage of almost 3 points on average in Florida. Look, if Biden flips Florida on election night, he probably just needs to flip one other state. This is a big prize for the Biden campaign if they can get it. And this really is, it's so easy to say there's must win in politics and elections. Florida really is a must win state for Donald Trump.
Yeah, really important one there. Steve, it wouldn't be a town hall preview without checking in with you at the big board. Thanks so much for hanging with us tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Up next, the key factors in the presidential race with just 19 days until the election. And we are counting down to President Trump's town hall in Miami.
Chat, this one is for you. As always, a valuable source of entertainment and
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions. So we started a
Trump. Chris Stanley, the head of the Village's Democratic Club, says she's heard from Republicans making the switch.
I have it at anywhere between 5.5 and 6.2% that we've peeled off support from the Villages. And so that's significant.
It doesn't sound like a lot, but that can make a huge difference in Florida.
That could win or lose this race.
Victor Oquendo joins us now from the Villages in Florida. And Victor, seniors traditionally vote in high numbers, but of course the pandemic is complicating things this year. How are people there planning on casting their ballots, and how do they think that election night will go?
Lindsay, every single resident that we spoke with today told us that they've already voted by mail. They also expect President Trump to win the Villages, but the big question is by how big or by how small of a margin. Lindsay?
And many of us remember that video that President Trump retweeted with residents there clashing over the summer in their golf carts. Did you feel any of that tension there as you were talking to these seniors who live side by side in this typically close-knit community?
There is definitely some tension here, Lindsay. While we were speaking with the head of the Democratic Club, our interview was interrupted once or twice by some Trump supporters. And she also shared a story with us about a Biden supporter who woke up one morning to find out that someone had taken weed killer to their front lawn to write the name Trump all over it.
Oh,
Lindsay?
Wow. Okay. Victor Oquendo, our thanks to you. And when we return, you may have heard about sea level rise posing a threat to cities like Miami. Ginger Z explains it's not just for the reasons you might think. Stay with us.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Hello?
This is Montana Highway Patrol. You're looking for a couple of missing teenagers.
That's right. Last seen in a red Focus.
The steering wheel is getting stiff. Lock the door. We're fine.
Got ourselves a predicament.
When the night has come.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good.
I'm running an ad myself. See what's going on CNN.
That then won't be counted because they're put in there. They say that it's called ballot harvesting, where a third-party organization collects all the ballots out of that box, right, and then just basically turns them all in a clump, and they say Democrats do this too. So is that what this is?
Breaking news now, the Biden campaign has just released a statement saying that an employee of the charter plane company used by Joe Biden has tested positive for coronavirus. This employee was on a plane with Biden for 2 flights, Monday and Tuesday, though the campaign says that, quote, Vice President Biden was not in close contact as defined by the CDC with this individual at any time. We know already. Unquote, we talked about this. That they were more than 50 feet away, they wore masks, etc. Biden's doctor and medical advisors say there is no need for Joe Biden to quarantine. In our 2020 lead, both the Trump and Biden campaigns are stepping up their fight to win the support of older voters, a crucial voting bloc in many states, including Florida. They favored President Trump in 2016, but that support seems to be slipping. Nationally, the latest CNN poll shows Biden well ahead of President Trump with 60% of the vote among those aged 65 and older. And when you take a closer look at Florida, there is a shift, and it's statistically even. And as CNN's Jeff Zeleny reports, it's the Trump administration's handling or mishandling of the pandemic that could cost the president this critical support.
Let's go, Joe! Let's go, Joe!
These Florida seniors are fired up for Joe Biden. But it's not only Democrats taking their stand. A bigger threat to President Trump's re-election may come from voters like Tommy and Rhodey Johnson. They are lifelong Republicans who supported him 4 years ago, but won't again.
I feel he's responsible for thousands and thousands of deaths because of his attitude about it. He's still dishonest about it. He keeps saying it's getting better, and it never is. It's getting worse.
Their frustration at the president turned to fury with his handling of coronavirus.
Damn it, we voted for him. And of course, the virus, COVID, has been terrible.
3 weeks ago, his son tested positive for COVID-19.
I was mad because he had it. And it was, and I kept thinking, it's Mr. Trump's fault, because this thing should never have gotten as far as it had.
Seniors were key to Trump's victory in 2016. Yet fall off from this critical voting bloc had the president sounding the alarm this week at a rally here.
Biden's agenda would be a catastrophe for Florida seniors.
During his own Florida visit, Biden turned the subject back to coronavirus.
So many lives have been lost unnecessarily because this president cares more about the stock market than he does about, well-being of seniors.
Toby Sheelan is a nurse who's going door to door for Biden, where she hears the stories.
They can't hug their grandkids. So it's been huge. That's been a huge factor. Let's go together.
The pandemic and the fear of a close election drives these senior volunteers.
My precinct went to Trump by 4 votes. Only 4 votes. That's maybe 2 houses, 3 houses. I don't want to wake up this year, the day after election, and say, what more could I have done?
Signs of an exceedingly tight race are plentiful here, with passionate support for Trump on display from flags to front yards.
There's more people out supporting him now because he's had so many people going against him, and I don't feel he's been treated fairly by the Democrats at all.
The question is just how many Trump voters have soured on the president. The Johnsons live in a county that's still deep red, but they're no longer shy about showing their affirmative support for Biden.
Mr. Biden is a nice man, and there was a time I didn't like him at all. I love him.
But it's Trump that's driving them and this race.
He's so dishonest. And the worst is that whenever he is caught in a lie, he blames it on somebody else. It's always somebody else. He's impossible.
Now, President Trump is arriving in Florida tonight. He'll be holding a campaign rally again tomorrow night. So by the end of the week, that's 3 appearances in 5 days. So Jake, certainly underscoring the importance of Florida. Now, there are also millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars actually flooding the TV airwaves on common issues like Social Security and taxes. But it is this new issue of coronavirus that indeed could turn this campaign. One bright spot for Republicans, they've certainly increased their registered voters here since this pandemic began, almost twice as many as registered Democrats, at least in terms of new voters.
Yeah,
Jake.
the Republican Party in Florida has their act together, I think it's fair to say. Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. We're just 19 days away.
Okay, I don't really care about Jake Tapper's personal warning before Trump. All right, here it is.
It was littered with dead fish.
There is urgency happening now. There's never.
Okay, this sucks. Let's see what they have to say.
No movement or no deal from Congress yet. What position does that put us in heading into the election, heading into the end of the year?
By the way, I'm running ads early because I don't want to interrupt in the middle of the fucking broadcast. Okay, that's why.
Hope come Monday when Senate,
also, I have a massive headache.
Comes back, and their plan, according to Mitch McConnell,
also,
is to debate and come to some sort of compromise with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the White House, and come to some sort of agreement before the election to deliver more of a stimulus and a sense of relief here. But this is a very, very painful time. And what we do know is that a lot of the unemployed people that we're talking to, they see a tale of two economies here. They see people who are doing well, not being affected, taking advantage of the work from home luxuries and being able to continue their lifestyle, while so many millions of people are again, threatened by eviction, unable to get food on the table, and patronizing food banks for the first time ever. So you're really looking at an increasing gap in this economy, and it's not one that's going to be fixed very easily, certainly not overnight, Allison.
No, Joe, and it's not hard to see why people put jobs and the economy at the top of their list of concerns heading into this election.
Exactly.
Joe, always a pleasure to see you, even when the news is grim. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
Across the country, record numbers of voters are lining up to cast their ballots early. More than 17 million people have already voted, according to the U.S. Elections Project. We're seeing long lines at some polling places, with voters in some cases waiting hours to get in. Blaine Alexander joining us now from Georgia's largest polling location in Atlanta. Blaine, how are election officials there in Georgia, the Georgia government, handling the crush of early voting this week?
Well, Allison, they're handling it much better now than they were at the beginning of the week. You know, earlier this week, in some places, we saw some very long lines. People, in some cases, waiting for hours to cast their ballot. The good news is that as the days have progressed, we've seen those wait times significantly decrease. But let me walk you through exactly what this week has looked like. Remember, this is the very first week of early voting here in the state of Georgia, and immediately records were set. You know,
why
just
is she
in
not
the
wearing
first
her
2
Thursday
days
shirt?
of early in-person voting, more than 240,000 people came out to cast their ballot. And that, Allison, is on top of the nearly 500,000 people who had already cast absentee ballots. So certainly record-setting any way that you slice it, which is why on Monday we saw some people waiting in line. I spoke with some people who had been waiting upwards of 4 hours to vote.
How will we know if this is pre-recorded or not if she doesn't have her Thursday shirt on?
Time. So that's significantly decreased. 2 factors for
happy.
that. One, the tremendous turnout.
I'm
but
proud
two,
of you for
technology,
voting.
just some of the technology that was being used to check the voters in was not necessarily able to process that many people, but much better now, Allison.
Brian is coming on later, yes, after he puts the
Blaine, glad to hear things there are improving. Blaine Alexander in Atlanta with the latest on early voting. Thank you so much.
This is a deranged pervert.
You got it.
And thanks so much for joining us. President Trump's town hall in Miami, moderated by Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie, is next on NBC News Now.
This is an NBC News special presentation of Today with Savannah Guthrie.
Tonight, Donald Trump in the arena. His first primetime network appearance since falling ill with coronavirus.
I'm feeling great. I don't know about you. How's everyone feeling?
With tonight's debate canceled, the president faces our questions live and hears from voters about their concerns in the battleground state of Florida.
It's great to be back in my home state, Florida, to make my official return to the campaign.
I don't know why the audio is flipping. I'm sure they'll fix it. Chill the fuck out.
The president makes his case.
My goal is to fight for you and fight for your family.
From NBC News, Decision 2020, President Trump Town Hall. Live from the Perez Art Museum in Miami. Here's
We're going to start with the Trump Town Hall. I might go to Joe Biden at some point, okay?
Good evening. It's good to have you with us, and welcome to Miami and our town hall with President Donald Trump. We want to say right off the top, this is not how things were supposed to go tonight. This was supposed to be a town hall debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. But after the president contracted COVID, the debate commission announced it would have to be a virtual debate because of health concerns. The president then said he would not participate in a virtual debate. At that point, Joe Biden scheduled a town hall tonight in Pennsylvania on another network, and now the president is doing the same, his own town hall with the same venue, format, and time as NBC's town hall with Joe Biden last week. So the two candidates go head-to-head tonight, though not face-to-face, each in a key battleground state. And tonight, the president will be taking questions from voters here in Miami, who we should mention are socially distanced and they're wearing masks. And I should say, this audience looks a bit like America. It's divided. Some here voted for the president in 2016 and plan to again. Some support Joe Biden, and some say they are truly undecided. We're going to get a mix of questions on a range of topics, and we're going to get to those questions in a moment. But first, with all that ado, welcome, Mr. President, and thank you for being here.
That was very well stated, I have to say. Good job.
Thank you. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're well. We send our best to the First Lady and to Barron.
Thank you.
Do you have any remaining symptoms from COVID?
Nothing whatsoever. I'm great. I feel good. I was in North Carolina today and did a big rally. We had a tremendous turnout, and I just feel really good. Florida, Pennsylvania, we're all over the place. It's been great.
You received some treatments that are generally reserved for those with the most severe form of the disease.
Yeah.
How severe were your symptoms? In particular, did you have pneumonia?
Well, I'll tell you what happened.
Chat, shut the fuck up about audio, or I will literally make you fucking listen to this in muted form, okay? It's outdoors, and their audio quality sucks dog dick because it's outdoors.
I said, that's okay. I'm going to, respond to what you say. And we went over to Walter Reed, where you have tremendous professionals. They gave me Regeneron and Remdesivir, both. And all I know is I felt good the following day. I felt really good.
Did the doctors ever tell you that they saw pneumonia on your lung scans?
No, but they said the lungs are, a little bit different, a little bit perhaps infected. And
infected with?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't do too much asking. I really felt good. I didn't have much of a problem with the lungs. I did have a little bit of a temperature. Obviously, I felt there was something missing. And then I tested, I tested positive.
Well, let's talk about testing, because there's a little bit of confusion about this, and I think we can clear it up.
Yeah, and there shouldn't be.
Your first positive test was Thursday, October 1st, okay? When was your last negative test? When did you last remember having a negative test?
Well, I test quite a bit, and I can tell you that before the debate, which I thought it was a very good debate, and I felt fantastically. I had no problem before.
Did you test the day of the debate?
I don't know. I don't even remember. I test all the time. But I can tell you this. After the debate,
yeah, he did.
like I guess a day or so, I think it was Thursday evening, maybe even late Thursday evening, I tested positive. That's when I first found out about it.
Back to the debate, because the debate commission's rules, it was the honor system, would be that you would come with a negative test. You say you don't know if you got a test on the day of the debate?
I have no problem. Again, the doctors do it. I don't ask them. I test all the time. And
did you take a test, though, on the day of the debate?
If you ask the doctor, they'll give you a perfect answer. But they take a test, and I leave, and I go about my business.
Did you take a test on the day of the debate, I guess, is the bottom line?
I probably did, and I took a test the day before and the day before, and I was always in great shape. And I was in great shape for the debate. And it was only after the debate, like a period of time after the debate, that I said, that's interesting, and they took a test, and it tested positive.
He definitely took a test.
Button it up. Do you take a test every single day?
No, but I take a lot of tests.
Okay, and you don't know if you took a test the day of the debate?
Possibly I did, possibly I didn't. But, the doctor is very accurate information, and it's not only that doctor, it's many doctors. The one thing, if you're president, you have a lot of doctors you're surrounded by. But I was in great shape for the debate. and sometime after the debate, I tested positive.
Let's talk about...
That's when they decided to let's go.
Okay, good. I hopefully provided some clarity for folks. Let's talk about the event that was held at the White House on the Saturday before you tested positive. Subsequent to that, 13 people connected to that event tested positive. There was an outdoor reception. You've seen the pictures. There was an indoor reception. People were not wearing masks. My question to you is, at this point in the pandemic, knowing what we know, shouldn't you have known better? Shouldn't the White House know better than to hold an event like that?
Well, they do a lot of testing in the White House. They test everybody, including me, but they test everybody. And something happened. But as far as the mask is concerned, I'm good with masks. I'm okay with masks. I tell people wear masks. But just the other day, they came out with a statement that 85% of the people that wear masks catch it. So, you know,
they didn't say that. I know that study.
That's what I heard, and that's what I saw. And regardless, but everybody's tested, and they're tested often. And I also
You're the fucking president. You can't say that. That's a total obfuscation.
I see people. I can't be in a basement. I can't be in a room. I have to be out.
You can see people with a mask, though, right?
I can, but people with masks are catching it all the time. I mean, if you look at the governor of Virginia, he was known for a mask. If you look at Tom Tillis, a great guy, he always had a mask, and they caught it.
Well, there are pictures of Tom Tillis actually with one of Judge Barrett's kids not wearing a mask. But, you know, Chris Christie, he was part of your debate prep.
Yeah.
He was, I believe, at that event. He came out tonight. He was sick, very sick. He was in the hospital for about a week.
I know
he came out tonight and said, I was wrong not to wear a mask.
Well, I mean, he has to say that. I think it's great. He's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. And wrong or not wrong, you have to understand, as president, I can't be locked in a room someplace for the next year and just stay and do nothing. And every time I go into a crowd,
this is such a huge disservice.
The parents of our fallen heroes. These people are the most incredible people. And they came up to me, and they would hug me, and they would touch me. And I'm not going to not let them do it.
Now, there was an event with the Gold Star families the day after the Supreme Court event.
A Gold Star event with the most incredible people you've ever seen. And I could have chosen not to talk to them or to keep everybody away. And you know what? And I don't think that's probably where it was caught, but maybe it was.
I was going to say, you bring it up. You brought it up yourself. I mean, are you trying to suggest that? Do you believe a grieving military family gave you COVID?
No, I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
And you don't know where it came from, and the doctors don't know where it came from.
Not bad.
But as the president, I have to be out there. I also know...
Well, there's no one that says you can't be out there, but it's just about wearing masks and having, for example, your rallies. Your rallies don't require masks.
Well, no, I mean, let's see Kamala. She's got people now. People have it, and I'm not blaming her. I'm not saying, oh, she did a terrible thing. As president, I have to be out there. I can't be in a basement. I can't be locked in a very beautiful room someplace in the White House. And I want to see the Gold Star families, and I want to see everybody. And I also say to people all the time, it's risky doing it. It is risky doing it.
But as
it's
president, you're right. You want to be a leader, but you also are a leader and a setter of an example. And if you're not wearing a mask when your administration is saying best practice right now is wear a mask, no, it's not foolproof.
But many people are catching it. Many people are getting this disease that was sent to us by China, and it shouldn't have been allowed to happen. But many people are getting this, and I mean, nobody's being blamed. Everybody is working hard to get this thing out of our country.
Mask is for you not to be around, for you not to spread it to others. This is a gigantic public health problem.
They've done a very good job, but now you take a look today at the UK, you take a look at Spain and France.
Masks are so you don't spread it without knowing that you have it.
Our death rate is worse than, well, not Spain, but those other countries.
I have things right here that will tell you exactly the opposite.
Me too.
So the UK is up 2,500%, because I knew you'd be doing this. I know you very well. The UK is up 2,500%. The EU is up 722%, and the United States is down 21%.
But we have, our deaths per capita is among the highest among industrialists.
Excess mortality, we're a winner on the excess mortality. And what we've done has been amazing, and we have done an amazing job. And it's rounding the corner, and we have the vaccines coming, and we have the therapies coming. And I'll tell you what, one thing, when I got it, I had a choice, do nothing or use some of the things that we're looking at, like in this case, Regeneron. And Eli Lilly makes something that's supposed to be incredible. And I think that maybe I wouldn't be doing this discussion with you right now. We have therapies now, and cures maybe. You can use the word cure. But we have therapies that are absolutely incredible.
I want to pick up on something you just said. You said we're rounding the corner.
I believe we're rounding the corner.
Now, 10% of the country approximately has had COVID. That means 80, 90%, 90%, let's do the math, is still vulnerable.
Right.
There's been some talk, including from the White House lately, that perhaps it approves of what's called herd immunity. That's where you basically just let young people and everybody get sick. You try to protect the old people and those who are sick, and hopefully it gets up to a certain level, and now we're all immune. So let's just be clear about it. It also means more deaths. Do you support herd immunity as a strategy? Essentially,
herd
just
mentality.
let people get sick.
The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. We did the right thing. We were expected to lose 2,200,000 people and maybe more than that. We're at 210,000 people. One person is too much. It should have never happened because of China. It happened because of China. And you have to get that and understand that. But it shouldn't have happened. But we were expected to lose. If you look at the original charts from original doctors who are respected by everybody, 2,200,000
That 2 million figure, though, is if you literally did nothing.
People.
The 2 million figure is if you did absolutely
This was a sabotage. They baited him in. They baited him with a town hall, and now it's a debate.
When relative to the rest of the world, we have a worse death rate.
Oh my
I left
God.
North Carolina, which I love. I left Pennsylvania.
She's doing a better job than Joe Biden.
Michigan, because that governor has a lockdown where nobody but her husband can do anything. He can go boating and do whatever he wants, but nobody else can. The fact is we're winning all these cases because it's unconstitutional what they're doing. And I think they're doing it for political reasons. But the fact is the cure, you can't let this continue to go on with the lockdowns.
Well, most
and I
of the
believe
states,
that on November 4th, you're going to have a lot of these governors. Look at what's happening to New York. New York is a mess. They lost almost 40,000 people. They have a lockdown like you've never seen. Now they're open. It's like a ghost town.
Let's get to the end.
And Sam, it's very important. People are leaving New York by the thousands. And you're going to have a hard time ever building it up again. That cure, that so-called cure that you talk about, it can't be worse than the problem. The problem is a bad problem.
We've got more questions on COVID, so let's drop it for now. We were supposed to, as mentioned, be watching you on a debate stage right now. We're not doing that, so let's clear up a few things from the last one. You were asked point blank to denounce white supremacy. In the moment, you didn't. You asked some follow-up questions. Who specifically? A couple of days later, on a different show, you denounced white supremacy.
No,
my question to you is,
you've done this to me and everybody.
Why does it seem like
I denounce white supremacy? Okay,
you did
I've
2 days
denounced
later.
white supremacy for years, but you always do it. You always start off with a question. You didn't ask Joe Biden whether or not he denounces Antifa. I watched him on the same basic show with Lester Holt, and he was asking questions like Biden was a child.
So this is a little bit of a dodge.
Are you listening? I denounce white supremacy.
Okay.
What's your next question?
Do you feel, it feels sometimes you're hesitant to do so, like you wait a beat.
Here we go again. Every time, in fact, my people came, I'm sure they'll ask you the white supremacy question. I denounce white supremacy. Okay. And frankly, you want to know something? I denounce Antifa, and I denounce these people on the left that are burning down our cities that are run by Democrats who don't know what they're doing.
While we're denouncing, let me ask you about QAnon. It is this theory that Democrats are a satanic pedophile ring and that you are the savior of that. Now, can you just once and for all state that that is completely not true and disavow QAnon in its entirety?
I know nothing about QAnon.
I just told you.
I know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact. I hate to say that. I know nothing about it. I do know they are very much against pedophilia. They fight it very hard, but I know nothing about it.
They believe it is
If
a
you'd like me
satanic cult
to
run by the deep
study
state.
the subject, I'll tell you what I do know about. I know about Antifa, and I know about the radical left, and I know how violent they are and how vicious they are, and I know how they're burning down cities run by Democrats, not run by
Republican Senator Ben Sasse said, quote, QAnon is nuts, and real leaders call conspiracy theories conspiracy theories.
He may be
Why not just say it's crazy and not true?
He may be I just don't know about QAnon.
You do know.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Let me ask you another thing.
Let's waste the whole show. You start off with white supremacy. I denounce it. You start off with something else. Let's go. Keep asking me these questions.
I do have one more in this vein.
Let me just tell you, what I do hear about it is they are very strongly against pedophilia. And I agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that, and I agree with it.
But there's not a satanic pedophile cult being run by.
I know
you
nothing
don't
about
know that? Okay.
No, I don't know
you
that.
Just this
neither
week.
do you know that.
Okay, just this week
why aren't you asking me about Antifa? Why aren't you asking me about the radical left?
Because you're
why
volunteering.
Aren't you asking Joe Biden questions about why doesn't he condemn Antifa? Why does he say it doesn't exist?
Because you're here before
Antifa,
me.
no, it's so cute. Antifa exists. They're vicious, they're violent, they kill people, and they're burning down our cities. And they happen to be radical left.
Just this week, you retweeted to your 87 million followers a conspiracy theory that Joe Biden orchestrated to have SEAL Team 6, the Navy SEAL Team 6, killed to cover up the fake death of bin Laden. Now, why would you send a lie like that to your followers? You retweeted
That was a retweet. That was an opinion of somebody, and that was a retweet. I'll put it out there. People can decide for themselves.
You're
I don't
the
take a
president.
position.
You're not like someone's crazy uncle who can just retweet whatever.
That was a retweet, and I do a lot of retweets. And frankly, because the media is so fake and so corrupt, if I didn't have social media, I don't call it Twitter, I call it social media, I wouldn't be able to get the word out. And the word is false. And you know what the word is? The word is very simple. We're building our country stronger and better than it's ever been before. And that's what's happening, and everybody knows it.
Okay, we got a bunch of questions for you.
We're winning in a lot of states.
Okay.
We're winning in a lot of states.
Let me ask.
Bro, you say you're not someone's crazy uncle.
Because I do want to ask about that. That's another kind of leftover item. A lot of people have asked you, will you accept a peaceful transfer of power? You have said repeatedly, the only way we lose this election is if it is rigged. Now, that is simply not true. The fact is either candidate can lose fair and square without ballot fraud.
And
so will you accept the results of the election?
That's the way I want it to be. But when I see thousands of ballots, right, unsolicited ballots being given out by the millions, and thousands of them are dumped in dumpsters.
I don't know if I'm allowed to come on camera, but I think I'm coming.
Trump military ballots from our great military, and they're dumped in garbage cans.
That is a handful. We could go all night, which we won't. But we could go all night, one by one, a single case, a single day. You're talking about 150 million votes. Your own FBI director says there is no evidence of widespread fraud.
Well, then he's not doing a very good job. All you have to do is pick up the papers every day. 50,000 in Ohio, the great state of Ohio. 50,000 in another location, I think North Carolina. 500,000 applications in Virginia. No, there's a tremendous problem. But let me just tell you, they talk about the peaceful transfer, right? They spied on my campaign and they got caught, and they spied heavily on my campaign, and they tried to take down a duly elected sitting president. And then they talk about, will you accept a peaceful transfer? And the answer is yes, I will. But I want it to be an honest election, and so does everybody else. When I see thousands of ballots dumped in a garbage can and they happen to have my name on it, I'm not happy about that.
But just those are cases. There is in fact no evidence of widespread fraud, and you were sowing doubt about our democracy.
How can you say that? You do read newspapers.
I do.
You do watch the news.
Yes,
I know you read the news, but you watch it.
I do.
Because every day they're talking about ballots that are corrupt, that are fraudulent.
And millions that are being processed right now.
You should ask him why his own election integrity committee found nothing.
So why are you laying the groundwork for that right now? It's like if I go play tennis with my husband and I say my ankle's hurting right now.
I don't want that to happen, Savannah. I want it to be clean. I really feel we're going to win. But I want this to be clean. But it's sort of ironic that you and them talk about the peaceful transfer when I spent 3.5 years fighting off these maniacs, and now it turns out, everything's there, that they were the ones that dealt with Russia. And it's too bad. But peaceful transfer, I absolutely want that. But ideally, I don't want to transfer because I want to win.
Yes, and I think that your words will probably reassure some folks. Let's get to our first voter. We've got Jacqueline Lugo. Now, she is, I told you this audience is truly split between y'all. You are leaning Biden. She voted for Clinton in 2016. She's registered as an independent. Jacqueline, what's your question for the president? And hold the mic up close and take off your mic because it's hard to hear out here.
Good evening.
How are you?
Welcome to Miami.
Thank you very much. It's beautiful.
Mr. President, if you knew COVID-19, as you told Bob Woodward in February.
As what?
As you told Bob Woodward in February, was airborne and deadlier than the flu, why did you only put in place a travel ban from China and not put in place other measures mitigating the spread of COVID-19, potentially saving tens of thousands of American lives?
Well, I did put it in very early, as you know. Joe Biden was 2 months behind me, and he called me xenophobic and racist and everything else because I put it in. And it turned out that I was 100% right. I also put it on Europe very early because I saw there was a lot of infection in Europe. And it's sort of an amazing question, and I appreciate the question and respect the question, but the news doesn't get out the right answer because I put on a travel ban far earlier than Dr. Fauci thought it was necessary, who I like, far earlier than the scientists. I was actually the only one that wanted to put it on, and I did it actually against the advice of a lot of people, including Nancy Pelosi, who had no clue what she was doing, and Biden. When I put on the travel ban, I put it on in January, the end of January. When I put on the travel ban, Joe Biden and others said, this is ridiculous. You don't do that. Well, Dr. Fauci said I saved thousands and thousands of lives.
Did you?
I was early. I was extremely early when I put on the travel ban.
Can I ask you, did your national security advisor on January 28th in the Oval Office warn you that this would be the greatest national security risk of your administration? He didn't say it, or you don't remember?
I read it someplace. Maybe Woodward said it or something. But no, he did not say that. But I knew it was a big threat. At the same time, I don't want to panic this country. I don't want to go out and say everybody's going to die. Everybody's
Isn't there a middle ground? You don't have to mislead, but you can.
No, there's not a middle ground. You have to be safe, you have to be vigilant, and you have to be smart.
You're going to like this next couple of voters. It's a mom and a daughter.
Good.
Mom, Barbara, voted for you in 2016. She's leaning to vote for you again. Now, her daughter was too young to vote last time. She's going to vote for her first time in a presidential campaign, and she is leaning Biden. So imagine the dinner table at their house, okay? So, Barbara, why don't you go first and ask your question?
Bienvenido a Miami.
Thank you.
Mr. Trump, as a frontline ER doctor working through the coronavirus pandemic, I know firsthand, and I've seen that many hospitals throughout the United States are suffering financial hardships. These economic effects are trickling down to the frontline workers. We are being, across the country, frontline workers are being fired, they're being furloughed, our salaries are being cut. And this is also happening in other economic sectors as well, including the travel industry and hospitality. My question to you is, how are you going to get the United States back on track, both in terms of the economy and the pandemic?
So it's happening. We just set a record, 11.4 million jobs. We are going to have a phenomenal third quarter, which will be announced on November 1st, just prior to the big November 3rd day, where I think you're going to see a red wave. But we're going to have a tremendous announcement. I believe. I mean, we're going to find out. But GDP is going through the roof. Jobs, real estate, houses, so many things are happening. So people were saying we were going to have a 42% unemployment. Look, this was a thing that came into our country, and it happened more than 100 years ago, and it happened now. They were talking about a 42% unemployment rate.
Who was talking about that? I heard 20%.
It just came out at 7.8% unemployment, and people can't even believe it. Our economy is going to be, next year, if we don't have somebody that raises taxes and quadruples taxes, which they want to do and kills everything, our economy is going to be phenomenal next year. We're going to have a phenomenal. And I'll tell you, Savannah, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country last year, including the state of Florida, where we are now, and Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, and Ohio, every place. We had the greatest economy we ever had. We had to close it down. We saved 2 million lives. We're opening it up. We have a V-shape, and it's coming back. It's coming back very fast. One other thing, we really helped the hospitals. We've sent billions and billions of dollars to the hospitals. In addition, hundreds of millions of masks and gowns, and we went into the ventilator business because this country was not equipped with ventilators. And I'm not blaming anybody for it, but we're now making thousands of ventilators a month, and we have all we can use. We're sending them all over the world because the world needs them. So they've worked very hard and really very, very effectively. Thank you. Great question.
Let's talk to Isabella. Put the mic close to your mouth. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, my parents are, as you heard, both frontline healthcare workers, and I've seen the physical and the mental tolls that this pandemic has taken on them firsthand, as well as the exacerbation of coronavirus due to Americans who are not wearing masks or participating in social distancing. After contracting COVID-19 yourself, has your opinion changed on the importance of mask wearing?
No, because I was okay with the masks. I was good with it, but I've heard many different stories on masks. I mean, I had, being president, you have people, they bring meals, they bring this. And I had an instance recently where a very wonderful person is bringing me a meal, and he's playing with his mask, and he's touching his mask all over the place, and then he's bringing a plate in, and I'm saying, well, I don't know if that's so good. I mean, the good news, I didn't eat it, okay? I decided not to eat it. This was a month ago, but look, you have on the masks, you have two stories. You have a story where they want, a story where they don't want. I am all for it.
I don't get that, because it's just all of your public health officials, your administration, they're in unison about this. No. They're all in unison about it. The University of Washington, which is they have a model that your coronavirus task force relies on, says that if everyone wore a mask, you could cut expected deaths in half.
And then you have other people that disagree.
Well, what does that mean?
Scott Atkins, if you look at Scott, Dr. Scott, he's from great guy, Stanford. He will tell you
he's
that
not an infectious disease expert.
Oh, I don't know. Look, he's an expert. He's one of the great experts of the world.
But I don't get it, because you have so much power and influence as president. You could go to you could require it at your rallies, and you could say, everyone put on a mask right now. And the University of Washington says you would save lives.
University of Washington, then you have other places say different things. You have a lot. Hey, Dr. Fauci said don't wear a mask, right?
At first, but then everybody agreed.
No, I don't know that he changed his mind. But then you have a report coming out 2 days ago that 85% of the people wearing masks.
I looked at that report. It's not about mask wearing. It was neutral on the question of masks.
We're on the same side. I say wear the mask. I'm fine with it. I have no problem. We're on the same side.
Let's take a break. We're going to get more questions right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what you would call a proper fucking. This is incredible. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lanta. Oh my Allah. NBC Redemption Arc. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are watching NBC redeem itself. They literally, Trump had no other option but to do this. He had no other option but to use this as an opportunity for himself to make sure that he could pick up in the polls. This is the only opportunity that he had. So he took the opportunity with NBC because their distribution is larger than ABC. And he thought to himself, this is a good opportunity. I'm going to go and I'm going to, do a town hall or whatever.
Oh, you're such
and
a big man.
Unironically thought that they would do like a regular town hall, not recognizing that, no, they're actually going to have a real moderator who actually moderates genuinely and who actually tries to, at the very least, live fact check him and whatnot. And this is the results. This is, to some degree, contentious journalism. Not only is this good for the overall, not only is this good for American democracy to a certain degree, but it's also really entertaining to watch too. Because Donald Trump has gotten away with so much nonsense for so long that it makes me feel, it really makes me feel happy to see him get absolutely cumstered and dumpstered on by perhaps the most powerful Karen of all time. Now, I've said this years ago. Not years ago, but at least I've been saying this for a couple of years now.
His name
old heads,
Hasan.
old fans of the stream know this already. But what do I always say? A coalition without Karens is no coalition. We need Karens on our side. We need Karens to call the manager on racism. And right now, what you are seeing is a very angry, understandably very angry Karen who is eviscerating Donald Trump. Channel this energy. It is an absolute necessity that we have the Karens on our sides and we weaponize them against injustice. We weaponize them against racism. We weaponize them against homophobia, xenophobia. So I'm fully on board with this movement. The coalition, the last remaining part of the coalition, white women, have entered the arena. Okay?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control.
I love that. Anyway, having said that,
this is the greatest thing I ever watched.
That was overall really good. They totally fucked him over with this. He is not looking good at all. He did the exact same thing that he did with QAnon this week that he did with the Proud Boys 2 weeks ago. Right-wing Twitter is probably fucking on suicide watch now. Trigger warning, sorry. But my God, my Lord, dude, what a beautiful, incredible picture to finally see, where you watch someone like Donald Trump actually get his comeuppance. Anyway, we're back, so I'm getting back to
President Trump for a town hall. Thank you again, Mr. President. We have another voter now, Christy Alonzo. Come on out, Christy. She is leaning slightly towards you. She says she voted for you in 2016. Christy, you ready? Take the mask off, hold the mic close, and let's hear your question.
Thank you for your service, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
We're a hard-working, middle-class family of 4. My husband and I are both self-employed, and we have to get our own individual health care. As you know, health care costs have gone up considerably over the decades, and you had originally said you were going to repeal and replace Obamacare. What is your plan now in 2020 to make health care costs affordable for Americans like myself?
So we got rid of the individual mandate on Obamacare, which was the worst part of Obamacare, and now you could actually say it's not Obamacare, because that's how big it was, where you had to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. So we got rid of that. That was a big, big thing. And by doing that, and we will always have, by the way, we're always protecting people with pre-existing conditions, and I can't say that more strongly. But we've been able to bring health care costs way down. Now, I took over Obamacare, got rid of the individual mandate, made it good, managed it much better. Remember, they had the $5 billion website disaster and all of the problems they had. The problem with Obamacare, it's not good. We'd like to terminate it, and we want a much less expensive health care that's a much better health care, and that's where we're aiming. And if we can do that, and we have a very good chance of doing it, but we've also brought down the price of Obamacare. Problem with Obamacare, it basically is never going to be great, and I want to give great health care.
Mr. President, I got to follow
thank you very much.
On the pre-existing conditions. This is such a big issue for voters.
It is a big issue for me, too.
In point of fact, your administration is about to go to the Supreme Court to argue to throw out the rest of Obamacare, which includes the protections for pre-existing conditions. So your administration is in court right now trying to get rid of that protection.
In order to replace it with a much better health care at a much lower price, and always, under all circumstances, we are going to protect the Republicans. And I mean, maybe I changed the party a lot over the last 3 years, but we will protect people with pre-existing conditions. And Savannah, what I want to do, get rid of the terrible Obamacare. I've already done it to a large extent because, as you know, the individual mandate is gone. That was the worst part.
You repealed, but you haven't replaced. Now, you've been in office almost 4 years.
If you got that done, then why do you want to take away pre-existing conditions?
Of Congress,
the only part of Obamacare that's good.
In Republican hands, and there is not a replacement yet.
That's right. I'm sorry, but if you look, we had both houses, and what did we do? We got rid of the individual mandate.
But
that went through the
promise
legislature.
was repeal and replace.
Look, we should be on the same side. I want it very simple. I'm going to put it very simple. We would like to terminate it, and we would like to replace it with something that's much less expensive and much better. We will always protect people with pre-existing conditions.
But if you're successful in court in November, those pre-existing conditions, that promise will be gone.
If we don't succeed, we are running the remnants of whatever's left, because we took it apart. We are running the remnants of whatever is left much better than the previous administration, which ran it very badly. But we'd like to have new health care, much better and much less expensive.
Let me get to question number 5, and you'll like this. He's stuck in traffic. His name is Joe White. He is registered as a Democrat. He says he's leaning toward Biden and voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. And his question was, a second stimulus payment has been broadly agreed upon by the Republicans and Democrats, and yet now we're in October and it's still not passed. Why not use your office to make the second stimulus payment a separate targeted emergency relief package to help Americans weather the pandemic?
Well, we've actually passed 3 packages, and we're on our 4th, and I agree with him 100%. He should vote for me. The problem you have is Nancy Pelosi. She couldn't care less about the worker. She couldn't care less about our people, and we should have a stimulus, and I want a stimulus. The Republicans will approve a stimulus. The problem is she doesn't want to do it because she thinks it's bad for her election. The fact is she's wrong, because people know she's in our way. She's not approving it. She doesn't appreciate our people. people,
lie.
and she doesn't appreciate at all our workers. Nancy Pelosi, we are ready to sign and pass stimulus, but she's got to.
People do not love the back and forth of Washington, but this has been a roller coaster. Back in early October, you one day tweeted, "No more negotiations until after Election Day. I'm walking away." Then I think the next couple of days you said, maybe we can do something targeted. Then you said, I want a big, big bill. But then Senate Republicans said, no, we're not for that. So you're the big deal maker. How come this is so, you yourself have changed positions?
Did you ever hear of a word called negotiation? We're negotiating, okay?
But people's lives are hanging in the balance.
And you know who I'm negotiating against? Nancy Pelosi, because she doesn't want to give the money. We should have stimulus. This was not our people's fault. This was China's fault. And she's penalizing our people. I'm ready to sign a big, beautiful stimulus. You saw the other day, I say, go big or go home, right?
That's what I
want it to be big. I want it to be bold. I want the money to go directly to the people.
Are Senate Republicans with you? They're going to go big for a big old number?
They'll go. They're going to be
okay,
very
but so far they have not said they would.
Because I haven't asked them to, because I can't get through Nancy Pelosi.
Okay.
If Nancy Pelosi and I, through my representatives or directly, I don't care, if we agree to something, the Republicans will agree to it.
Okay. Our next question comes from, this is interesting. She voted for Clinton in 2016, but recently changed her registration from Democrat to Independent. She says she's truly undecided. Her name's Becky Lightman. Hello, Becky. What's your question?
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you. So, corporate tax are a hot button issue, and you have cut corporate tax rates, and your opponent Joe Biden is planning to raise them.
Right.
A lot of Americans think that corporations don't pay their share of taxes and want to see those tax rates increase. Right. What do you say to those Americans to maybe tell them why you want the corporate tax rate lower and why that helps them?
It's a great question. We've created more jobs than this country has ever created. We were up to 160 million jobs. We were never even close to that number. We were just hitting 160 million jobs. Companies are pouring into our nation because of the tax rate.
No.
And if Biden comes in and raises taxes on everybody, including middle income taxes, which he wants to do, you will blow this thing and you'll end up with a depression, the likes of which you've never had. That's what's going to happen. We have something that's really good. The reason we're coming back so strong is because we built a very strong foundation. Companies are moving in. Car companies are moving into Michigan, into Ohio, into South Carolina and North Carolina.
And he's still lying. This is a lie as well.
What's happening is they're coming in because we reduced the taxes. Our taxes, our corporate taxes, were the highest in the world, and now they're among the lower taxes. They're not the lowest, but they're among the lowest. And what that means is jobs. But also, we're doing a very big, and we've done a very big middle-income tax package. So if we get in, we're going to do the middle-income tax package. But it's a great question. And if he comes along and raises rates, all those companies that are coming in, they will leave the U.S. so fast your head will spin. We can't let that happen.
On the subject of taxes, as you know, the New York Times has obtained, it says, years of your tax returns, among other things. It says that you have debts of approximately $421 million that you have personally guaranteed and that will come due in the next 4 years. The question is, on behalf of voters, who do you owe $421 million
first of all,
to?
let me answer. What they did is illegal, number one. Also, the numbers are all wrong with the numbers they released. And just so you understand, when you have a lot of real estate, I have real estate, you know a lot of it, okay? Right down the road, Doral, big stuff, great stuff. I'm very when I decided to run, I'm very under-levered, fortunately, but I'm very under-levered. I have a very, very small percentage of debt compared, in fact, some of it I did as favors to institutions that wanted to loan me money. $400 million compared to the assets that I have, all of these great properties all over the world, and frankly, the Bank of America building in San Francisco. I don't love what's happening to San Francisco.
Well, do I hear you right? It sounds like you're saying $400 million isn't that much.
One of the biggest office buildings.
But are you confirming that, yes, you do owe some $400 million?
What I'm saying is that it's a tiny percentage of my net worth.
That sounds like yes.
And you'll see that soon because we're doing things, you know, we've given, I think it's 108 or 112 pages of financial detail to elections. And, you know, we have to file as the president, as any politician, you have to file. Nobody ever looks at that. When they do, they see how incredible the company is. But more importantly, They see where this debt is. No, I don't owe Russia money. I don't owe. I owe a very, very small. It's called mortgages. People have a house. They put a mortgage.
Any foreign bank, any foreign entity?
Not that I know of, but I will probably, because it's so easy to solve. And if you'd like to do, I will let you know who I owe whatever small amount of money. I want to say two things. Number one, it's a very small amount of money. Number two, it's very straight. It's very, very straight. But it's a tiny percentage of the worth. Did you ever hear the expression underlevered?
Yeah.
I am extremely underlevered.
Well, here's the thing. You could clear this up tonight by just releasing your tax return.
Doesn't he mean
I
underleveraged?
mean, that's what I understand. I think people are
not underlevered.
It turned out that I am underwritten. They actually, excuse me, no, but you
the IRS says that doesn't stop you from releasing.
You accused me of not being underwritten previously, and so did other people at NBC. And I am underwritten. So that was solved. That's good. I am underwritten. No person in their right mind would release prior to working out the deal with the IRS. And I'll go a step further. I'm treated very badly by the IRS. They treat me very, very badly. You have people in there from previous administrations. They treat me very badly. But we're under audit. It's very routine in many ways.
Oh my God, is the audio shit? Oh my God, dude. Thanks for letting me know. I had no idea. I guess it's better if you listen to it on mute because it's out fucking doors.
From releasing your tax returns.
Except common sense and intelligence and having lawyers that say, because I would love to release them, and as soon as we come to a conclusion, I will release them, and very gladly. But if you go to elections, and if you take a look, you'll see 112, I think it's 112. It talks about the income, which is rather massive. It talks about all of the properties. They have them listed. You can never learn more. But you know what happened? People went there. All the reporters went. There was like a feeding frenzy. This was originally when I filed it. And I filed it every year. I update it every year. My son is here. They run the company. I don't run the company.
It also says that you paid $750 in taxes in the year you were elected. Is that true or not?
That's a statutory number. It's a statutory.
But is that true?
I think it's a filing number. You pay $750. It's a filing or filing fee.
Most people here probably pay more.
No, I don't know. I can tell you this. If they have my tax returns, as you know, they have to go to jail. It's illegal.
Excuse me.
But their numbers were wrong.
I'm out of control.
But let me tell you what else. I don't owe money to any of these sinister people. This has been going on for years now. Russia. It turned out to be a hoax. And it turned out to be that Hillary Clinton and the Democrats were dealing with Russia, not me. It's a whole hoax. So I would not mind at all saying who it is, but it's a very small. When you look at vast properties like I have, and they're big and they're beautiful and they're well located, when you look at that, the amount of money, $400 million, is a peanut. It's extremely underlevered. And it's levered with normal banks. Not a big deal.
All right, let's take a break. We'll get more voter questions right after this.
I mean, this is absolute psychopathic. This is, dude, I'm not going to fix the audio. I can't fix the audio, and I can't unfuck your mom. Stop asking me to fix the audio. It's nothing I can do about it, okay? There's nothing I can do about it. I don't fucking work for NBC!
Hasan.
Oh my God, dude. Big deal, libtard. Why are you giving him... Oh, God, it's because it's fucking debate night. That's why I have so many fucking morons, dude. Why are you giving him ratings? I don't know, because he's the fucking president. Are you an idiot? Do you think that I'm platforming the president right now?
I don't love
oh, instead of watching Joe Biden, don't worry. I have Joe Biden up on the other side. Okay, here.
Safeguards that will help ensure more long-term balance and stability. And what do you say to LGBTQ Americans and others who are very worried right now about erosions of their rights and our democracy as a whole?
Well, let me start the last point, work my way.
It is irresponsible of me to watch this shit instead of fucking Donald Trump get obliterated, cumstered and dumpstered live on television by NBC.
I just got the recaps when I get in late at night I've been going around the country, Florida.
Look at the vibes here,
anyway.
Dude.
And, but my reading online, what the what the judge said was she didn't answer very many questions at all. And I don't even think she has laid out much of a judicial philosophy in terms of the basis upon which she thinks are there unenumerated rights in the Constitution of the
Trump
US.
is going to win. Trump is going to win the ratings battle tonight, regardless of whether we watch him or not.
LGBT community,
you fucking weirdo.
Something I fought very hard for a long time to make sure there's equality
irrelevant to the
board.
grand scheme of things.
Number two, I think that also healthcare overall is very much in jeopardy as a consequence of the president's going to go directly after this election directly to the Supreme Court within a month to try to get Obamacare wiped out after we've already 10 million people have already lost their insurance from their employer and wants to take 20 million people out of the system as well, plus 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. So there's a lot at stake. I don't think it's appropriate. I think the Constitution implies, there's no provision in the Constitution. My problem is I made a mistake of teaching constitutional law for 21 years and the separation of powers. The Constitution implies that the way the people have a right to determine who's going to be on the court is how they vote for their senators and their president. We seek the advice and consent of the Senate and the
president's president for all 4 years, isn't he?
No, he is. But once an election begins, by implication, it is inconsistent with the constitutional principles, in my view. You get disagreement among scholars on this. But I believe it's inconsistent when millions of people already voted to put someone on the court. I think it should have been held.
15 more seconds of this boring shit, and then we can go back to the content. Hopefully, in one of the last moments that we will ever watch Donald Trump on the main stage debating as a president, okay?
Exactly 1 year ago tonight at a Democratic debate, he said, I would not get into
happy birthday,
I would not pack the court. That's not what you're saying now. Is
No.
the nomination of Judge Barrett reason enough to rethink your position?
Saturday. What is the nomination? What I wanted to do.
Oh, thank God. Okay, it's over. All right. Oh, Jesus
Subscribe
Christ.
now.
We are live in Miami in the middle of a town hall with President Trump. Thank you again for being here. We've got another voter, Adam Sugar. He voted for Clinton in 2016. He's registered as a Democrat and says he's supporting Biden. Adam, take it away.
Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Adam.
4 years ago, Senate leadership said it was inappropriate to push through a nominee in an election year. Yet they fast-tracked your nominee for the Supreme Court just today. The question I have for you is, what do you say to the voter that thinks it's hypocritical to act in that manner and that they can't trust Republicans' word?
So when I was elected and when a president is elected, they're elected for a period of 4 years. And Justice Ginsburg said it best, I think talking about President Obama having to do with somebody else, that the president is put there for 4 years, not for 3 years. So during this fourth year, it happened to come up, unfortunately, because I had great respect for Justice Ginsburg, but a vacancy happened to come up, and we picked somebody that's outstanding. She has been an absolute star, and I'm extremely proud of it. But again, plenty of time. I mean, there's plenty of time. We're going to do it before the election, but we also have much time after the election, but there's no reason to wait, because it's almost unanimous, it seems to me, certainly within the Republican Party, and frankly, most of the Democrats within closed rooms. I guarantee you that this is an outstanding person, and I'm using my fourth term. And you know, if you look at it, and if you put the shoe on the other foot, if they had this, they would do it 100%. So there's been 29 times when this has happened. All 29 times, a president has done exactly what I've done.
Can I just, to the voters' point, I'll just say that in 2016, you were on another show, actually another morning show, and you were asked whether President Obama should nominate a Supreme Court Justice Merrick Garland, and you said, I think the Senate should wait until the next president and let the president pick. Now, that was 8 months before the election. This is 3 weeks before the election.
I have a lot of respect, by the way.
So you have changed your position on this.
I have a lot of respect for Judge Garland, I want to tell you that. But I'll tell you, the whole ball game changed when I saw the way they treated Justice Kavanaugh. I have never seen any human being, and I'm not just talking about Supreme Court, I have never seen a human being treated so badly with false accusations and everything else. I have never seen anything like it. And you know what? The truth is, Savannah, like it or not, the ball game changed a lot. There has never been anybody treated so badly as now now Justice Kavanaugh.
You've mentioned that you would like to see Amy Coney Barrett confirmed to the Supreme Court in case any challenges come up in connection with the election.
Yeah.
Do you expect her to rule for you?
I think she'll have to make that decision. I don't think she has any conflict at all. You know, a Supreme Court judge does not have, I mean, they can make their own decision. And they actually have additional power to make that decision. It would be totally up to her. I would think that she would be able to rule either for me or against me. I don't see any conflict whatsoever. We have an election coming up. I think it's the most important election in the history of our country. If for any chance, and it probably won't, and I hope it doesn't ever get to the Supreme Court, but if it did, I would think that she would rule one way or the other. I would think so.
But for you think she would rule for you?
I have no idea.
I mean, of course she'll rule one way or the other, but...
Believe it or not, I never asked her about it. I never talked about it. I didn't talk about any of the obvious things that you could talk about. And I think a lot of people in my position might. But in speaking to a lot of very brilliant people and people that do this for a living, they say it's better not to talk. So I talked to her about life. I talked to her about the fact, would you like to do this? Are you willing to do this? Because it's a tremendous burden. The answer was yes. She's unbelievably well qualified, but I never spoke to her about these various questions.
Let's get our next voter. She's leaning to you, Mr. President. She voted for you in 2016. She is a registered Republican. Her name is Mariah Green. Mariah, what's your question?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President. I'm honored to be with you here tonight, sir, so thank you. I'm a pro-life millennial, and my question for you today is, if Roe v. Wade is ultimately overturned in the future, what protections would be put in place or kept for where the mother's life is in jeopardy in relation to high-risk pregnancies?
Well, again, I'm not ruling on this, and Roe v. Wade is something that a lot of people would say, obviously, you're going to speak to somebody. I also, two other great justices, Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh, I never spoke to them about Roe v. Wade. I never spoke to them about election laws. I never spoke to them about anything. And I've done the right thing from a moral standpoint. I don't even know from a legal standpoint, but it was the right thing. I think, depending on what happens with Roe v. Wade, I think that perhaps it could get sent down to the states, and the states would decide. I also think perhaps nothing will happen. I have not talked to her about it. I think it would be inappropriate to talk to her about it. And some people would say you can talk to her about it. I just think it would be inappropriate.
But what is your preference? Because it agreed, that's not something you should talk to the judge about. But would you like to see Roe versus Wade overturned?
I would like to see a brilliant jurist, a brilliant person who has done this in great depth and has actually skirted this issue for a long time, make a decision. And that's why I chose her. I think that she's going to make a great decision. I did not tell her what decision to make, and I think it would be inappropriate to say right now, because I don't want to do anything to influence her. I want her to get approved, and then I want her to go by the law, and I know she's going to make a great decision for our country.
But you running as a pro-life Republican, most pro-life Republicans would like to see Roe v. Wade overturned and abortion banned.
Many of them would.
What do you
Perhaps
think?
most of them would. I am telling you, I don't want to do anything to influence anything right now. I don't want to go out tomorrow and say, oh, he's trying to give her a signal, because I didn't speak to her about it. I've done the right thing in so doing. How she's going to rule, you're going to find out perhaps, or you might not find out. I mean, it may never get there. It may never get there. We'll see what happens.
All right, we have another question. This is Cindy Velez. She is undecided. She says she's leaning to Biden, and she did vote for Clinton in 2016. She's registered as a Democrat. Hi, Cindy. What's your question?
Good evening, Savannah.
Cindy,
Good evening,
you.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
As the mother of a young male of color, I have raised him to respect authority, not only because it's the right thing to do, but also out of fear that he may face profiling or be considered a criminal. As an educator, I've also had similar conversations with my high school students. Mr. President, what will you and your administration do to better prepare our law enforcement officers to work in collaboration with the communities that they serve, and also to protect the lives of innocent Black and Latinos from police brutality and injustice?
Right. I fully understand the question, and I saw everything that you saw over the summer, and it was a terrible thing to watch. We were very strongly, we have a senator named Tim Scott from South Carolina. He came came up with a bill that should have been approved. It was great. It was a bill that was strong in terms of law enforcement and strong in terms of enforcing the proper thing and doing the proper thing by law enforcement. And the Democrats just wouldn't go for it. They wouldn't go for it at all. And I don't know why, because it was a really great bill. But I do have to say this. And some people don't like it when I say it, but a lot of people agree. I have done more for the African-American community than any president, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, historically black colleges and universities. I got them funded. They were on a year-to-year basis. They could have been put out of business. As soon as our country had a little bad year, they would have said, I'm sorry, we're not going to fund you.
It hits different when you say it to a person of color that's not a sycophantic Trump supporter.
Very friendly with a lot of the heads. But we've done more, and of course, opportunity zones. But criminal justice reform, everybody said it could not be done. President Obama and Biden never even tried to do it. They never even tried. But I say that, and I say it often. I'll say it loud, and I'm very proud of it. And I have a great relationship because of what I've done with the African American community. I'm very proud of it.
Let's go to our next question. We have Paulette Dale. She leans slightly to Biden. She voted for Clinton in 2016. She's registered as a Republican. Paulette, what's your question?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
I have to say, you have a great smile.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, he does. You're so handsome when you smile.
Damn, she's trying to fuck him, dude. What the fuck?
Daughter of immigrants to the United States who fled Eastern Europe due to religious persecution.
Right.
The United States immigration policies are very personal for me.
Right.
Surveys show that most Americans and the majority of Republicans support the Dreamers program. So my question for you, Mr. President, is if you are elected to a second term, do you expect to pursue your previous efforts to cut the DACA program?
Yeah.
Why or why not?
And the DACA is somewhat different than Dreamers. You understand that, and you understand it better than anybody probably in this room. Where do you come from, by the way, originally? Where?
My grandparents were from Russia and Poland.
Deported.
Okay, so we are going to take care of DACA. We're going to take care of Dreamer. It's working right now. We're negotiating different aspects of immigration and immigration law. We've built now over 400 miles of border wall, southern border. Mexico's working very closely with us. We have the strongest border we've ever had.
Good luck for you. It has nothing to do with Dreamers or DACA.
Very hard on the DACA program, and you will be, I think, very happy over the course of the next year.
Thank you.
Because I feel the same way as you do about it.
Thank you, Mr.
What do you mean? You're going to be very happy. Just say what you're going to do, you fucking jackass.
Under your administration, no new applicants are allowed. And in fact, the DACA recipients now have to renew every year as opposed to every 2 years. So in fact, the DACA program has been curtailed by your
And DACA are Dreamers, by the way. That's it. DACA is the exact same thing as a Dreamer.
Front. Mexico is heavily infected, as you know, and we've made it very, very difficult to come in because of the pandemic and other reasons, and crime. But we have a very strong border right now, and we have to keep it that way. But we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in through a merit system, and they have to come in legally. And people are very, very happy with it.
What if they're fucking 2 years old, dipshit?
But what happened is because of the pandemic, we have to be extra cautious.
My man said, bye-bye, David Dobrik.
Well, at least July, when you told my colleague on Telemundo it was coming, but nothing's come yet.
It's very happy. The fact is, we got rid of catch and release, which is a disaster. You know, you catch somebody, they could be a murderer, they could be a rapist, and we're supposed to release them into our country. These are the laws that I inherited. We ended that program. Now, I think you're going to see something very, very good. The whole immigration, if you look at what's going on, people used to pour into our country, and especially during the pandemic. I think even you, Savannah, will be very impressed.
Well, man's wrong on immigration across the board, but especially wrong on DACA. You can't even be on the program if you have any stain on your reputation. You have to have a stainless criminal record.
That's right.
There are people who want to know why they should give you a second chance and how you might improve in a second term. 30 seconds. What would you say to them?
Because I've done a great job. We had the strongest economy in the world. We closed it up. We are coming around the corner. corner. The vaccines are coming out soon, and our economy is strong. We are at a level with jobs like we've never been before. We've rebuilt our military. We've rebuilt our borders. We had no borders. We had no nothing. We've rebuilt so much. We've given you the greatest tax cut in the history of our country, greatest regulation cut, equally as important, and we created new levels of jobs that nobody thought was possible. And next year is going to be better than ever before.
I got to leave it there. I got a wrap from the control room. Mr. President, thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to the voters' questions. That concludes our town hall.
Oh my
do want to
God.
thank the
That was just an hour. Oh my God, did they cut it short?
Donald Trump and Joe Biden are scheduled to meet in person a week from tonight in Nashville, a second and final presidential debate moderated by our own Kristen Welker.
Oh my God. Okay, time for this shit now.
Fracking was discussed and its possible implications for the waterways from the Commonwealth to the Gulf. Fracking has made the population sick and killed wildlife in southwest Pennsylvania.
This is so funny to like juxtapose with Trump.
Have already begun to transition people away from fossil fuels. What industries that are not harmful to human health and the environment are you planning for southwest Pennsylvania and the nation?
Well, first of all, I make it clear I do not propose banning fracking. I think you have to make sure that fracking is in fact not emitting methane or polluting the well or dealing with what can be small earthquakes and how they're drilling. So it has to be managed very, very well, number one. Number two, what we have to do is the future rests in renewable energy. The single fastest growing energy source in the world right now, because I'm going to say something that's going to sound self-serving, but I managed the Recovery Act, and I was able to invest billions of dollars into bringing down the cost per BTU of wind and solar. So now it's cheaper than coal, it's cheaper than oil right now. And it has great, great promise. And it's also the fastest growing employer in the energy industry. And so there are a number of things that I would do immediately. Number one, there are well over 100,000 wells that are left uncapped in the region. We could hire 128,000 of these people who are working in the industry to cap these wells and get a good salary doing it now, number one. Number two, we should be moving toward finding the new technologies that are going to be able to deal with carbon capture. So ultimately, as a transition, we moved to a net zero emission of carbon, that we're still going to be able to use, if we find the right technology, some gas to be able to, if we can carbon capture. And I think we're going to be able to move in a direction where by the year 2035, we'll be able to have.
Guys, you're saying it's boring, but like this is what the American people literally want. Like we are spoiled as little Zoomers and millennials and just like overall edgy people on the internet. We want we appreciate the content that Trump creates, but like a lot of people unironically want this kind of calm demeanor from a president. They don't like Donald Trump and how disruptive he's been.
$600 billion we spend in government contracts only on those things that in fact also are not only made in America, but building an infrastructure that's clean and new. And what we have to do is focus on
as much as I love the content, even I just want the fucking president to say, yeah, no, mask wearing is good. Instead of whatever the fuck Donald Trump was saying earlier when he just kept saying, well, I saw a study, 85% of people that were wearing masks. I saw a study, they still got it. It's like, dude, we're 8 months in, dog. The masks are for everyone that might have coronavirus and not know it. The mask is not an automatic shield that protects you from COVID. It's more so to make sure that someone who has COVID that has to be forced to wear a mask that doesn't sneeze on you. Those numbers don't mean anything.
Over time, and at the same time provide significant employment. and good union wages, prevailing wages.
Let me stick on fracking for a second. You said you don't want to ban fracking. As you know, it's an important issue here in Pennsylvania. Not everyone buys your denial. A member of the Boilermakers Local 154, Sean Stefani, was quoted in the New York Times today saying, "You can't have it both ways." It says you can't meet your goal to end fossil fuels without ending fracking. What do you say to people like Sean who doubt your denial because they think you want to keep that promise?
Tell them the Boilermakers overwhelmingly endorse me, okay? So the Boilermakers union has endorsed me because I sat down with them in great detail with their leadership exactly what I would do, number one. Number two, what I would do is I would stop giving tax breaks and subsidizing oil. We don't need to subsidize oil any longer, number one. We should stop that and save billions of dollars over time. What I would also do
his
with
campaign
regard
went back
to,
on that.
the difference between me and the new Green Deal, they say automatically by 2030, we're going to be carbon free. Not possible.
So are you for it or against it? You say you're not for it, but in your website it says you call it a crucial framework. The Green Deal.
My deal is a crucial framework, but not the new Green Deal. The new Green Deal calls for elimination of all non-renewable energy by 2030. You can't get there. You're going to need to be able to transition, George, to be able to transition to get to the place where we invest in new technologies that allow us to do things that get us to a place where we get to net zero emission, including in agriculture. I've laid out a detailed plan. We should be taking the plan where we allow significant more land to be put in conservation, plant deep-rooted plants which absorb carbon from the air, and in fact pay farmers to do it. We can do things like pelletize all the chicken manure and all the horse manure and cow manure, and they can take out the methane and use it as fertilizer and make a lot of money doing it. For example, right now down in people, when I say that, they wonder what I'm talking about. The biggest carbon sink in the world is the Amazon. More carbon absorbed from the air, diminishing global warming, in the Amazon than all the carbon emitted on a yearly basis from the United States of America, from all vehicles and all means. So we have to use our imaginations. We have to move in the direction as well, providing for electric vehicles. Electric vehicles will save billions of gallons of oil, create, estimated, not me, Wall Street, 1 million automobile jobs. But we're lagging. We're not investing. We're not doing any of the research.
Got to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay, so this is boring as fuck, but this is what Americans want. Like, this is literally what they want. So let's take a look at what the CNN and MSNBC is saying right now.
Uncomfortably on one topic. I've seen you do this in press conferences. Makes you controversial. Don't I know it? But you cannot let it go when he is saying something that's not true. You have to stay right there. Like with the bin Laden stuff, you say you don't know QAnon. You have to. Because we all know that you were told when you retweeted it today by your people what you had done and why you had done it and what it would mean. And you have to know what it is because you're the president of the United States and you got talked to about this all the time. You can't be that dumb. So you think it's okay? I don't know. I don't know what they're good with. Are you okay with the idea that Osama bin Laden wasn't killed? Are you okay with that? He would probably say one of two things. No, I believe he was killed. Well, then why did you retweet it? Problem for him. Two, I don't know, which, as we both know, he may well say. I don't know. I don't know what I can trust. Either way, staying on it, as uncomfortable as it is, and we've both been in those situations. You've got the control room in your ear telling you to move on. You got other people. It's about the people. It's not about you. You can't do that with Trump. All respect to Savannah.
Joe Biden about starting with the New York Post story, a very simple
with this
question
particular political animal.
Did you,
Shut up,
yes
you
or no,
himbo.
ever meet with anybody from Burisma? Their emails saying that you did. Are those emails false, or did you have such a meeting?
Bro, they're really, oh, that's so bad. Oh, they're just running with the Burisma shit.
Brought up tonight by
Biden coverage exposes media double standard. Oh, that's so bad. Tomorrow, when you start seeing the highlights of what bloodbath took place on national television and across NBC, CNBC, and all the other NBC subsidiaries, Americans are not going to appreciate what happened. Trump is going to cry about how fucking unfair it is. Trump is going to nonstop cry about how fucking unfair it is that, like, you know, he was ambushed and he was attacked. Let's hear it.
The wall and ending bureaucracy and getting us energy independence and better trade deal and beating the caliphate and Soleimani and Baghdadi and the Al-Qaeda leader in Yemen. So on the one hand, he's got both sides of this. Even the answer on COVID-19, he goes, yeah, I guess I could be hiding in the basement or in a room somewhere, but I've got to be the president. I've committed to serve this country, and that takes leadership. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think this is going to be one of the great issues after Election Day. He has to fight. He has to battle. But, Sean, I've always made the case he has to dial it down a notch or two. He has to fight more than anybody because the deck is so stacked against him. But I also think he can fight so hard sometimes that he turns people off. And he's done it sometimes on Twitter. He's done it sometimes in the direct.
I mean, he was just owning people on his fucking own town hall. Like, he just kept like saying, he just kept debate lording his own American people that, like, have the capability of voting for him or not.
He has to find that line between being himself, being the tough guy, the fighter, but not go too far.
See, I felt he hit that
balance.
It was funny because I've listened to you say that, and I felt he hit that balance tonight. I felt it was, okay, Savannah, I'll answer the question for the 400th time. Answers it, she's arguing, she's interruptive, answers it again. But then when the audience questions came in, that's where the connection took place. And I thought he was sharp on his
incredible.
I watched Biden tonight. I wasn't able to watch
I
very
love
much of Trump.
the copium inhalants.
The weak, the frail, the ever-confused Joe Biden. But okay, thanks, Ari Fleischer. We appreciate it. Also tonight, serious claims of public corruption continue to now emerge surrounding Joe Biden and, of course, Zero Experience Hunter, his son. As we speak, Twitter, Facebook are actively shielding.
Oh, they're just like, they're doing full coverage. If Donald Trump had some good moments, they wouldn't be running this nonstop. They would be running how well Donald Trump did. So, of course, they're not talking about it because it's really bad.
Or major platforms to lose what are special legal protections not afforded to traditional media outlets once they editorialize or once they decide to edit and decide what the content is going to be or what their approval is based on political opinion. Now, if Twitter and Facebook, if they want to act like MSDNC, they should be treated like MSDNC because let's be clear, there are serious questions tonight surrounding Zero Experience Hunter, his father, whether Twitter thinks so or not, whether Facebook thinks so or not. These questions must be answered. Joe, did you ever talk to your son about his overseas businesses? Because you said you didn't, but in fact, we now know you did. Did you participate in any way in any of those business endeavors? Because remember, on multiple occasions, Biden promised he never once spoke to his son about his unusual international business deals. There are now emails that say just the opposite. Twitter apparently doesn't want any of those questions asked or answered because instead of allowing further discussion, Twitter tried to banish the...
Oh, God. This shit sucks so bad. So I truly think that, like, I mean, this was a nothing burger that we knew about already. Oh, Jack is back. Sorry. Let's watch.
China is making moves. So I would say we find ourselves less secure than we've been. I do compliment the president on the deal with Israel recently. If you take a look, we're not very well trusted around the world. When 17 major nations in the world were asked who they trust more, who's the better leader, and the president came in behind both the national survey.
Did they find people that are dead to make Biden look more alive in comparison? I don't think that guy's alive. Like, that's a dead
Americans, bounties on American.
I think that's TOS.
In Afghanistan, there are more people there now, by the way, than when we left in Afghanistan, and we find ourselves in a situation where he's talked to Putin 6 times, hadn't said a word to him. And NATO is on the risk of beginning to crack because they doubt our concern, whether we're there. You see what's happening in everything from Belarus to Poland to Hungary, and the rise.
Yeah, Biden gave him a call before the town hall. That's why he's dead now.
This president embraces all the thugs in the world. I mean, he's best friends with the leader of North Korea, sending love letters. He doesn't take on Putin in any way, and he is just he's learned the art of the steal from the art of the deal by Xi in China. So I would respectfully suggest, no, there is no plan, no coherent plan for foreign policy. You know, we've always ruled. We've been most effective as a world leader, in my humble opinion, not just by the exercise of our power, we're the most powerful nation in the world, but the power of our example. That's what's led the rest of the world to follow us on almost everything. He's pulled out of almost every international organization. He gets laughed at when he goes to the, literally, not figuratively, when he goes to the United Nations. I mean, it's just not, it's not about the president per se, it's about the nation and the lack of respect that's shown to us.
I want to get one more question in this segment, and it comes from Mika Hack. She's from State College, Pennsylvania. This is your first presidential election that you're voting.
Yes.
Hi, Mika. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm the proud mom of 2 girls, 8 and 10. My youngest daughter is transgender. The Trump administration has attacked the rights of transgender people, banning them from military service, weakening non-discrimination protections, and even removing the word transgender from some government websites. How will you, as president, reverse this dangerous...
Damn, Joe Biden looks like he really feels bad for trans people. What the fuck?
Lives and rights of LGBT
My man mourns hard as fuck, dude. Look at his face.
Under U.S. law.
I will flat out just change the law. Eliminate those executive orders, number one. You may recall, I'm the guy who said, I was raised by a man who I remember I was being dropped off. My dad was a high school educated, well-read man who was a really decent guy, and I was being dropped off to get an application in the center of our city, Wilmington, Delaware, the corporate capital of the world at the time. And these 2 men, I'm getting out to get an application to be a lifeguard in the African-American community because there was a big swimming pool complex. And these 2 men, well-dressed, leaned up and hugged one another and kissed one another. I'm getting out of the car at the light, and I turned to my dad. My dad looked at me and said, Joey, it's simple. They love each other. The
story's fake as fuck, by the way. Like, this is... Corn Pop is a real story, but this one is demonstrably fake.
Gender. That's what I think I'd like to be. It'll make my life a lot easier.
Yeah, dude, your fucking Irish dad in, like, 1943 said... Yeah, those 2 guys, they love each other. Joe, like, get the fuck out of here, dude. No one believes. Like, you don't need to.
I mean, I think it's up to.
You don't need to make stories like that up, dude.
It's higher now,
yeah.
And that's just this year. And so I promise you, there is no reason to suggest.
There's just no way I will ever believe that story. Like, I do think that Joe Biden is, of course, for trans rights, like 1,000%. Like, don't get me wrong. But that story is fake as fuck.
And by the way, my son Bo passed away, was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware. He was the guy who got the first transgender law passed in the state of Delaware, and because of a young man who became a woman who worked for him in the Attorney General's office.
We've got one more segment coming up. Thank you.
And I'm proud of it.
ABC News.
Okay, don't get mad at him for saying young man who became a woman when he's talking about a trans woman, because he's literally 7 million years old, okay? Like, he is 7 gorillion years old. Like, it's kind of like when that TPUSA toilet paper girl was trying to be like, how many genders are there, Joe? And he was like, at least 3. I love that answer. It's like the best. It's the best answer that you can give to a question like that.
Wet ass P word.
Like,
Make that pull out.
what did he say? He said at least 3, right?
So much knowledge.
Like, at least 3, Jack. Like, anyway, it's pretty funny though to watch, like, oh my God, GOP senators are sounding alarm over big tech censorship scheme. Okay.
But they're not watching I mean, they might be watching the president, but going on NBC is a moment for him. You do that if you're in the business of addition. And I agree with Michael. That has not been the governing mission at all for 3.5 years of Donald Trump. And by the way, I think it's why he's behind in this race. Sorry, Dana, go ahead.
No, and I agree. And look,
Either Biden's story about his dad is fake as fuck, or his dad was 100% gay. Like, there is no in between, okay? I refuse to believe that there's anything in between those two circumstances. Do you understand? Either Joe Biden's mom was a beard, or that story is completely fake. Give that to me at least, okay? Because there's nothing that would ever get an Irish Catholic man in like 1931 or whenever the fuck they had this convo to turn around and be like, yeah, Jack, those two guys kissing right there, they love each other. Like, no, you know what they would be doing? They'd be like, Jack, watch me do a hate crime. Or back then, it wasn't considered a hate crime. It was just normal stuff that they would do. That would be the real story in that circumstance.
Man, Hasan.
Hey, corn pop. Yeah, I'm going to keep lowering the year, by the way. The more we talk about this, the more I'm going to be like, back in 1731, there was no way that Joe Biden's Irish Catholic father said, you know, I'm for gay rights, okay? Back in 1912. Okay, bisexuals. Yes, he could have been bi as well. Oh my God. Listen, if you want bisexual visibility and exclusively bisexual visibility, there you go. There's our bisexual king right here. Okay? I'll kiss all the boys. I'll kiss all the girls. If you want a president who doesn't do bi erasure, Donald Trump, baby. There you go. A bi icon. At least he brought attention to this on national media.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Pogu happy.
Yeah, no, he's. I mean, dude, come on. Trans rights is like, dude. If you can't nail trans rights as a liberal, what the fuck do you have? It's like abortion, LGBT rights. That's it. Like, what else do liberals have? Like, I expect him to do this 100%.
His name
okay,
is
abortion,
Hasan.
LGBT rights, like critical support, unconditional support to the LGBT community, and, you know, not being openly racist to black people. And Joe Biden, on the other hand, like on the third one, Joe Biden, like, kind of fucks up from time to time. You want to assume his heart is in the right place, but like he does kind of. Irish dude in 1940s can't support gays, woke police, aka Hasan Piker.
Hasan.
Yes. I totally stand by that. They got child tax credits for people making less than $20,000 in certain neighborhoods too. No. I'm talking about like, oh, you're wrong. Biden's father was Anglo-Protestant. His mom was Irish Catholic. Okay, still. Biden's dad died in a ship accident in 1912. Little weird, dude. Yeah, many people are saying that the last thing he said was trans rights. Before he died in a ship accident in 1912, he said, Joe, I just want to say one thing, Joe. Trans rights! And then he passed away. That's what I heard. Real story. Can't clarify it. There was no bookkeeping back then. They used to, the only way they could do bookkeeping back then was during cave paintings. So how are you going to clarify if I'm being right or wrong? You don't know if I'm lying.
Being one of the few presidents, the only president to be impeached and then have a member of his own party vote to expel him, it emboldened him. So, but what I will do, I'll go back to being a professor at the University of Pennsylvania and making the case that I've been made and at the Biden Institute at the University of Delaware, focusing on these same issues relating to what constitutes decency and honor in this country. It's the thing that got me involved in public life to begin with. As a kid, I moved from Scranton, where there were no African Americans, and moved down to Claymont, Delaware, and in Delaware we have the 8th largest black population as a percent of population. It was an epiphany for me, seeing what was going on, and I got deeply involved. I'm no great shakes. I don't mean I wasn't John Lewis. I don't mean to imply that, but it's the thing that's motivated.
Dude, tell him the corn pop story.
He said, everyone's entitled to be treated with dignity. Everybody. And it was real. Everybody is. And so whether I'm a defeated candidate for president back teaching, or I'm elected president, it is a major element of everything that I'm about, because it reflects who we are as a nation. And it's what makes us, this is every single solitary generation. The dial has moved closer and closer and more to inclusion. And we are a country that is a country of slaves who came here 400 years ago, indigenous people.
Chat,
and
after this is over, oh fuck, I forgot to run an ad, but after this is over, don't worry. I will be talking, I will be watching the undecided voter pornography. Okay, so don't you worry.
And I tell you one thing, if I'm elected president, you will not hear me race baiting, you'll not hear me dividing, you'll hear me trying to unify. And unify bring people together. When I said I was running because I wanted to unify the country, people said, well, they were the old days. We better be able to do it again. Agreed. We better be able to do it again.
Mr. Vice President, if you lose, what will that say to you about where America is today?
Well, it could say that I'm a lousy candidate and I didn't do a good job. But I think, I hope that it doesn't say that we are as racially, ethnically, and religiously at odds with one another as it appears the president wants us to be. Usually, you know, the president's, in my view, with all due respect, has been divide and conquer. The way he does better if he splits us. There's division. And I think people need hope. I think, look, George, I've never been more optimistic about the prospects for this country than I am today. And I really mean that. I think the people are ready. They understand what's at stake. And it's not about Democrat or Republican. If I get elected, you know, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I'm going to take care of those who voted against me as well as those who voted for me, for real. That's what presidents do. We got to heal this nation, because we have the greatest opportunity of any country in the world to own the 21st century, and we can't do it divided.
One more break. We'll be right back.
All right, Ryan Grimace coming up shortly. I should have just ran the ad right here. I don't know why I fucking didn't run the ad right here, but
his name is Hasan.
Anyway, yeah, they're just milking it with the fucking ad breaks over here, but yeah, he's not gonna arrest Donald Trump. That's not happening. What is this? What is this? Dude, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Like why are you doing that? Like, why would you post that? I don't know if that's fucking appropriate or not. You're lucky that I didn't permanently ban you, because I don't know if it's like TOS or not. It's probably not TOS, but still. Like, what are you doing? Are you fucking stupid? Like, where is your brain? You're like a fucking year, you're like a 1 year plus sub. Please don't be so stupid.
Bill, not the 1994 crime bill, so that's something that will need to be sorted out. But this is a very heavily policy-focused town hall. You know, Biden didn't really...
Why did you like it? Yeah, it's why? What's the problem? I can like whatever the fuck I want.
I love the system.
What if I liked porn? What if I liked actual fucking porn with like titties and nips and shit? Is that appropriate for you to fucking send me when I'm on stream, when I'm streaming? So I pull it up? Especially as like a fucking, you know, year-long sub? You should know better. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Now, Michael, we have unfinished business in terms of whether or not what Trump was doing tonight makes sense in terms of strategy, let alone value to people. But let's spend a little love time on Biden here and what he did. Dana, help me understand this. I come to you often for advice about how to be my best self. I don't get the criticism that I am asking a distraction question when I push.
You liked it as an idiotic take. I mean, I jerk off the porn too. should I watch it on stream and jerk off with you guys? Or is there a difference between like what you can show on stream and whatnot? That is on the margins. It's not TOS, but still, like it's fucking stupid of you to like post that. Anyway, I can't wait for the fucking undecided jerk off session where I can't wait for all the dummies that are like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I'm still undecided between Trump and Joe Biden.
The former vice president knows that. He's trying to avoid answering that because if he says, yes, I'm for it, it will really make people who are, kind of inclined to traditionally vote for Republicans but don't like Donald Trump maybe think twice about Biden. If he says no, that he's going to piss off the progressives and the opposite of what I just said about independence. But the thing is that when he says, I'm going to wait until before Election Day, as David Chalian reminds us every day, Election Day is right now in many states. Millions of people have voted, so that's not going to cut it with them.
That answer is Trumpery. By definition, that has nothing to do with Trump's name. Look it up. It's a real word. Michael, but isn't this an example of why Trump screwed up and should have been on the stage with Biden? Because imagine how you expose that kind of answer.
Oh, hell yeah.
No doubt. It would have been in the president's best interest and the country's best interest to see them together. The idea that America is clicking back and forth tonight, I think, is sad. Look, that answer from the vice president is illogical because that standard could apply to any hot button issue.
Yes.
Oh, if I answer you, that's going to become the issue. Well, that's the nature of public service. But the bigger point is this. It's all in keeping with the Hippocratic oath nature of the vice president's campaign. They're comfortably ahead, and all they want to do is no harm from now until the election.
I knew the day of your last debate. You're supposed to have another debate a week from tonight. Just two quick questions. Do you expect that debate to happen? Will you demand that President Trump take a test that day and let it be negative before you debate?
Yeah, by the way, before I came up here, I took another test. I've been taking it every day, the deep test, the one they go in both. And because I wanted to be able, if I had not passed that test, I didn't want to come here and not, expose anybody. And I just think it's just decency to be able to determine whether or not you're clear. And it's not. I'm less concerned about me, but then the people, the guys at the cameras, the people working in the Secret Service guys you drive up with, all those people. And so yes, I believe he will do that. Look, I'm going to abide by what the commission rules call for. I was prepared to debate him remotely, which was supposed to happen, and he said he wouldn't do that, a virtual debate, or town hall. He didn't want to do that. I didn't set those rules. The commission set the rules. So whatever rules they set, and I'm confident that the Cleveland Clinic is the one overseeing it. I think they're going to not let happen what happened last time. They're going to demand that it's safe.
But you expect to be there?
Oh, I expect to be there.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for your time tonight. Thank all the questioners here. It was really terrific questions. I think you did a service to our democracy tonight. Thank you very much. I want to go back to my colleague David Muir in New York.
All right, George, thank you. So there you have it, the ABC News Town Hall with former Vice President Joe Biden. Just 19 days until the election in this country. Of course, voting already underway. More than 18 million Americans have voted. Tonight, as you heard from the Vice President there was supposed to be a presidential debate. President Trump pulled out of that debate when the commission wanted a virtual debate after the COVID outbreak at the White House. Joe Biden had agreed to do that instead, then doing the town hall here with ABC. And the president, in a late move this week, agreeing to the town hall and another network, sort of split screen in America tonight. We did hear the president and the vice president get pressed on several topics tonight. The vice president in Philadelphia now talking to those voters, socially distanced in the audience, Republicans, Democrats, and some
Joe did really well from the minimal, from the small amount of shit that I watched. From the small amount of coverage that I saw, the limited coverage I saw, Joe did really well. He was boring as fuck. Okay? He gave long answers, long and boring, no malarkey. He cut the malarkey. Okay? Very good.
At the Constitution Center.
This is exactly what you want. This is exactly what you expect. This is what I might not appreciate as much. But
that it depends on how this is handled.
This is what the American people want.
He was pressed on what that meant, how this was
boring
handled.
is good because then people leave and can't see him fuck up. No, I don't think he fucked up anyway. I mean, we watched it. We watched the end sequences when he should be really bad, but he was performing very well.
Before. He has been pressed on this repeatedly, and while he still isn't giving a clear answer on whether he would expand the court, saying he's, quote, not a fan of court packing, tonight he notably didn't rule it out, saying that he will have a clear answer on this by Election Day after the confirmation hearings for Amy Coney Barrett, saying that Americans and voters have a right to know.
The media is... Trump is not wrong when he says the media is the enemy of the people. They really could be if they wanted to. Like, they fucking carry. They are carrying hard, dude. Like, Donald Trump is third imposturing on the one hand and, like, totally fucking himself over. But god damn, dude. I mean, it is nuts. Like, NBC and all of these other, like, outlets. The way that they're covering Biden versus the way that they're covering Trump is indicative of our feelings. Like, I mean, it corresponds to how I feel. I think this is how you would cover Biden if you want him to win. And this is how you'd cover Trump if you want him to lose. And, we're
going to follow you right back to mommy.
Didn't they do that with Hillary Clinton last time? Fuck no, dude. No, they do love Hillary Clinton. But they also, I think you guys missed a fundamental part, like the fundamental media failure last election cycle, where they offered Donald Trump endless coverage, okay? And not only did they do that, but they also offered Hillary Clinton's, like, idiotic controversies nonstop coverage as well. Like, the email shit was insane.
Pullout game week.
The email shit was fucking psychotic. Do you guys forget that? Like... I mean, I hate Hillary Clinton, and I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, this email shit is fucking so overblown. Whereas here, this time around, Joe Biden has less controversy anyway, but...
Times on this. If he took a test on the day of that debate, he said, I probably did, but said he doesn't take a test every day. He was also asked if he was ever warned that this would be the greatest national security threat of his administration, coronavirus, which has been reported that he was warned. He said he wasn't warned, but that he knew it was a big threat. At the same time, the president said, I didn't want to panic this country. I didn't want to go out there and say everyone's going to die. Pressed on whether or not there's a middle ground, whether or not he could have leveled with the American people, he said, no, there's no middle ground. I want to bring in Rachel Scott. She's live with us from Florida tonight, where that town hall is playing out, because as we're looking at pictures from Philadelphia.
Frank Lutz's take is exactly what I said, exactly what Nate Silver said. It's exactly what anyone who's been fucking watching and looking at the poll, looking at the polling says. I don't like Frank Lutz overall. He's kind of a piece of shit, but this makes sense. Like, it totally makes sense. Because Donald Trump constantly fucking pulling to use Summit 1G's terminology. Donald Trump being jabbermouth Maggette is a constant and also somber reminder that he has just failed at being president. Like, people are just sick and tired of this shit. They want normalcy. And anytime he opens his fucking big fat mouth and starts lying and refuses to give answers to questions like, did you take a fucking test before the fucking debate? I don't know. Maybe I may have taken a test, or maybe not. I mean, what's the test anyway, folks? The Joe Biden test? The real test that we need to have is Hunter Biden, the test where we figure out where Hunter Biden, where's Hunter? It's like, you can't. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You're just vomiting everywhere. And, like, pissing and shitting on yourself. So... Wait, that piece of paper had a Fox News graphic on it? Really? Oh, my God. I thought that was fucking fake. It's a screenshot from a laptop to a video that did that for brick presentation meeting at work. We'd be fired. Good, right on track.
America deserved 9/11.
1 year.
So the funny part is Europe is worse than America right now. So hey, to all the Euro cucks that always say watching from EU, watching from EU. Guess what, bitch? Watching from NA. What happened? Huh? What the fuck happened? Oh, we've defeated the coronavirus out here. It's very good now. Watching from EU. Look at us with our socialized medicine. Get fucked. You guys have the exact same fucking scumbags in your countries that I routinely shit on here. Okay, so second wave. Yeah, very good. We got the second wave, yeah. Okay. Watching from Canada. Listen, motherfucker. Canada, do not start. Okay, you are America's hat, motherfucker. Do not start. We will spread it to you as well. Anyway, all jokes aside, the reason why I mentioned this is because we're all in this together, okay? Conservatives from all walks of life, they come in all different shapes, sizes, colors, ethnic backgrounds, religious identities, sexual orientations. You can be a chud. You can be a chud in Germany and not believe that COVID is real. You can be a chud in America and not believe COVID is real, okay? So don't make fun of America so much. Because we have our own unique brand of chuds that, like, literally has the most contagious form of brain cancer. And we are actively fucking up the rest of the planet with our brain cancer that we are shipping overseas. Kind of like how Canadians ship their fucking conservatives over here to become full-blown fascists in American politics for some weird reason. Oh, don't you know? Up here in Canada, everything is so great. Yeah, you know why? Because all the fucking Canadian Nazis are down here with us, okay? They all decided to live in Texas for some fucking weird reason and act like Canada sucks and America is number one. Oh, we shipped all of our Leaf people down there, don't you know? That's why. Eh? Anyway. I'm Crowder and I'm louder, don't you know? Bro, my empire's already dead and sad. Allow me to enjoy your empire dying. Yeah, exactly. The crazy uncle moment was just fucking, do you have a favorite moment from the Trump talk? I mean, the Trump conversation from start to finish, from top to bottom, like every part of that convo was excellent. I mean, it was excellent. I think that Savannah Go 3 did a very good job in the beginning. Everyone's going to say that she was, of course, incredibly biased. Okay. Have you heard of Wexit LMAO? Alberta, aka Texas, Canada, wants to leave the country. Dude, that's so funny when like
pervert.
Conservatives and their secession fantasies are hilarious. Anyway, them rascals up north gave us XQC and Crowder. Yeah. Canada has some great imports like XQC, Pokimane, Doo-Doo Daphne. Well, most of them are fucking still in Canada, but imports in the sense that like there's some good talent that comes out of Canada, okay? And then they have Justin Bieber and Nazis. Poke.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Anyway, so what was I saying? Cries as an Albertan. Oh man, hey, listen. My heart's with you. If you live in Alberta and you are forced to live amongst all those goddamn chuds, those idiotic chuds, then I feel bad for you. I'm sorry for you, brother. I hope things will look a lot better for you in the future. Okay. Same with like living in Alabama. Like I feel terrible for the people that have to live in fucking Alabama.
Number one, he should be in. Can be put out there, and it should be put out there. I think the media's fixation on it is not surprising, but I don't think it's particularly revealing. I think the more important question that's not been answered tonight is, will Joe Biden pack the court? And he's being completely non-transparent about that. In fact, he's being very deliberately saying that the public doesn't have a right to know that. And that to me is a bigger problem and much more important as to whether the president was possible.
This is literally just fucking classic both sides. Like, look at how impartial we are. Like, they're literally trying to fucking act like they're impartial. That's it. It's deliberate it is such a deliberate, transparent attempt that the media engages in all the time to be like, well, Donald Trump is fucking laden with controversy. So, like, we got to find something for Joe Biden so people don't say that we suck ass. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. How the fuck would he pack the court, dumbass? How? How is he going to do it? Like, the motherfucker literally said he refuses, that he can't even fantasize in a scenario where both the House of Representatives and the Senate pass Medicare for all, where he ends up passing it into law. Even in that scenario, he's like, no, I'd probably cut it, Jack. I'd probably cut that shit. I wouldn't sign it, Jack. And if even in his fucking fantasies, he can't sign Medicare for all. You think he's going to fucking pack the courts? Are you insane?
He knows about the test. He doesn't want to offer it up because it's bad information. And that's what he does with everything. And it's simple.
Also, the other part of it that is also uniquely frustrating is, like, the courts are literally packed. We're having a conversation about, like, whether the Democrats will pack the courts in the future when right now Republicans are literally trying to pack the court deliberately and actively and are very successful. So it's so weird that, like, people are like, oh, is Joe Biden going to pack the court? No, he's not going to pack shit. He's an old fuck and a diehard centrist, okay? He's not going to do anything that would hurt the status quo or change it.
And now he's put himself in this odd position where he says he's going to wait until some other date. I guess what he's saying is that he's holding out some hope that they won't nominate this new justice if he continues to play this game. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. And so I think the reality is the Democrats are very angry and upset because at every level of the government right now, it feels like the deck is kind of stacked against us. We got 2 Supreme Court justice seats that we don't feel were given to Republicans fairly. You feel like the Electoral College stacks the deck against Democrats. You feel like the Senate's got the filibuster, all these different things, the gerrymandering. There's so much pent-up frustration that Democrats are feeling that this issue of being able to pack the court has become a teddy bear for a lot of Democrats to hug onto at night, and he doesn't want to take the teddy bear away. But I think he's hurting his own brand by not doing it. I think it's better for him just to come forward and say, that's not my brand of politics, I'm not going to do it, or to your point, say he's going to use it as a bargaining chip. But right now, I think he's hurting his brand.
I want to paraphrase. Control room, do we have the Roe v. Wade? Hold on, Rick, just let me see if I have this sound, and then I want to hear what you're going to say. Do we have the Roe v. Wade sound yet, or no? All right, we're waiting on it. Great. Rick, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just think, the idea that Democrats are frustrated because of a filibuster rule that's been in place for 120 years or the Electoral College has been in place since the founding of the country. I mean, those are hard things to be upset about. I understand you may want to change them.
Go ahead, man.
I understand you may want to change them, but the reality is those things have been around for a long, long time.
So what, dude? So they're not going to change it? What an idiotic take. All right, let's
go
back to
Biden,
this.
and that's his main selling point beyond any issue.
Ram, thank you. You heard that. Sarah Fagan, ABC News contributor, Republican strategist. Ram making the case that it won't be any particular issue or policy that comes out of this as a headline from the former vice president.
You don't know the
Instead,
definition
the
of court packing, apparently, but yet vehemently against Trump? No, court packing could literally mean adding additional Supreme Court justices, you fucking idiot, extending the number, adding additional seats to the Supreme Court, and then putting like liberal justices as appointees to the Supreme Court. I know what fucking court packing is. I'm using it in the same way that what Donald Trump is doing right now is also fucking court packing, technically, okay? You could absolutely see what Donald Trump is doing as court packing, you dumb fuck. Like, spear dicking a Supreme Court justice as voting has already started? Are you fucking kidding me? Instead of waiting for your second term? Yeah. Forgive me.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Anyway, Trump has expanded the size of no courts. Oh my God, Trump supporters are such fucking brain dead copers, dude. Hey man, hey, I know he didn't expand the size of the court, okay? I'm saying he's stealing an additional seat though, okay? So I'm using court packing instead of court stacking. Are you happy? It literally doesn't matter. You have no argument for how much of a fucking dipshit Trump is being by spear dicking a goddamn Supreme Court justice. That's going to ruin your fucking life too. Here's the thing, you jackasses in the chat. You're a worker ultimately, okay? Your life is going to be worse because of this Supreme Court. Like, the distinction between stacking and packing is completely inconsequential here. Ultimately, Amy Coney Barrett is a psychotic, even more conservative than Brett Kavanaugh type Supreme Court justice. Okay, so stop acting like it's a big W for you, you fucking moron. It's not. Do you want to know why Trump is losing? Because Trump was very successful in implementing the policies that he said he was going to implement. Okay? That's why he's losing. Because the Republican agenda is so devastating that when you're actually successful, you end up hurting, like after a certain while, you end up hurting your own demographics that vote for you. You understand me? Okay? That's it. That's the reason why Donald Trump is failing right now. Because the chickens are coming home to roost. Because Donald Trump was so successful. Why the fuck did his coalition wither away for the past 4 years? He literally, when he says promises made, promises kept, he's right. All of the worst promises that he made, he kept. Increased military spending. Build a wall. It's fake, but still, you know, it was always a fake fucking wall anyway. Build it on pre-existing wall areas, but who cares? Okay? Massive tax cuts for the corporations and the wealthy. Number 4, deregulating key industries. So why? Why aren't people fucking voting for him? Oh, defending, going out to bat for white supremacists and white nationalist paramilitaries. Like openly engaging in racial agitation over and over again. Why? Moving the embassy to Jerusalem. What's up? Why are Republicans not voting for him then? I mean, he didn't drain the swamp. Anyone who tries to say Donald Trump drained the swamp is a fucking gigantic idiot. Very difficult for me to have a conversation with you if you actually think that the most transparently corrupt president, like most administrations are corrupt as shit, but none are as transparent in their corruption as the Trump administration. So, you know, if you still think he drained the swamp, well, you're crazy. He did a Muslim ban. So tell me, why is he losing so much support? Perhaps conservative policies are so devastating that you need to strike a delicate fucking balance. Okay? His deterrence child separation policy. That's textbook conservatism.
Such a big man, Hasan.
It's because he was so successful as a conservative president. That's why people are losing support for him. He did too much. He did so much that Mitch McConnell is leaving him. Like, he did so much for the conservative project, like a goddamn suicide bomber. He went in there and he just fucking opened up a vest full of marbles strapped to his goddamn chest. And he exploded all over the fucking American political structure. Destroyed it from top to bottom. So much so that they can't move forward at this point. What more could they do?
Love you, Hasan 3.
What are they going to do? Cut Social Security? Huh? Is that what they're going to do?
His name is Hasan.
That's why Donald Trump is losing his base of support. Because he's too successful at being a conservative. Okay? That's what you get. You reap what you fucking sow. Just so wrong, LMFAO. Why is Donald Trump losing his support then? Why is Donald Trump 10 points behind Joe Biden nationally? Is it because all the polls are so wrong that they're actually twice as wrong as they were in 2016? That, like, there's a magical base of support? There is a magical base of support out there that are going to manifest? Is that why? Is that why, dude? Or do you think he fucking butchered the coronavirus response? Like, absolutely butchered it on top of all the other shit that he did. They were wrong in 2016, lol. I know. I'm not confident that that Donald Trump is going to lose. I'm not. I'm still afraid that Donald Trump might win. But I'm also not a fucking idiot. The only pathway to victory for Donald Trump right now is either to like magically win back all of the demographics where he has lost significant ground on the 65 plus population, which has now swung in favor of Joe Biden, which is crazy. Okay. And white women in the suburbs, or women in the suburbs in general. Donald Trump is losing ground on every single key demographic that has helped him win elections, helped the Republican Party win elections up until fucking this past election cycle. The only demographic that is still keeping him alive is white, non-college educated, rural voters. Okay? That's it. That's his backbone. And that's who he is telegraphing to every fucking day. If you're a non-college educated white, majority of non-college educated whites are voting for men, by the way. Majority non-college educated white men are voting for Donald Trump. That's not a winning coalition. It's just not. It's so bad that there's a likelihood that that coalition could lose to the actual fucking crypt keeper who until recently didn't even know what fucking state he was in during the primaries. Okay? Some chud in your chat just said, and I quote, yeah, but a majority of people say they're better off now than they were 4 years ago. No, that's true. That's fucking true. That's absolutely true. Majority of people do think that they're better off now than they were 4 years ago. Guess what, though? They still fucking hate Donald Trump. Meanwhile, instead of Donald Trump stressing all the great things that he's done, and by the way, all the fucked up things that he's done are so transparent and so in your face that it's impossible for him to fucking fix the situation at this point. But instead of stressing like all the incredible stuff that Donald Trump has done, what is he doing? He's talking about fucking... He's talking about Hunter Biden and Burisma. It's such a pathetic move electorally. It is such a pathetic electoral strategy.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores.
I'm shocked that a Republican would engage in it. It sounds like, I don't know what happened. Did they steal like whatever that guy's name is, Rory Mook or whatever, Johnny Mook? What the fuck is his name? Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. Like, did they steal his notes or something? Is that what happened? Robbie Mook, Rory Mook, Robbie Mook. Did they steal his playbook or something? What happened? It's so bad. I'm surprised the Democrats didn't come up with it. Insane. Imagine 200,000 plus people dying of coronavirus that you have mishandled. And the overwhelming majority, 75+% of the country says you have mishandled the pandemic and you've been irresponsible. And this motherfucker's still like, nah, masks are fucking for losers. If you want to wear it, you can wear it. If you don't want to wear it, you don't wear it. 85% of people that got COVID got it while wearing a mask. 8 months in, dude. 8 months in. Are you fucking insane? All Donald Trump had to do to win the easiest re-election campaign was to not fuck up COVID. That's all he needed to do. Push for a stimulus package twice. Do a second pump of Trump bucks. Call it Trump bucks, okay? Enforce rigorous lockdowns in January or February. Tell people to wear fucking masks. And stop trying to undermine or downplay the significance of this virus that was destroying the rest of the world. That's all he needed to do. It would have been the easiest fucking re-election. So many leaders saw gigantic fucking bumps in their popularity after originally seeing some drops. So many leaders around the world actually had a rallying around the flag effect because of the way that they did not mismanage the crisis. Donald Trump already was going to win before COVID. He fucked it all up on his own in an irreparable capacity. And now his withering base still tries to come in here and go, he's your president, shut up. He's your president, are you triggered? Like, man, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. He's better for me than he is for you anyway, you stupid bitch. Trump 2020 triggered libtard. Like that's it. That's all you have. Is like, oh, we're triggering the libs. Okay. Yeah, super owned, brother. Have fun sucking down lead.
His name is Hasan.
In your hometown because your water supply is just completely tainted. Okay? Have fun with that. Oh, but the libs are owned. Fucking everything's on fire or underwater. But hey, we triggered the libtards, didn't we? That's good. That's all right, brother. And then, when you have to face the reality, when I tell you this, you turn around and you say, why are you being so mean? This is exactly why I'm a Trump supporter. Because the radical left pushed me to become a Trump supporter. How pathetic, how spineless that you can't even be like, I like Trump for this reason or that reason, and that you have to make up. Like, you have to make up reasons. Like, that's how spineless you are. That's how little conviction you have that you would turn around and support Donald fucking Trump because you got bullied by some liberal snowflakes? Really? God damn, your existence is so fucking pathetic. And that's why you like Donald Trump. Because he is a pathetic, big, fat, wet fucking loser. And that's why he identifies with the big, fat, wet, greasy hogs in the American electorate so fucking well. He does. Because he's a fucking loser. Just like you are. If you vote for him, you're a fucking loser, and you like that he is pushing back against all of these people that you feel have taken so much from you. Black people, brown people,
excuse me,
liberals.
I'm sorry.
Living
I'm
in
out of control. I apologize.
California and New York.
Is the real MVP.
Women.
What they did for Biden against
They've
Bernie,
all taken from me. This country was offered to me.
The power of the media
My
has
country.
never been on display like it is today. Just my opinion. Don't bash me, Hasan.
And Donald Trump is just fucking lashing back. Super cucked. It's funny. I've said this since 2015, but it bears repeating. Donald Trump is a regular Republican. He is. He's just like those fucking rhinos you claim to hate. That's why the Republican Party 1000% was on board with every single thing that he did, with the exception of tariffs on China. Okay?
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Go on,
He's
King.
just as corrupt as every fucking Republican. And he lied to you. He lied to you so hard. He told you
his name is
that he was going to be
Hasan.
different. But what happened? Your life is still fucking pathetic. Your boss still fucks you over day in, day out. Your existence is still relatively meaningless. Because those problems were much larger. Those problems were not going to be solved by fucking voting for Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. Okay? Those are problems that both parties have existed. Those are problems that both parties have perpetuated. But you thought Donald Trump was going to be different. You thought everything was going to be better. Guess what? It's not. And that's why you are violently fucking thrashing, violently trying to push back as best as you can. Trying to remember the good old days in 2016 when you owned the libs, right? Man, wasn't it great when we were just shitting on Hillary? Wasn't that great? How fucking pathetic. This could have been the touchdown celebration for Donald Trump. If only he hadn't completely fucked up COVID relief. He could have been literally dancing his way into the fucking to the end zone. Anyway. Oof. And now the only way that Donald Trump can win is by lying, cheating, and stealing. But yeah, you got it, baby. Owning the libs, right?
Crime bill. It also funded 100,000 police back in 1994. You've often said that more cops clearly mean less crime. Do you still believe that?
Yes, if in fact they're involved in community policing, not jump squads. For example, when we had community policing from the mid-90s on till Bush got elected, what happened? Violent crime actually went down precipitously. Remember the significant rise in violent crime that was occurring in the late 80s into the 90s. It went down, and fewer African Americans were arrested because you had the requirement. The cops didn't like it. They didn't like the community policing because you had to have two people in a vehicle. They had to get out of their cars. They had to introduce themselves to who owned the local liquor store, who owned the local grocery store, who was the woman on the corner. And what they would do, George, they'd actually go and give people their phone numbers. A cop would give the phone number. So if Nellie Smith was on the second floor where drug deals took place and things happened below her, her apartment, she could call and say, "It's Millie, and there's something going on here," and they'd never reveal it was her because they know if she knew that in fact they'd report, they'd never report the crime. She'd never report. So it actually started to come down. What happened? They eliminated the funding for community policing. Community policing doesn't mean more people coming in up-armored Humvees and swarming like that. When they did, it turned out that by the time we got to the late 90s, the crime had come down so much, and the mayors and everybody asked the question, where do you want me to spend the money? They say, well, only 1% thought violent crime was a problem. It was as high as 22%.
But right now we have a systemic problem. How do you get the kind of policing, prevent the kind of policing?
You have to change the way in which they police. One of the things I'm going to do, George, is set up a national study group made up of cops, social workers, as well as made up of the black community and the brown community to sit down in the White House and over the next year come up with significant reforms that need to take place within communities. You have to bring them together. One of the things I've observed is, you know, the neighborhood I grew up in Claymont. You either became a cop, a firefighter, or a priest. I wasn't qualified much to do any one of them. But here's the deal, all kidding aside.
Oh, God, that's his best joke, too. He fucked it up. I've heard that one before. I love that one. He goes, that's why I became a politician, because I couldn't do any of that.
Most cops don't like bad cops.
It's actually a really good one. He does nail that.
They don't like it. That's correct. And so what happens is they get intimidated into not reporting. So one of the things we do is there has to be transparency available. We have to be able to go in at the federal level, be able to go in and check out whether or not there's systematic problems within police departments. If in fact a cop needs to be tried, it's not the prosecutor in the community, in the district or there. You got to go outside the community to get another prosecutor to come in and handle the crime. There's a lot of things we've learned. And it takes time, but we can do this. You can ban chokeholds, but beyond that, you have to teach people how to.
My two views of Trump losing because he was great at conservative policies, saying that he has a very easy re-election campaign if he didn't mismanage COVID, seem mutually exclusive. No. The reason why they're not mutually exclusive, even though they seem like it, is because of the Electoral College, okay? Donald Trump never had like a fucking broad base of support. He just always had 30%. So when you're working with 30%, you can't make mistakes. Like, and neither can the Democrats, by the way. And Democrats have a harder chance of getting elected because of the Electoral College. But that's why Donald Trump, that's why I'm saying Donald Trump would have fucking skirted the victory, because if he kept up the conservative policies that got some people to leave him, okay, got some people in his own party to be like, all right, fuck this, this is not doing well for us. If he hadn't fucked up COVID, he still would have been able to win. Especially because COVID recovery would have given him an additional boost on top of that. It would have increased his coalition, despite the fact that he was already losing members of his own base before that. COVID made his loss permanent. Do you think we should have Trump get another term so the country can actually swing to the left to get actual change? No, that's not going to happen.
I was a Trump supporter 26
No, a second
months ago.
Trump term is not
Now
going to
I'm
fucking...
a communist, thank you, Dad.
A second Trump term is not going to make the country more socialist, dude. Are you crazy? Going to make it more fascist. That's it.
This is a deranged pervert.
Do you think Trump thought his re-election strategy was to shift the blame for COVID deaths on the Democratic states and sail forward on to victory? I don't know. I think that he thought he could get away with minimizing it. And like, he thought he could get away with minimizing it while simultaneously helping the people that brought him to the table. Okay? He thought he could pull a Sweden. That's it. He thought he could pull a Sweden. Difference is we're, 330 million people, and we couldn't pull a fucking Sweden. Okay? All right. Here's a little break, and I'm going to run an ad as well. Did I run an ad? No, I didn't.
Where the fuck is Mario Judah?
I'm a big dog, big bear, nigga, I'm a lion. I'm the predator of the prey that is hiding. Oh my, I have found you, nigga. Don't you run from me, little nigga. You are not fast enough. You are not brave enough. You are out of luck. Now it's time for you to die very rough. You have been warned. There is nowhere to run. You will pay the price. I will take your life. There's no running back. Now your loved ones are so sad. You had a choice, but you failed. I'm a big dog, big bear, nigga, I'm a lion. I'm the predator of the prey that is hiding. Oh my, I have found you, nigga. Don't you run from me, little nigga. You are not fast enough. You are not brave enough. You are out of luck. Now it's time for you to die very rough.
Hey man, where the fuck is Mario?
Where the fuck is Mario Judah? Everyone who just heard that song for the first time ever, good luck. You just got fucked.
His name
You
is
are going
Hasan.
to
This has the Gautier someone.
you
I
are
used
going
know
to
repeated,
be
that's why
playing
it's
that song.
catchy.
If you play that twice or 3 times, it's over. It's absolutely over.
His name is
It sucked at
Hasan.
first, and then I listened to it like 3 more times, and now it's stuck in my goddamn head. He's the one black person who shouldn't say the N-word. Yeah, it's
His name is
it just hits
Hasan.
different. It just
Okay.
like sounds really weird to me. The clip on court packing is what made the most news.
That question of expanding the court. Here's what you said exactly 1 year ago tonight at a Democratic debate. You said, I would not get into court packing. I would not pack the court. That's not what you're saying now. Is the nomination of Judge Barrett reason enough to rethink your position?
What is the nomination? What I wanted to do, George, you know, if I had answered the question directly, then all the focus would be on what's Biden going to do if he wins, instead of on, is it appropriate what is going on now? And it should stay, this is the thing that the president loves to do, always take our eye off the ball. What's at stake? One of the things Pete has suggested is, and there's a number of constitutional scholars have suggested as well, that there are at least 4 or 5 options that are available to determine whether or not you can change the way in which the court lifetime appointment takes place, consistent, arguably, with the Constitution. I have not been a fan of court packing because I think it just generates what will happen. Whoever wins, it just keeps moving in a way that is inconsistent with what is going to be manageable.
So you're still not a fan?
Well, I'm not a fan. I then say it depends on how this turns out. Not how he wins, but how it's handled. How it's handled. But there's a number of things that are going to be coming up, and there's going to be a lot of discussion about other alternatives as well.
What does that mean, how it's handled? How will that determine whether you're for expanding?
For example, there's actually real live debate on the floor. If people are really going to be able to have a time to go through this, you know, I don't know anybody who's gone on the floor and that's been a controversial justice in terms of fundamentally altering the makeup of the court that's gone through in a day kind of thing. I mean, it depends on how much they rush this. And you think about it, George. Here you got a lot of people not being able to pay their mortgage, not being able to put food on the table, not being able to keep their business open, not being able to do anything to deal with what's going on in terms of the economy as a consequence of COVID. And they have no time to deal with that, but they have time to rush this through.
Well, right now, it looks like they're going to have a vote around Halloween. So if they vote on it before the election, you are open to expanding the court?
I'm open to considering what happens from that point on.
You know, you've said so many times during the campaign, all through the course of your career, it's important to level with the American
but George,
people.
if I say, no matter what answer I gave you, if I say it, that's the headline tomorrow. It won't be about what's going on now, the improper way they're proceeding.
But don't voters have a right to know where you stand?
They do have a right to know where I stand. They'll have a right to know where I stand before they vote.
So you'll come out with a clear position before Election Day?
Yes, depending on how they handle this. But look, what you should do is you got to make sure you vote. And vote for a senator who, in fact, reflects your general view on constitutional interpretation. And vote for a president who is more in line with you. And if you oppose the position that I would not have appointed her, but if you oppose my position, vote for Trump. Vote for a Republican who shares that view. But that's your opportunity to get involved in lifetime appointments that presidents come and go. Justices stay and stay and stay.
We have a.
He should be.
I don't even know what he's like. Biden is doing very, very good. He is doing good. Don't say he's inting.
More content than what I'm getting the Majority Report, folks. Massive respect to you for doing this for more than 8 hours.
The woman who was nodding behind real Donald Trump was Myra Jolie, a Trump supporter who ran as an independent for Congress in Miami in 2018. Who cares? Whatever. It's a town hall. You're supposed to have fucking supporters of the president. Please, what did you do that pissed Canadians so much? What? I'm just fucking kidding when I say Canada. When I make the jokes about Canada.
Month,
Shut
another
up.
Dono Wall.
Guys, I don't know if Ryan's coming on. I missed him. Like he hit me up at 6:30 and I didn't see it. I'm DMing him right now to see if he wants to come on still. But the blue thing that I have on my back is for my back pain, okay? It's like a pressure point thing. Anyway, Ryan saw you ranting about liking porn on Twitter. Shut up, Ninjite. Anyway. Okay, overall, Trump is not looking great. And Biden is looking pretty decent. So
went on,
another dub for the Biden camp.
There, as all of his answers,
the joke-o-motive is in motion.
Several minutes long, as I saw them. What is your?
Yeah, my back's been fucked up. Do you think this plays well for Biden? Joe Biden seems to not want the town hall to ever end. It concluded nearly 30 minutes ago, and he's still fielding questions as voters take out note cards and ask questions they didn't get to during the televised broadcast, and Biden shows no signs of letting up. Yeah, I mean, this is pure Biden. This is exactly how Biden operates. I'm glad that he has some energy, but like, this is exactly how Biden works. This is how he does things. I feel bad. I feel like I shit on conservatives too much. They like shut the fuck up. I'm like looking for bait. I want to hear, okay, conservatives, you can speak again. I promise I won't shove your words down your throat as aggressively as I did earlier. I promise life won't be as terrible. Yeah, Trump saved America. I promise. I want to hear what your takes were. If there are any actual conservatives in here, like I want to hear, did you think Trump did well? You know, lying fake news media came for his throat. So here's the thing, like I track conservative spaces. I have friends in conservative spaces. And from what I understand, the Hunter Biden stuff, like, it didn't really stick. It's not very sticky. Is the Hunter Biden story a nothing burger? Yeah. Like, it's completely just idiotic. Like, you want to know how the Hunter Biden story is idiotic? It's so bad that the media narrative immediately moved away from the Hunter Biden story. Like, the conservative media narrative immediately dropped the Hunter Biden story and focused on how Twitter was censoring them. If it was like a legitimate story, they would be nonstop. They would never shut the fuck up about it.
His name is
Instead
Hasan.
of immediately moving on and being like, oh, Twitter's banning us again. They were like, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God we got banned. Oh, thank God. Okay, Twitter is banning us. We need to subpoena Jack immediately. He is
pervert.
He's anti-free speech. We need to fucking, try him at The Hague. That's a war crime. You're missing all the conservative takes you asked for? No, I'm not reading the ones that are like clear bait.
His name is Hasan.
All right, Ryan's coming on. Actual conservative here, I think Trump did better than other town halls, but he's not fully answering questions that will boost him and is disappointing, to be honest. I think the media's role in fervently debating him on everything plays a part, but Trump doesn't seem like he's coming well prepared to answer why voters should choose him. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard partially because, like, look, if you're a conservative and you're like one of the people that actually got a job under Donald Trump, or if you're like, or one of the people that worked at AT&T, and when AT&T and a bunch of other companies did that like whole tax cut thing where they gave a gift to all their workers, maybe you just still remember that, right? And you think like that was pretty good. But that was a long time ago. That was a couple years back now.
Oh, you're such a
and since then, the only thing you can think about is how fucking terrible Trump has been with COVID. And the majority of the country disagrees with him on COVID. Even if people like him, they still disagree with him on the way he's dealt with COVID. So it's hard, is what I'm saying. Like, how is he going to talk about... How is he going to fucking talk about how is he going to talk about how well he did before COVID, when the past year is just all COVID now. And it's not just COVID, but it's also the way he mishandled it. And every time he speaks out of his ass about it, he's constantly reminding people that he is like not a good leader. Right? Gonna be hard to forget COVID, and I think Stain will hard to be rub off in the general. Dude, you are having a hard time coming up with bullshit for him to say he has done so little good. I don't think you say he has done good. He didn't do good for me. What do you mean? He did good for conservatives, though. He actually followed through on promises that he made to his base.
His name is Hasan. This is a deranged pervert.
Wait, what? No, he didn't? What are you talking about? He promised he was going to build a wall. He technically put 300 fucking miles of wall. He promised he was going to fucking purge immigrants for this country. He literally did deterrence policies that were unthinkable. Okay? He promised that he was going to cut taxes, and he did that. He cut tax for the corporations and the wealthy. He promised that he was going to deregulate industries. He absolutely has done that. What are you talking about? The only thing he didn't do was like repeal and replace Obamacare. And part of the reason why he couldn't repeal it without a replacement was because conservatives decided, oh, fuck, never mind. We actually don't want to repeal Obamacare without an actual replacement because this is crazy. We're going to get kicked out of our coverage. Also, he packed the shit out of the courts. Stop saying arrest Hillary Clinton. That was never going to happen. I'm not expecting him to arrest Hillary Clinton. Like, come on. So, what are you talking about? He didn't do shit. Economy is tanked. He said he was going to give healthcare. Nope. What wall? You mean replace some fence? Okay, guys. Oh, Trump moved the consul to Jerusalem too. I keep forgetting. Guys, there is a fuckload of stuff that Donald Trump did for conservatives that he promised he was going to do, and he actually followed through on his promises on. The New York Times Daily did a really good recap of it today, if you want to listen to it. The thing is, he did a lot for the conservative cause, but that's not necessarily good for the country because Republicans are not good for the country. That's what I'm saying. Republicans, I did say deregulation. The Republican agenda is not good for Republicans. Like the actual overwhelming majority of Republican voters aren't going to benefit from the Republican agenda. You get that, right? That's my whole point. Neither are Democrats the shithole system. That's not true. That's not true. Just like Republicans, the only gain that they get from Republicans is like gun laws. If you're a Republican and you love your guns and you want to like hug and kiss your gun, if you want to fuck your gun, okay, if you want to put your gun, if you want to put a gun in your butt, okay, then you know, Republicans are great. Okay? You want to shove a big fat AR-15 in your ass, and that's the only way that you can get off, then you love Republicans. They're protected. And just like if you're gay, then Democrats will protect you. Okay, that's just the truth. If you're LGBT, Democrats will absolutely fight for your rights. And they do. No matter how tiny of a... Ryan's here, by the way, guys. No matter how tiny of a fraction of the voter population you are, Democrats will still defend your rights if you're a trans person. All right. What's up, Ryan?
How you doing?
All right. I'm doing all right. You watch both of those, or you watch some of it, or did you watch the Trump? Also, you want to turn on your camera?
I watched some of both. I'm trying to get my
Wait, let me move the
fired
US
up.
East real quick because it's really bad. Like you're breaking up a little bit. I'm gonna change servers here, but I need you to turn on your camera as well. All right, this might be a little bit better. I moved over to your server. Okay, nope, he dropped. Okay, I'm gonna call him again.
Big man, Hasan.
Ryan? Oh, there you are. Okay, perfect. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you're such a big
All right,
man,
perfect,
Hasan.
perfect, perfect.
All right.
Okay.
All
let's
right.
see.
How's my hair looking here? Terrible as usual, like a giant
No, it looks
toupee.
great. It looks great.
Yeah, I switched back and forth.
You switch back and forth. I was just I was all eyes on Trump for me. I go where the content is. You know what I mean? I go where the I go where the real clicks are, where the real Americans congregate. So hold on, let me just fix your camera. Okay, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Ryan Grimm of The Intercept, host of the Deconstructed Podcast, and also the Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief. Pleasure to have you with us, Ryan. You come on for all the coverage. Tonight was a little bit of a weak one as far as ratings goes, I think, because most people weren't even aware that this was going to happen from what I saw in the normie sphere.
Yeah, I think that's right. It didn't penetrate the normie sphere. Whereas, a debate gets blanketed so broadly that you get your 70, 80 million, 90 million people, whatever, tuning into it because you feel like you have to, like if you want to be part of the cultural conversation that's going on out there. But these town halls, they're like a dime a dozen. Trump's on Fox and Friends, before COVID, he was on like every other morning for an hour. So, if you want Trump's unfiltered thoughts, you can get them. And there aren't many people that want Biden's unfiltered thoughts. So, right. Like you're not going to see like blockbuster ratings coming out of this.
Yeah. Yeah. They want it. And they, from what I understand, like people want both of these candidates to go up against one another, And I think Trump wanted that more than anything because this would have been, I guess, one of the last opportunities he has to like make Biden implode. And he still needs to go on camera.
You're down 10. You're down 10 points.
Yeah, it's not good.
You gotta shoot. You gotta shoot your shot. And the only reason that this debate is not happening is because Trump blew it up. Like he did it to himself.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Like it's pretty crazy from blowing up the negotiation talks, which is like the only thing he needs to do on his pathway on his narrow framework, this narrow pathway towards re-election. Blowing up the negotiation talks in a very public way and taking ownership of that was crazy. Getting COVID was obviously insane and pretty funny. Poetic justice. And then refusing to do a virtual town hall and therefore like ruining his only chance of potentially trying to implode Joe Biden's candidacy. It's wild that he did that. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Right. No. He seemed, correct me if this is crazy. He seemed a little more serene this time. He seemed hopped up on whatever kind of goofballs, they're pumping him full of. Roids, probably some speed. And so he wasn't serene in the calm sense, but he seemed almost more spiritually or psychically serene. Like it seemed like he was processing and coming to terms with the possibility that he was going to lose. Like he allowed for that possibility multiple times. He said that he, isn't going to, if he loses fair and square, that's what it is. Like, things that he hadn't said before. So it seemed like he was at least having some kind of brush with his own like political mortality in a weird way. Like he was stringing sentences together from beginning to end that actually made sense. Now the thoughts were wild, and they were either lies or fabrications or like wildly off base, but they were coherent. Saying that QAnon, for instance, is an organization that cares a lot about pedophiles, like that's like a completely insane thing to say, because of the way that it legitimizes what is a bunch of completely dangerous and nutty people.
It's like saying the National Socialist Workers Party.
It's coherent.
It's like saying the National Socialist Workers Party cared really a lot about letting the trains run on time. Like that's what they were known for.
Right. But at least that's a sentence. It's like that's an actual sentence that you can understand from beginning to end. And you weren't getting a lot of that with Trump over the last year or so. You really had to kind of divine what he was trying to say in very Nancy Pelosi kind of way. Like you hear words coming from her and you kind of think you know what she's trying to say. But if you actually look at the words that she said, you can't actually prove that was what she was trying to say. Like in that Wolf Blitzer interview that she did, like we kind of get what she's trying to say, that she doesn't want to give Trump credit for the stimulus checks. But if you actually like read her words, it's very hard to like point to like a coherent sentence that actually says that. And that's what he used to be, but he kind of freshened up. Maybe they messed with his drug regimen tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. He wasn't as unhinged. I think that's probably because he did something very unique, truly unique to Donald Trump, which is listen to his fucking advisors for once that have probably been telling him like, dude, what are you doing? Stop fucking freaking out. Like every time you get pushback, people don't like it. Like your base likes it, but your base is not enough to win. And now that he's like, now that Mitch McConnell has like completely abandoned him, which is still, I don't personally understand it. Like there's something going on that I cannot wrap my head around. Like I just don't understand why Mitch McConnell and the Senate does not have enough support for like any sort of deal making with Nancy Pelosi. Like why would that look bad? It would help Donald Trump. It would have been the only shot that Donald Trump had to win re-election. It would have looked good because you could tie it with like, you could spin it as like a relief package for the airline industry that is also devastated by the pandemic and like actually needs this.
His name is Hasan.
So I don't understand politically why. Like, is it really that bad? Like, would it really look that bad? Would they really actually risk getting primaried by some like psychotic Tea Party guy going into the Senate, like a QAnon Tea Party person, if they were to do a deal with like Nancy Pelosi?
Right, and they've mostly beaten back that Tea Party threat, and he's not up again until 2026. We talked about this last time, and I've been thinking about it since then. And I had a completely bizarre thought that might make me look like a total sucker, but I'll share it anyway. And the thought, as crazy as it sounds, was this one. What if Mitch McConnell actually just thinks that Donald Trump is an extraordinarily dangerous human being? And I say that because like nothing else like makes sense. And we also know that, Mitch McConnell has worked very closely with Donald Trump. We also know that he hasn't made a secret of the fact that he thinks he's a clown. That he's allowed to get out, like in his kind of Mitch McConnell kind of way. We know that Mitch McConnell speaks with members of the military and other of the elite power brokers in Washington who are concerned, not just about the project of the Republican Party's dominance, but also of kind of American imperial dominance. And it's possible that he is just convinced that this guy is so dangerous to the project of American imperialism and so dangerous with the unbridled power of being the American president that it's better to just let him go on his way at this point.
Well, they also sucked him dry. Like, he was very successful. This is something that I've been trying to say for the past 5 years, even before Donald Trump was elected as a candidate. I always said he's a regular Republican. The difference is he doesn't do the talking points, which is actually why he's so appealing to the base of support within the Republican Party, not just like the wealthy benefactors, but like the common folk that vote for the wedge issues, right? He's very good at appealing to them by going mask off about Republican policies. And also, as someone who was in a position of power, he was very successful. The tax cuts were huge. Right. He actually delivered. When Donald Trump says promises made, promises kept, he's right. He actually did keep a lot of those promises. Yeah, Hillary Clinton's not in jail, but like everywhere from tax
not for
cuts, lack
of trying, right?
Yeah, tax cuts, deregulation, court packing to the extreme. I mean,
the wall, the Muslim
even
ban.
the wall, even the fucking wall. He even built a wall. Like, it didn't matter whether the wall was there or not. Like, he could literally lie about there being a wall right now, and people wouldn't know any better. But we know it's just symbolism, right? But he even did all of that, and
and if you go ahead.
Well, sorry, there's like a delay between you and I because I changed servers on Discord. But what I was trying to say is, like, he did all of that. He was very successful. He was very successful for the corporate benefactors, and he was very successful for the wealthy benefactors of the Republican Party. But while he was doing that, I think that his base of support started withering away. Like, his base of support started withering away a little bit, and then COVID made his defeat permanent. Like his mishandling of coronavirus,
this is a deranged,
especially as the economy was pretty much tied together with shoestrings, with years and years of quantitative easing. It's not even just Donald Trump's fault either. Like, I mean, this is a product of American capitalism, unregulated, relentless American capitalism for decades. It's not entirely on Donald Trump, but it would have been very difficult for him to actually do a good job with COVID regardless, but he totally fucked it up. Even with how difficult of a task he had, he made it even worse and made his loss solidly. I mean, he made his loss permanent.
Right. And if you think about Donald Trump's base, the folks that you're talking about that he delivered for, those are not actually the people that like Mitch McConnell. Like, Trump's base essentially despises Mitch McConnell. They think McConnell is part of the swamp. And so if you think about this current state of the Republican Party, you could imagine Mitch McConnell saying, look, I got 4 years of judges that I rammed through. I put 3 Federalist Society 25-year-olds onto the Supreme Court. Like, I got my tax cut. I got deregulation. And you know what? Joe Biden is somebody that I can pick his pocket every time we negotiate. I'm not terribly worried about him. But what he might be worried about is where the Republican Party is after 8 years of Donald Trump, and whether or not Mitch McConnell has any place in that party anymore. Like, right now, if he takes back over, as the most powerful Republican in Washington, which he would be when Donald Trump leaves, he can regain control of the Republican Party. There's no guarantee that after 4 years of Trumpism, that reshaped party is one that Mitch McConnell still has the same power over. So I think there actually are a fair number of rational reasons that he would be totally comfortable with Trump losing. And he could also tell himself, this dude is dangerous. He's a crazy person,
Hasan.
and he shouldn't be near the kind of power that he has. Like, if you look into Bob Woodward's book, like he talks about how dangerously close Trump actually came to some type of nuclear war with North Korea. Like, that kind of thing is just not something that you want a lunatic that close to, even if you're an amoral, hollow vessel of ambition, like Mitch McConnell. Like, even a Mitch McConnell doesn't want that. And if you can line up that with these other rational reasons to not have Trump in office, and the only price of that is that you make a bunch of struggling people suffer a lot more, and you hurt democratic cities and states around the country, then that's just a feature.
I think the real danger isn't necessarily Donald Trump and like nuclear brinksmanship or whatever. But I think the real danger is Donald Trump putting long-lasting, if not permanent, damages to the Republican base of support by truly just signaling too hard to the underclass that certainly keeps the Republican Party alive, because they are the voters, the Appalachian voters, the Southern voters, the even in certain circumstances, like the union members that are like solidly pro-Trump because of wedge issues, or like because of Trump's charisma, or because he promised that he would like bring back jobs or whatever, which he didn't. But I think that caused a bigger fracture in the GOP, and I think that hurts the long ideological goals that Mitch McConnell has, or the future that Mitch McConnell envisions for the Republican Party, because they were, I mean, I guess I'm old enough to remember, and maybe I'm misremembering, but the Mitt Romney Republican Party looked very different on messaging than the Trump Republican Party. I mean, you have, on top of everything else, you have Donald Trump, and this is truly remarkable, and I talk about this a lot, but you have Donald Trump talking about how he's not going to touch Social Security. Now, on the other hand, he's literally saying he's going to cut income taxes. Like, he's going to cut, yeah, he's going to permanently and just like completely cut income taxes, like no income taxes.
Right.
That's the funding vehicle for Medicare, and also Social Security. You would kill your base, like you would destroy your base, right? But on the other hand, he is also openly stating as a Republican that he's not going to touch Social Security. That's unheard of. Like, he's going to protect Social Security, and that Joe Biden is actually going to be the one who's cutting it. How far are we from the Paul Ryan party? Like, that's nuts to me.
Right. And on the other side,
payroll taxes, sorry.
On the other side, George W. Bush, pushed very hard on comprehensive immigration reform. Almost got it done. Came very close. After the 2012 loss by Mitt Romney, the Republican National Committee did an audit, autopsy, and said, like, why did we lose to this very beatable Obama? Because Obama was beatable in 2012, and they lost to him. And so they undertook this autopsy, and they concluded that they lost too badly among Hispanic voters. And some of the nativism that was present in their base and among some of their hardcore politicians had cost them too badly. And so what they needed to do is they needed to cut an immigration deal with Obama. They needed to soften up on that and not look like racists and demagogues. And they tried. And
especially because there's gains to be made within Hispanic conservatives. Like, if you weren't trading in such like racial agitation and relied exclusively on like white men without a college education as your base of support, and like older 65 plus white men and women, if that wasn't your base, then you could easily tap into the Hispanic voters by, with social conservatism.
Just with your party. With your platform. Yeah. Right. So they tried that, and then Trump went the other way and said, well, I'm actually going to seize on And it was the attempt at doing some type of immigration reform that kind of really triggered that nativist base, and then Trump, fueled it, as we know, with the birtherism, and then jumped into the race with his xenophobic, anti-immigrant campaign, and took the party over. Took that element that the Chamber of Commerce, that the Mitch McConnell types want and need as part of their coalition, but want it to be in the back seat. And right, so what you're saying is that 4 more years of Trump could cement that element of the coalition in the driver's seat, and that's not a car that Mitch McConnell wants to be riding around in. So he's just getting off now, or he's kicking Trump off the bus now.
Yeah, I think the biggest losses that they've had, and it's something that we talked about last time you were here as well, is just seniors. Like that's crazy. Like the Republican Party losing seniors, that is insane. I
doubt that's structural though, right? Like
you don't think that's exclusively because of Donald Trump and like his actions though?
Right. That's what I think. I think it's Donald Trump and the coronavirus.
Yeah.
And so I think that next cycle, I don't know about the midterms, but 2024, old people I think are trending right back to Republicans unless
Probably.
they do something really badly to screw it up. So Democrats really need to be careful. They'll sit back and they'll look at election returns and be like, look at this. We won young people. We did so great among old people. Like we are golden. We don't have to do anything because these young people will just keep growing up. There'll be more old people and we are set. Then they really believe that demographics just kind of lock people into their vote, not realizing that people can change their minds. Like all of the old people have done this cycle on Trump.
Hey Ryan, it turns out it's not a good election strategy to tell old people to fucking die for the economy, because old people love to fucking vote and they love to live. I've been saying this.
Turns out.
Yeah, they vote like they're gonna fucking live forever. Okay, they act like they're just gonna keep reaping the benefits, I guess. Well, actually, they vote like they're gonna die tomorrow, because that's why they vote Republican. But like they love voting as though they're going to actually see the next 4 years of whatever fucking president they voted for. We saw this with Brexit too. Like, so telling them that they're gonna die, well, it didn't work really well for Trump, I think.
No, that turned out to be not the smartest play. And people were paying attention. It was, and he was so blatant about it, as he is about everything. He just kept saying, it only affects seniors. What are you all so worried about? And seniors are like,
well, we're fucking seniors. We're worried.
Yeah, and we're an old country. And also white people are old. Like the median white person, I think, is like 58. The median Hispanic person is like 18 or 19.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the stat in a while, but it's something that's not precisely it, but that's pretty close to it. And so he's basically telling his base, like, it's not that big of a deal except for y'all who are going to die.
Yeah. I think that's where the big, like, suburban voter swing comes from too, I think, like, because like old people living in the suburbs were like, this is fucking bullshit, like I don't want to die. Old women especially, like, I think that's where a lot of these swings come from. I mean, look, if Trump was doing so well and if Biden was doing so poorly, I don't think Biden would be experimenting with like Ohio and instead hyper focusing on like solidifying his position in areas where he truly is going to win in the Rust Belt. And instead he's just like going around. Donald Trump is campaigning in Georgia.
Right, he was just in Iowa.
Yeah, in Iowa and Georgia, like a month out of the election. What the fuck's he doing?
He won Iowa by 9 points in 2016, and he very well might lose Iowa, not just lose Iowa, lose 3 or 4 of the House seats, lose the Senate seat. They got waxed in 2018 in Iowa. That's the other thing to remember. Like, Republicans have gotten waxed in 2017, 18, and 19. The 17 and the 19 elections are kind of, they're off year and they're fewer and further between. But there are a lot of millions of people vote in those off years, and Republicans got their clocks cleaned, and they got annihilated in 2018 too, and that was all before the pandemic. So, like you said, he was trending in the wrong direction, and then that kicked in, and it just the bottom came out.
So, why do you think he's lost so much of his support if 50% of the country thinks that they're doing better now than they did 4 years ago? Like, aside from COVID, or why does the majority of the country, 75%, think that he's doing a bad job with the coronavirus pandemic recovery efforts, but still think, or at least still the majority of the country thinks that they're doing better than they did 4 years ago?
I think with that, yeah, I mean, I think without the pandemic, you were going to have a decent number of people who would have said, you know what, we took a huge gamble on this guy. Economy did great. He's clearly nuts. Let's cash in our chips, like, while we're still ahead here, because gambling on another 4 years of this person in charge, maybe the market just continues going crazy and unemployment keeps going down and things continue this direction. But that's not terribly likely. Like, probably we'll actually just lose all the chips we have on the table. So let's cash out and let's be happy with what we've got. I think a significant number of people were going to do that, maybe 3 to 5%. Then you've got the other 5% ish of his people who voted for him in 2016 who believed that he was going to be somebody different. That in 2016 this was all just an act. He's been on the Celebrity Apprentice. He's been a showman his whole life. When he becomes president, he's going to knuckle down. He's going to use the skills that he's got, but he's going to be a much more serious person. Now, it was immediately clear that that wasn't the case, and he began shedding support pretty quickly. And he was never been over 50% approval in his entire presidency, which hasn't happened since the advent of modern polling. But then, once you had the pandemic and actual competent, thoughtful leadership was required, it became apparent to almost everybody that he wasn't up to that. The people that are still supporting him think that Joe Biden would be worse. And on top of that, the people who voted for Gary Johnson or Jill Stein or might have participated but hated them both, so sat out, just statistically, those people are now back engaged. And everybody focused after 2016 on the number of people who went from Obama to Trump. But what people missed is that just as many people went Obama third party. So these are not people who hate the duopoly and are never in their lives going to vote for a major party candidate. They had recently just voted for Obama, but they hated Hillary Clinton and they hated Donald Trump. And so they either voted for Jill Stein or Gary Johnson. And that was such a sizable number of people that it roughly equaled the number of people that had switched from Obama over to Trump. The media only cared about the Obama to Trump people because there's this idea in Washington that once you vote third party, you've kind of forfeited your right even to be talked about. Like you're not a serious person. So we can't even analyze you, even though you add up to millions. And so those millions of people are back off the sidelines because they're making the same calculation that a lot of other people are. They're like, all right, well, we thought that Trump was bad. We thought Clinton was bad, but we thought that maybe Trump was acting a little bit. We didn't quite realize he was this bad. And so a lot of those people are now back in the game. And those people, and there's some misogyny going on here, and there's also there's all sorts of things going on.
I mean, there's no 30 years of There's no 30 years of conspiracies of the Clinton crime family that impacts Joe Biden in a similar capacity. He's not a woman. That's another reason, as you mentioned.
Right.
And that's part of the reason why, for example, the 2016 strategy of like Hunter Biden and like tying the Ukraine scandal to Joe Biden is not sticking. It's not sticky at all.
Right.
Well, one, because you don't have any, you don't have the same time frame where you can allow it to like matriculate. Is that the right word? Like to fester,
mature,
mature, and then you can unload it with like even a third marinate. Anyway,
right? Yeah, all of those,
like all of those, like with Hillary there was pre-existing biases against her. Some warranted, some a little ridiculous, I don't think she eats babies or whatever. But with Joe Biden, you don't really have that. What do you have? That he's sleepy, right? He's sleepy, but also what? He's a mastermind that like him and his son Hunter like also executed these like get rich quick schemes where Joe Biden still ended up operating against his son's best interest in Ukraine, as we saw. With the ousting of the prosecutor that was like against the Burisma board, or the prosecutor that was for the Burisma board and was like halting the investigation. So it doesn't make sense. And it also
they also call him Jim Crow Joe, but then also say he's in the pocket of radical Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make sense.
Which one is it?
Yeah, like with the George Floyd protests, like my speculation was without COVID and without the George Floyd protests that happened all around the country, the Trump campaign strategy was going to be outflanking Joe Biden from the left. Like I thought that they were going to talk about the First Step Act and talk about how Joe Biden is actually the real racist. They were gearing up for the Blexit movement. I don't know how successful it was going to be, but they were truly spending a lot of money at the very least trying to get black people to not vote on top of the voter suppression tactics they engage in. And when it came down to it, because of the BLM protests, Trump completely went unhinged and went back to the racial agitation rhetoric and protecting the suburbs and whatnot, and that I think foiled their plans of trying to hit Joe from the left, because you did see some remnants of that old idea that like Trump, you saw it in the RNC, like Trump is good for black people. Black unemployment is at an all-time low. COVID fucked that up, so it doesn't really matter. COVID destroyed the African American community. One out of 1,000 every 1,000 black persons died from COVID. That's a crazy number. You know what I mean? That's an insane stat. So it really ruined all of their strategies. Like the way that Trump mishandled it. Ruined all their strategies. Like
his name is Hasan.
And he even put policy meat on those bones. He did his student debt moratorium. He banned offshore drilling off the coast of Florida and Georgia. He did his eviction moratorium. I mean, all of these things have holes in them, but he did that. Like he pushed forward an eviction moratorium. He did his payroll tax holiday, which is, it's kind of a mess, and there's things you can criticize for it, but he did that. That's more money in some people's pockets. He unilaterally extended unemployment to people when it lapsed. Like he started, he did, like Joe Biden is not would Joe Biden have suspended student debt payments? So he was laying the groundwork for a potential run, the likes of which you're talking about. But I think that's a really good point that Floyd, the Floyd protests kind of cut that off for them, because the populist right, seeing a popular uprising, had a choice to make. Which side are we on here? And they didn't blink, and they went 100% Blue Lives Matter, and rallied on the side of quote unquote law and order. And so that was the end of any ability to try to.
He was stuck between a rock and a hard place in
the
that
ideological aisle there.
But think about it this way: what is he going to do? He can't go pro BLM. 84% of the law enforcement officers, like 84% of the Leo community, adores him. everyone in ICE loves them. Everyone in the law enforcement, like, you know, that's 800,000 voters that like almost universally vote for Donald Trump. He can't fuck those people over by going pro BLM. So, like,
well, the cops were so hostile to that guy that killed George Floyd, who you know, the one who had his knee on his neck, that I wonder if there would have been some way that he could have like gone there and been like, this cop's awful. Every cop agrees this cop is the worst.
Yeah,
and,
that's true. They
you know,
all agreed in unison, but
executed.
But there was Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, which was vigilante lynching,
Right.
but still, like, there were too many other cases all around the country that, like, there were going to be cases where people were going to offer unconditional support, like they did with Breonna Taylor in the no-knock warrant. Even though it was a horrific incident, there were still plenty of people in the Breonna Taylor that like went as far as calling her a criminal and saying that she was a drug dealer.
Right.
So it would have been very difficult for him to, I think, take a pro BLM narrative when like everywhere around the country there were protests.
The work you guys do, Ryan, is awesome. Hassle.
I think that he really fucked himself over with how contradicting his messaging was on a lot of these issues. Like he tried to go with a populist message, and when you do that, you kind of have to still implement populist strategies and do some of the things that you were talking about. But then all of the gains that you make from those unlikely coalition members that you were building for yourself, you're going to lose immediately when you say, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes.
So,
right.
Yeah. So
Right.
he just, he really put himself in a weird situation. I don't know. I
think that's right.
I still don't know, like, what is going to happen. I hope that we're not all delusional. I feel like everyone in the media, everyone I talk to, leftists, we are no longer skeptical. And that I am fearful of. It feels too much like 2016, even though the polling is like insanely different at this point.
The best reason for some skepticism are that you could make a case for pretty much every state to go the wrong way. You know, the white, you know, what they call white non-college, you know, these people who are more than 30 years old, don't have a college degree. There's a bottomless pit of those voters in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and tons of them are registered. And Wisconsin is a special case because it has same-day registration, so basically everybody is eligible to vote. And if everyone voted in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, everyone who's eligible to vote, you know, so that's the biggest possible increase in voting you could ever have. People think, oh, well, that's great for Democrats. That's not the case in those states, unless Biden continues to win these old white people and these suburban white voters. But like the old demographics that we understood in 2016, Trump wins that because there are just, you drive from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, you're going for 6 hours, 8 or more, and you're just passing, you know, Trump flag after Trump flag. And the big fear for Democrats has always been, can Trump's playing to the base that he's been doing for 3.5 years expand his base? Can he bring out more of those white people in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin? The voter registration numbers that we're seeing over the last several months suggest that yes, he absolutely can. Voter registrations, particularly among that demographic, are badly outpacing what Democrats are doing. Now, in absolute numbers, that's not enough to close the polling gap. But what people are freaked out about is, does this surge in voter registration represent a surge of interest generally among that demographic, such that people who are already registered, there's many more of those, but didn't vote in the last several elections, are now going to come out and vote. And those are the people that are not going to get picked up in polls. And so with some polling error on top of a surge in white non-college voter registration, you could make a case for why Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are not something that you'd want to bet your life on. If it happens there, you'd expect that you'd have a disparate surge in North Carolina and Florida as well, which then put them off Biden's map. That probably takes Texas out too. If you're seeing like a nationwide surge of these voters, so he picks up Arizona and Omaha, and so he gets those extra electoral votes, but then that's it, and loses. So that you can still tell a story, which I think is not crazy, of how Trump could actually win. So, an enormous number of things would have to happen, for that to be enough to save Trump. And I don't think that's what we're going to see. But you're right. Like we saw 2016. We lived through that. So there's maybe too much complacency. But also people aren't complacent. Like people are voting. People are confident, but they're still voting.
Yeah,
like they're still we're not taking this for granted.
I see a lot of. I mean, look, everyone's talking about how many millions of people have voted already. Voters are voting early like crazy. Voter turnout is crazy. Yeah, voter turnout is crazy if you assume the same number of people or the same percentage of people that voted on the day of are going to vote again on the day of in a similar, like if the breakdown is going to be the same between early voters to like same day voters, then yeah, the voter turnout will be insane. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think COVID is the reason why so many voters are voting early and voting by mail as well, with universal mail-in ballots and like in a lot of places where they normally didn't have that, with the exception of the southern states, of course. I think that's the reason why the early voter turnout is so high. And then I think we're going to see a decrease.
The good news is
in same day voters.
We probably will. The good news is I got to check what the number is, but I think it's about 500,000 of the people who voted so far early have not voted, did not vote in the previous presidential election. And so out of 12 million, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy too.
The other possible.
Does that factor in 18-year-olds, or does that factor in like voter eligible or is it just voter eligible population that did not vote that voted? Because I see those percentages and I'm surprised by them, and I just assume it's like younger voters that are coming out to vote or something for the first time.
Some of it is younger voters, but a lot of it isn't. So some of it is younger voters. But the other possibility that it sets up that could work for Democrats, usually if you get crappy weather, which you often get, particularly in Michigan, Wisconsin in November, that it hurts Democrats the most. And in a pandemic where you're going to have these long lines, that's a huge problem. If Democrats can bank, a huge, a third of their votes, that means that Democratic precincts are going to have much smaller lines than they would have in past years. So that level of voter suppression will be gone, and all of these old Republican voters who have all been scared away from mail voting, might show up and see long lines and say, you know what, I've heard he's down 10 points anyway.
And they're shutting down.
Why am I going to get
COVID one, Ryan.
and die?
They're shutting down polling stations inside of nursing homes. You can't do it anymore, right? Because I was thinking about that. Like, even though Joe Biden has an advantage now with the 65 plus population, like I think that like nursing homes not being able to host like not being able to have like polling stations is going to be a burden on them. They're gonna have to endure that same kind of voter suppression that we all get to experience potentially.
Right. Although I would suspect that he's losing nursing homes by even more than he's losing other elderly places. Those, I mean, God, can you imagine living in a nursing home right now? It's hell to think about living in a nursing home in the best of times. But right now, my God.
Yeah, that's true. Well, not many of them in New York and other places, because they literally, like a lot 200,000, a big chunk of those people lived in nursing. I mean, not a big chunk, but like nursing homes took a genuine hit.
Significant chunk. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, someone is telling me, okay, I'm hearing 2.6 million people voted today as of yesterday. 1.8 million of 16 million voters yesterday did not vote in 2016 at all. They're either young or old, just didn't vote in 2016. Interesting.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot. That's a lot of people, especially when you consider that, the race was decided by 60,000 votes in 3 states, and Hillary won by 3 million.
Yeah, I'm still skeptical. I'm still fearful, rather. I think it's healthy to be afraid and to act like you're losing. What is this thing that I'm hearing that like Biden's internal numbers show a closer race or something? Like, I think it's a meme or something. I didn't really see it anywhere else, but like a couple people texted me about this, saying that like Biden's team said that the race is far closer. Oh yeah, Biden's campaign manager said that Jan O'Malley Dillon says the race against President Trump is far closer.
There's some whores in this house.
Than conventional wisdom suggests. Despite polls showing former VP with a double-digit lead, Austin was one of those people, our liberal correspondent. Early voting is already underway in many states, Dillon said. But she also said that there was cause for concern. And I think that's just the drive turnout, right? It has to be. I think.
Yeah, probably. Right.
Yeah.
You don't like you. They don't want people comfortable, and it's hard to blame them for that.
Yeah. Biden is still leading in the Real Clear Politics average in all 6 of the core battleground states, with the biggest lead in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I don't know. Like I fear that Pennsylvania and Florida is going to look different than the way that polling suggests it's going to look like.
Yeah, we'll see.
But yeah, if it was tight, if they were being honest about the race being tight, as I said before, they wouldn't be going to Ohio. So,
right.
But it's probably to motivate people. But we'll see. I don't know. I think Florida, like a big chunk of the voters in Florida got like extremely radicalized over the same misinformation networks that played somewhat of a factor in the election cycle, but they never went away. And I think that like QAnon and a lot of those other, movements really took hold in like the black and brown, specifically brown population in places like Florida, where they were targeted extra hard. And I think that it actually radicalized a bunch of the Hispanic population in Florida. And I think that we're going to see that.
Yeah. No, we're in a very weird, we're in an extremely weird place, because that's going to play an unpredictable role for sure.
Yeah. So we'll see.
I should get going. Past my bedtime.
All right. Well, Ryan, once again, thank you.
Always wonderful to see you.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, man, and offering us your insight, which is always welcome.
As always.
Thank you so much, Ryan. That's Ryan Grimm, ladies and gentlemen. You can find him at The Intercept. He is the Washington, D.C. bureau chief. He is the host of the Deconstructed podcast. And the man, the myth, the legend. Ask Ryan to play games with you? No, that's not going to happen. But here comes the scolding. No, I'm not going to scold you guys. I think you guys did all right.
Pervert.
At HasanAbi love and hate you.
I got my freaking mail-in ballot, baby. Any instinct on total voter turnout? I have no idea. I just only QAnon streamed on Twitch is up in views after tonight. What do you mean? I am still afraid. If you want to explore the early vote breakdown even more, this is a good article. No, I don't want to. Oh, I'm running an ad now, of course. Top of the hour. Ad every hour, ladies and gentlemen. Okay?
His name is Hasan.
Hassle.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm running a 60-second ad break. If you want to avoid that ad break, you can subscribe or use your uBlock. Running the ad now.
His name is Hasan.
You claim to be a leftist, yet you run ads featuring Call of Duty, a game you never play. When are you gaming?
His name is Hasan.
What is this? While everyone's paying attention to the presidential town hall's biggest moment in the IA-Sen race just happened after their final debate.
Well, thank you very much. I might have missed it, but I don't think you answered my question. What's the break-even price for soybeans in Iowa? You grew up on a farm. You should know this.
I think you had asked about corn, and it depends on
I asked her corn.
it depends on what the inputs are, but probably about $5.50.
Well, you're a couple dollars off, I think, here because it's 10:05. So, well, we'll move on to something else.
And I don't think Ms. Greenfield answered either.
She actually did. But the price of corn, we'd asked for the price of soybeans from you, Senator. You want to take another crack at it?
No, thank you. You said the break even for corn is $10.50. I don't think that's correct.
Right, that would have been for beans. Ron's question was soybeans
or maybe
to you,
I'm not
Ms.
hearing.
Greenfield, to corn to Ms. Greenfield. Well, let's go ahead and move on to a completely different subject.
Fucking over. It's done. You don't recover from that. You don't. That's a rip, dude.
There's some whores
That's
in
like
this house.
asking.
There's some whores in this house.
That's like asking every normal human being what the price of a gallon of milk is. That's the price. Like usually, you ask people what normal people, not corn people, of course. Normal people, if you want to figure out if they are out of touch or not, you ask them what the gallon of milk price is. Okay, it's like $3.68 or something, or like $4. I don't fucking know. I only drink oat milk, which is much more expensive because I'm bougie and out of touch. But in LA, my price is correct. Anyway, but for Iowa, it's corn. Is it bad if you don't know? I mean, I think in this day and age, it's understandable if you don't know, because there's a lot of lactose intolerant people out there.
His name is Hasan.
Pogo.
Oat milk is delicious, by the way, for the record. If you guys don't know, I am very clearly not a fucking vegan, but
My question is a simple ag question. Teresa Greenfield, you answer first. What's the break-even price for a bushel of corn in Iowa this week?
Well, a bushel of corn's going for about $3.68 today, $3.69, and break even really just depends on the amount of debt someone has. I suspect there's farmers that are breaking even at that price. However, if their yields are down 50%, that's certainly not going to cover it for them. I'll tell you, we've had low commodity prices for too long, and they've been going out of business prices.
Senator, break-even price.
God, those communists are amazing.
This is so dumb. I think gasoline is a better metric for that logic. No, it's not, because a gallon of gas in a place like Los Angeles differs greatly from district to district. Where I live in West Hollywood, a gallon of gas, regular, like 87, is anywhere from like $4 to $3.68. Whereas if you go to like the Valley or whatever, you can get it all the way down to like $3. If you go to fucking Texas, I assume it's like $2, right? Yeah, it's $2 in Indiana, exactly. So you can't really have an average. You can't really average it out. Don't you know? You can't really average it out, don't you know? It's not good, don't you know?
His name is Hasan.
I live in Houston. It's like 170. 189 in Fort Worth. How many fucking dirty Texans do I have in my chat flexing their disgustingly low gas prices? I'm a cuck. I literally voted for the ballot measure that increased gas prices. So I'm one of those people. I constantly vote against my best interest in that sense. There are radio stations in Iowa that just read off price and forecast all day. They should know this if they spend more than a week in Iowa. Wait, why? California gas tax is like it's for renewable energy initiatives. Andrew from All Gas got baptized. Oh, really? You're probably the cuck that gave us plastic bags in grocery stores too. What?
This is a deranged.
You are making me feel bad for being from Texas. Oh, Texas is a lot of fun. America is tired of women. I thought growing up that Earth is hell. The moment you die, you wake up. What? Yeah, I saw the Alaska Senate race showing 1 point lead for the Democrat there. Interesting stuff. The fact that you dismiss the Trump tax cuts as being bad shows you are a fucking moron and doesn't understand how taxes work. The fact that you have this many amount of viewers is insane. How do you sleep at night knowing that you are misleading so many people? Why are you a Biden simporter? Why do you have TDS? It's okay. I know you are jealous that Trump's a billionaire and successful and you have a shitty play politics channel on Twitch, but you don't have to hate. Good one. Hell yeah, brother. Following since an hour ago. My man is just... This is what they refer to as the pussy getting stance. Dude, is this real? Dude, he's got such a fat ass, dude. Holy shit. I'm sorry, but like, god damn, dude. He can't sit normally because of the fucking ass. What you doing with all that ass, dude? Donnie? Anyone who says TDS, which for those of you under the age of 87 means Trump derangement syndrome. If you say TDS, you're lame as fuck. You're just so lame. Like you're literally a grandparent, okay?
His name is Hasan.
Except you're not a grandparent because your grandpappy's probably clapping cheeks at the nursing home, whereas you're a virgin. So you don't even have that. I guess also you don't have, late stage syphilitic brain poisoning, but
pervert.
What up, baby?
I'm serious. If you ever use TDS, unironically, you're fucking lame. If you're under the age of 87 and you use TDS, it's like, yikes, dude. One of the funniest moments from the town hall was literally when Savannah Guthrie said, "You're not a crazy uncle." And anyone who uses TDS is the crazy uncle. TDS is Trump derangement syndrome. It's like something that weird, like divorce court victims, like, recently divorced dads who support Donald Trump unconditionally say on Twitter. That's what it is. Let's Let's see what our
Biden
boy
made
has to
scattered
say.
false and
What stood out to you, my friend?
Again, it was the fact that there was just no comparison, Chris. Biden made scattered false and misleading claims, no doubt, but this was another bombardment of dishonesty from the president. I want to go through some of the things they said. Trump repeated his ridiculous claim that he will always protect people with pre-existing conditions. That is a promise already broken and currently being broken. He is in court trying to get rid of all of Obamacare, including those protections, with no replacement plan. He said that Obama and Biden didn't even try to get criminal justice reform. They did. In fact, a bipartisan bill, was blocked in 2016 by Republican Mitch McConnell. Trump rejected host Savannah Guthrie's correct assertion that there's no evidence of widespread fraud with mail voting. He said, do you even read newspapers, watch the news? She was right, he was wrong. The examples he cited tonight are not fraud. He said something he said twice earlier today, and he said the CDC found that 85% of people who...
Daniel Dale's such a fucking nerd, dude. I mean, I love him, but... No one is this horny to just, like, utter facts, okay?
Wear masks, get the coronavirus. I'm going to have a piece online on CNN.com about this soon, getting into the details, but that is totally wrong, Chris. The CDC study was not even looking at the percentage of mask wearers who get the virus. He defended a truly bonkers conspiracy theory, as he does, about Obama, SEAL Team 6, and Osama bin Laden, which he retweeted. He said it was mere opinion. No, Chris, it's not a debatable subjective opinion. It's a ridiculous offensive lie. He claimed that 2.2 million deaths were expected in the pandemic. No, that 2.2 million figure, Chris, was for if the government did nothing and no citizen did anything to fight the virus. It was not an expectation. He said again that he's done more for African Americans than any president since Abraham Lincoln. I try not to fact check opinion, but this is just ludicrous. Lyndon Johnson, for one, signed the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act. He boasted again about adding a record 11.4 million jobs in the past 5 months. As always, he did not mention that we lost 22.2 million jobs over the previous 2 months. He said again that Biden wants to quadruple your taxes. Just know that's just wrong, Chris. And independent analysis found that. And he continued to say a bunch of other inaccurate things that he said before on the pandemic. He said we're rounding the turn on the pandemic. He said earlier today it had petered out. We are experiencing a surge in cases and hospitalizations. There was no turn happening. Now, as I said, we also did have some false or misleading claims from Biden. I didn't watch that one myself, so I'm relying on the team. I'll go through it in further detail later. But Biden said that when the first round of enhanced unemployment finished, Trump, he said, didn't do anything. Actually, Trump did do something. He signed an executive measure to take billions in federal disaster aid to give $300 a week to the jobless. So that's certainly something. He said that Trump said that people should inject bleach in your arm and that's going to work. Look, Trump did, of course, make weird comments in which he mused about scientists studying the injection of bleach for the virus. That's crazy. But he didn't actually advise people to go do it themselves in that moment. And Biden suggested that his website did not say that the Green New Deal is a crucial framework for environmental action. He didn't explicitly say that, but his website does say it's a crucial framework. So that's at least misleading.
Daniel Dale, thank you very much. I look forward to even more, but thank you for keeping on.
Do we have undecided voter porn? Honestly, this is big league gish galloping. What? It's his job, dude. He's not debating anyone. Yeah, I told my teacher that she was gish galloping when she was doing a lecture. Pelosi letter on COVID talks includes photo of McConnell grinning while being asked about it and debate and dismissing questions. When Senator McConnell was asked in the debate why he's not willing to support coronavirus relief legislation, he laughed and continued to laugh. Neither Mitch McConnell nor President Trump took this pandemic seriously. Dude, why the fuck is Nancy Pelosi better on fucking paper than she is on Wolf Blitzer's show? Why can't she just, like, be normal? Like, why can't she just do this, but, like, not on a piece of paper, but instead in real life? If Mitch McConnell, who is literally the most unlikable person on the fucking planet, if he's able to... Ow. Just swallowed my spit. Because she's like 50,000 years old. Okay, so is Mitch. I just don't understand. Like, I know Nancy Pelosi's got it. Okay? She's got it. She can do it. What a disaster week for Dems. What do you mean, what a disaster? Oh, get baited, idiot. Never mind. Anyway, Mitch is old as fuck and looks like a literal turtle. I mean, this is great. Like, this is an incredible talking point. During the 5 months of the Republican deadly delay, over 130,000 Americans have died and another 6.5 million have been infected. Like, that's really good. That's a great talking point. Here's another freebie. Hey, guys, they wanted to give you 0. That's why I didn't budge. When did you start defending Nancy so much? When she was right. And like actually fucking held her ground. I'm not going to look at Bolivian elections. Okay. Should I try the open war beta or what? Is there actually like, is it just finally after the whole day? Is there actually like anything in this, or is it just like oh, what the fuck? Yikes. Let's try it. I am not updating my drivers, dude. Freaking never do, baby. Oh, I hope it's not loud. Usually Call of Duty is like really weird and loud when you first turn it on. Okay. What's happening?
This is a deranged pervert.
Okay, this seems weird. Beta participation, accept, acknowledge.
Oh, you're such a
graphic content enabled. Brightness not visible, barely visible, easily visible. Good. Keyboard and mouse. Oh my god, I almost revealed private information. What the fuck? Dude, imagine. Wait, isn't this what got... Oh my god, this is what got Pokey clapped, isn't it?
The American people
Isn't this happening to her? Oh, there's multiplayer, there's Warzone, zombies. I remember that. Wait, I need to change my settings, right? There it is. Multiplayer, 3 out of 4, 66%. You surely update drivers, XP play without them and it was really laggy. Is beta only multiplayer, not Warzone? Trump walks into the lion's den and rips and tears in the savannah.
War crime simulated bot.
Are you sure it's multi only, no Warzone? Or Warzone goes to... Or Warzone goes back to like... What just happened? Update? Oh, it's Modern Warfare. Oh, damn, dude. Fuck. Buy Margo a copy of the game? Why in the fucking tits would I ever buy Margo a fucking video game, you fucking simp? She has like a gajillion subs. God damn, why don't you do it, okay? Why don't you fucking buy her the copy of the video game, Ninjite? God, you are ridiculous, dude. How do I have like... How do I have such mega simps in my community? I can't tell. At first I thought he was just like memeing, right? I thought he was like Mr. Meme, like haha lol, I'm just memeing about like, you know, having you buy a video game for Margo, my queen, but like now I actually believe that you... I now feel like you're not joking. Like, I feel like you're being serious. What is going on? Why is this loading still? You have the most channel points of anyone in your channel? Yeah, I know that my Joe Rogan is wrong on coronavirus made it to the top.
Just darling.
Of Reddit videos I saw. I don't know. It's not check your Twitter likes. Maybe then you'll find the answer. No, he's 100% not memeing. Yo. What? Fuck. Dude, what the fuck is going on, dude? Playing now. Nice beta that I just dropped $89 for, by the way. What the fuck is happening? What is happening?
The American people are
Paid $89. I got the fucking... I literally got the one with the hammer and sickle on it. I'm gonna fucking lose it, dude. I'm gonna lose it. Early access granted. Crossplay live now. Message of the day. Featured combined arms mush pit. Quick play. Did I do quick play?
Oh, you're such a
fucking lay it out.
man, Hasan.
Lobby. Custom games. Invite players. Nisuwa. Here's an invite. Nisuwa. Nisuwa. Enough fucking about. Answer my fucking call, Nisuwa. Irish accent check. It's a little wonky. The FPS is low as fuck even in the lobby. Wait, why does my FPS not show? Do I have to redo all of my fucking settings, dude? Really? Where is it? Is it on interface? Actually disable subtitles. Ow. GPU temperature shown. GPU clock.
Hello?
What's up, dude? Ow, ow, ow. Oh, fuck my back.
Yeah. I was playing with one of my buddies. Can you play with us?
What? No. Absolutely not.
Well, today we found out who Hasan really is.
What do you mean?
a real jerk.
Oh yeah, no, fuck no, dude, we're not. No, of course you can invite your friend, dude.
Have you played yet?
No, I have not. Is it good?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Different.
Do I gotta redo all my fucking settings, dude? I don't remember any of this shit. Ah! It's good. It's different.
Yeah. I mean, you're definitely still gonna get mad at it, but that part hasn't changed.
What was your FOV? What was my FOV?
I've always played at 103.
I think I was 110, maybe?
How am I gonna know your FOV?
I don't know. I just like texture quality, medium, texture filtering, medium, low, object view distance, I can keep high, volumetric lighting, medium, shadow quality, low, dynamic shadows, self only, nope, disabled, visualific shadows, disabled, whipping shadow, disabled.
Turn the shadows off.
Anti-aliasing quality low, motion blur enabled, self only disabled. Oh yeah, what is this?
Oh yeah, my friend.
Okay, this is good. The only thing I have high is, don't you have a 2080 Ti? I do. Why? Why are you fucking crying?
I'm gonna make a new group.
I don't have a 60 hertz monitor. Shut the fuck up. It's because it's not on full screen mode, okay?
You have 60 hertz monitor? That's fucking...
Don't have a 60 hertz monitor! Okay.
What do you got? Like an old Dell?
Alright, can you join the fucking team, please? Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm hemorrhaging viewers over here, bro.
On.
How do I change my character?
You're gaming
Operators?
Now. Hold on, let's back out. Yeah. Hammy, this is Hasan. Hasan, this is Hammy.
Woods. Call me fucking Woods. Enough mocking about.
Join my fucking party.
It says game session not joinable.
What?
It says game session not joinable, Niswa.
Why? What? Doesn't make sense. We had this problem earlier.
See if you can join on him.
Yeah, I'm gonna try this.
Oh my god, this is literally Maria Butina, dude.
Hasan.
This is Maria Butina, dude. Poco, is that you?
Poco?
Poco sent you an ATVI friend request?
Invite.
Okay, you join my party.
Him. Yeah, join him.
Mine got me not joinable.
What?
Yeah.
Can you join from my friends list?
Poco? Middle guy does look like Butch from the Boys. That's why I said diabolical.
Yeah, that's how
Guess so.
All
There
right,
you go.
what the fuck is hammy time already 25, dude? What the fuck? All right, I'm doing quick play, core, all modes selected, or no?
Quick
Sure.
play.
This is quick play. That's it. Fine match.
Amy's a pro COD player.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
That voice is cringe. Please stop. I'm never gonna fucking stop, Rob. Hey, boys, look at that. I got the headset in. That doesn't happen often. Gamer time. I got the fucking headset in, bro. It's COD time.
You might want to turn off in-game chat. Just like...
Wait, is it on right now?
Yeah, you better turn that off before you get in game real quick.
Oh. Should I say mute all?
I go to settings and audio.
Yeah, just go settings, audio, and then
Listen.
voice chat disabled.
They're just ready to say some shit.
Yeah, gamer words.
I mean,
Yeah,
I kind of want to hear it. I kind of want to leave it on for like one. They can
All right,
only
one
do
game. Might
one
not be
game,
bad.
and if it's like bad, then I'll. Can they hear me when I talk? Okay. Chat channel, game chat, voice chat volume, microphone activation, push to talk V. Okay.
You're just gonna hear the kids on like their PlayStation.
Oi, lads.
Hey, I'm playing COD tonight.
What the fuck? Stealth ops, point man. Which one should I use?
What?
Which one should I use? Health Ops, Point Man?
Sure. Those are like the beginner guns.
Well, I just started the game, Nesua, so...
Well, yeah, you're a baby.
Point Man has Ghost on it already.
You can't be cool like me, Hasan, and have fucking gun attachments.
Fuck you, I'm following
I
Hammy.
actually kill people.
Where are they? Oh shit. I got killed. Is it a slideshow for you guys in the chat? Oh my god, it's so loud. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's so loud. Oh god. Oh fuck, oh god, oh fuck, oh fuck. Okay.
Turn it down.
Holy shit, I think that's good now. And it's also fucking slidey. It's slidey poo, guys. Okay, I'll do game capture. Hold on.
Scared the shit out of me.
There's another one.
I'm on a
Got the
kill
alley.
streak, dude.
Nice.
We're in the lead.
You just
There's
one tap
my
that,
point.
you bitch.
Hey, it's called get good. It's a game like me.
Dude, I'm so bad at this game right now. Holy shit. I haven't... Oh! I haven't played a game in so long. This is my... Oh shit!
Dude, this brings back memories. This brings back Warzone memories.
Dude, remember when I used to murk on multiplayer after playing Warzone for so long? Like, you and I would just, like, fucking wreck lobbies for a little bit? Oh, shit, I'm getting owned.
You were actually above a 1 KD.
Oh, for multiplayer? Yeah, I know. It was pretty crazy.
It was kind of weird. I don't know. It took some getting used to.
One in my window, Ness.
I got so used to fucking playing Warzone that I was...
Oh my god.
UAV's up.
He's in the window, bro.
Is there like
I'm 8-2 right now. Fucking hell. I thought I had Can I get artillery on this?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's not with this one. What's up, Yoko?
Hit you one shot in there, Ness.
Huh? Where in the... Oh shit! Holy shit! That dude just slid in.
Dude, they're stream snipers, dude. Biplane ready.
One left, one shot now.
Dude, I don't even know what the maps look like. Like, I don't even know where they're like coming from. I have no idea how to flank people.
Dude, wait till you get to the map Cartel. There's a big fucking cocaine building. It's awesome.
Best map.
Yeah. There's a cocaine building.
Oh, I just realized that it's zoomed in. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys.
His name is
behind us,
Hasan.
On me?
I didn't even realize it. I just looked at chat. It's because I never have chat open, you know? I
got artillery, dude.
I never have Chatterino open?
Me too, dude.
Hey, Hasi, you got a
His
Chatterino
name
open?
is Hasan.
I never have Chatterino open. That's the problem. So I didn't even know.
Alright, I'm about to artillery their nuts.
So you guys didn't even see my Poggers gameplay, huh?
I killed nobody with that. This map sucks. This map actually sucks.
That's because there's no objective besides kill.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Rip. I don't even know who I'm shooting at.
Oh, I still won.
Can I do like, what else can I like pick up other people's guns and shit? Like, I don't remember any of this. Imagine, like, I just, like, I lost everything. Like, I forgot everything. I already had, like, very limited... I was already, like, a pretty shit gamer, and then I lost whatever minimal amount of gaming skill I had. I lost all of it, so now I got none of it left.
Instead of raging at COD, you've been just raging at your chat.
Well, to be honest, though, I mean, I'm still happy with, like, at least I'm not, like, freaking out. Right now, I'm in the honeymoon phase of, like... having no expectations, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
But then when you build the expectations, you get fucking mad.
Yeah, there's like a hey, this is fun for me right now because like it's like fun because I haven't
I'm
played
so new to it. It's so new to me.
Yeah, it's because I also haven't like played at all and like.
Just let me down.
I mean, do you ever really lose it though?
What? Yes, I used to lose it like crazy. Do you not remember?
No, I meant like your skill.
Oh, damn.
Like,
you get
remember
rusty.
Dr. Disrespect?
I did. Oh yeah, that's true. I downed Dr. Disrespect so hard that he like literally. You remember that? Yeah, remember when?
Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, he got
But they
permanently
banned him off
banned.
Twitch because of that.
Yeah.
But then they never told anybody for whatever reason. I guess it did kind of just make them look bad.
I just grenaded myself and killed myself. It was very embarrassing. Wait, hold on. I gotta turn on the chat.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
What do you guys think of that, chat? Good stuff, right? Lost the Lenin. I did. I just put it. Whoa, what?
Let's go.
I shot it. Oh, that guy's a cheater.
The lighting in this game is so much better.
The what? Lighting in this game?
The sliding.
It is smooth. It's very fast.
Artillery targeting detected. Artillery inbound.
It seems relatively balanced. I don't feel like any of the like kill streaks don't feel OP as much. Maybe I'm wrong, but
it's point based
shit.
now. It's not even kill streaks anymore.
What does that even mean?
So like you get to a certain like point and it gives you like the streak or whatever. I don't know what they're called now.
Let's try this AK-47 shit. Oh no, no! I just picked up a gun. How are you gonna kill me like that?
AK-47's fucking really good.
Yeah, I just picked it up and then I got killed. Brother, where is your Kalashnikov?
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Helicopter coming in, boys.
Let's go. Wait, you're pounding off.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what was that? Why did it like... That was weird. Oh no! I don't know why it like kicked it off of ADS chat. I don't know why it was doing that. Anything is possible right now, okay? It's a new game. It might be buggy.
Two mid.
Shit.
Holy shit.
Oh shit!
Nice, your KD's 0.69. Nice.
Me?
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, I was the last kill.
Oh my god, dude.
It was the last death. Nice.
Some of these guys already have like all three attachments on their weapon.
I don't even know what the perks are. Like I don't know how. It's the Chatcom hackers. It's the Chatcom hackers. They're trying too hard. I got level 2. I'm a private level 2 now. I'm an operator.
I got an underbarrel, baby.
I mean, it's COD. Of course there's sweat lords. I mean, yeah. The problem is you're not a big enough sweat lord.
Who?
11 eliminations. 17 deaths. Oh, that's terrible. Actually, you know what? That's not like really horrific for me, I would say.
It's alright.
I mean, it's really bad. It's not even a 1, but still, like, for my first ever.
I tried to get Will to play, but I don't know what he's doing.
Range pervert.
Best Hasan.
Vote Cartel. Will won't play.
No, I don't know what he's doing. He didn't respond to me.
Leftist co-op. Guys, I'm not good. Like, I'm just trying to have fun. Why do you guys get so sweaty?
Hasan. Pogo Peepo Kiss.
Oh, wait. I like playing the sniper on this one. Oh, he's doing VR chat. Oh, okay.
Look at me. I'm Will. I have an expensive VR, and it's a
VR.
I'm too good for my friends.
Might go to VR chat and hang out with all the anime girls for 8 hours tonight.
Look at me. Ooh, I forgot about my friends now that I have VR.
We're in the lead. Enemy took Bravo.
Aw, I almost clapped him.
We're losing this fight.
HasanAbi versus Ludwig in a fight? Ludwig, what? Like, he thinks he can beat my ass? Isn't he like fucking 5'7"? Whose ass is he beating? Or does he mean literally because
he could beat your ass?
Or does he mean literally like beat my ass as in like he can reach my ass?
Yeah. He's gonna bongo drum your ass.
I mean, maybe.
Oh shit.
Steph, I need you to take care of that.
Yeah, the guy on the side.
Yeah.
No.
Uh-oh. Well, just ran right into a fucking grenade.
Short people shit on tall people all the time. It sounds like short cope. Wait, why is my fucking flashlight on and how do I turn it off?
Oh.
Is that normal? How do I turn off this fucking flashlight? Oh, Jesus.
Your flashlight?
Why is my flashlight on?
I don't fucking even know how you turn that on. How'd you do it?
I think it stays on permanently. Attachment.
That's kind of weird. What advantages do I have with it? Does it like blind someone and
blind them, bro?
Blind them, man.
Ah.
Put it in their eye.
Yeah, this game is a little bit like Apex. I can't speak yet on the game at all. This is my second time playing, so I'm gonna. Oh, let's.
Yeah, this game's like Halo.
What, in the sense that you can ADS, but it doesn't matter? Like, what do you mean? I mean, you can't even.
Yeah, no, it's. Yeah, it's just like Halo.
This game is like Halo in the way that it's not like Halo at all.
No, you know like how they throw grenades in Halo?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a lot
that's a
like
good.
that.
That sums it up for
Yeah,
BL.
it's Halo. Not like the original Halo, more like Halo 2. That's my take.
Beautiful.
Dude, I don't even know when there's like. I want to have sex.
There's a lot of snipers.
Yeah, I want to have sexual intercourse with their mom.
I'm sure you do.
Oh no, Obama! They killed Obama! Oh god, there's a lot of snipers on this map, huh? That's pretty cool. Alright, that's
You
not even a
laughed
sniper.
way
That's
too
just
hard
a-
at that.
I mean, we are in the middle of the desert. They shot my boy Obama!
Oh my god.
No! Okay, I can't like. I mean, I suck so bad. Is it because of like the skill? Like you guys are already like high ranking enough that they're like putting me with better players or some shit? Because I am having a.
Not really.
Obama!
We
Mr.
barely
Obama,
played.
get down!
I mean, he's played a lot.
His name is Hasan.
You are friends.
Multiple enemy spy plane contacts. Enemy has Bravo.
What the fuck is in a restricted area? What the fuck? What are these guys doing? Oh no, baby! What is he doing? No, oh my baby!
Securing Bravo.
These stuns.
Oh come on! Use a sniper, dude. I don't know how to play with a fucking sniper. What are you, crazy?
You point and click.
I can't do that, dude. I'm not necessarily. You guys want me to get clapped with a sniper? Wait, let me see if I can pick up one. There's like probably someone who
That's
died.
always chance of bias, man.
Let me see. These guys might have a sniper. Nope, that's not a sniper.
I have a 3 kill streak.
What are the good guns here? Like, do we even know? Is there such a thing? Are there good guns yet?
They're all pretty good. I don't know. I'm just using the AK.
M16 burst is annoying. I know that.
Oh, I don't even have a sniper because it's not unlocked yet. Dude, I have 2 points or two objectives.
Artillery targeting detected. Artillery inbound.
Oh shit.
It's fucking snipers.
I have never not gotten sniped this game. I mean, it's just like insane. I run. I spawn. I run. I get cheeks.
One shot left side.
There's like 3 people aiming at the side.
Oh.
Oh, we got close.
Use a controller.
Oh, that's only half.
Why the fuck would I do that?
Oh, this is me. This is me. Watch this. Watch this. No, watch this.
All right.
Okay, now watch this.
Uh-huh.
Oh! That's a triple.
That's a triple.
That was me.
Oh, hit B with me, bitch.
Let's see what the 6 looks like. Maybe it might be a little bit better. Settings wise.
Taking Charlie.
What was I looking for? Well, if you knew how to read, it said best play.
Securing Bravo.
2 there.
C lockdown.
Oh shit.
Enemy counter spy plane inbound. Enemy has Bravo.
Oh my god.
Artillery targeting detected.
Oh fuck, I can't even. Okay, the mouse sensitivity might be a little too low, boys. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too low.
I just got artillery.
I'm on the front page of Reddit, really? What do you mean? Maybe a little bit higher.
What'd you do now?
His name is Hasan.
I don't know. People are saying things. Many people are saying things.
I feel like they say that every day though that you're on front page.
Oh, come on.
His name is Hasan.
Oh, my r/videos post made it to the front page of R all, really? Or is it just R videos? That was terrible. Oh my god. 16 on r/off. Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
Dope.
We made it, boys. Oh my god. Someone almost sniped me from my spawn point, like immediately as I... Oh god damn, dude! You may want to avoid the comments. Why would I avoid the comments? What?
Avoid the comments. This man reads Twitch chat every day. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's true. You guys are toxic as fuck, so you've prepared me for the toxicity of the internet.
Holy shit.
Oh, come on! Man, that streamer is annoying who watches this garbage yelling over a comedian's podcast. Apparently he did. So owned. Get wrecked.
Wrecked. Actually destroyed.
Oh my god, 1 health bar? Really? He just survived that 1 health bar? Oh, la 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 la. Joe Rogan is a goddamn idiot, so hopefully he sees it. Joe Rogan tweeted at you. Pepe La. Oh, no. I fucking doubt Joe Rogan tweeted at me. Am I being annoying talking to my chat, Neswa and Hammies? I'm sorry.
No,
if
you're
I
good.
am.
They took my helicopter down.
What the hell?
Oh, God. Did you say using aim assist? Like you actually looked at my gameplay and thought I was using aim assist? Because if you think that, that's actually pretty nice. Because I mean, you might have like a problem if you.
Whoa, he's hitting shots? He has to be using aim assist.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you looked at my gameplay and thought that guy's using aim assist, then you might have some serious issues, but... Oh, shit.
I feel like everybody on their team is a threat.
Is what?
Is a threat.
What does that mean?
Because, like, I don't know, I'll be like 1v1 this guy and I'm just getting hit from another angle.
Everybody but D Swiftly, that poor kid. Omega negative.
They all use snipers, and they're all incredible. Like, they are the best at using snipers. I've never... Oh my god!
That's the thing, I can't even, like, really peek.
Does the C stand for cunt in your C Swiftly? You fucking cunt!
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm getting him a little...
It does, actually.
I'm gonna get ripped. Oh no, the helicopter's right above me. Single-handedly capturing Zone A right now? Oh my god. Oh my god, I am. Oh no!
MI6 to your nearest CCP. They fucking had us.
They're all like 30 and like 20 plus.
Nice, best play, dude.
Who got it?
The guy that killed you got it with a helicopter. Is the campaign out? No.
They won that Reagan content.
Okay, can out. When am I able to like create a class and stuff? This sucks.
Level 4.
Oh god, I'm never gonna get to level 4. Flashlight is not F.
You actually level faster when you kill people.
By the way, you guys are saying that like... Wait, really? That's the secret? Is that the secret?
Yeah, it is.
No way.
Yeah, you kill people, dude? No, you kill people, you just blow through the levels.
What? Who said what?
Oh wait, Cartel?
Guys, can you...
Dude, this is the cookhouse.
Can you take it...
Yeah, vote Cartel. Yes.
Can you take it easy on me, guys? I'm new, okay? I don't know how to play the game.
No.
Please let me get a couple wins, okay? Please.
No thanks.
Come on, guys.
This is the map.
Let me get a couple kills, dude. Is the M16
yeah,
good?
I don't enable voice chat because like I don't want to get harassed because I'm a famous Among Us player.
Is the M16 good? I just got M16. Is that good?
It's a burst.
It's a burst.
Oh,
it's pretty good though. Doesn't have much recoil for a burst.
Hard point, capture the hard
point.
To the coke house.
The chopper
The
goes
grenade. The grenade.
I have to protect it.
Oh, okay, this sucks. No way. I can't do that.
That guy actually not dead.
We actually probably should have found a new lobby. TBH.
Why?
Oh, because they're so good?
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Hammies, have you thought about how it's your fucking fault for cheesing on first day and getting to the level 30 or whatever the fuck you are right now? Huh?
It's not cheesing, dude. Just playing.
It's 100% cheesing.
Yeah.
Who the fuck does that?
Yeah.
Just playing the game with my friends, dude.
Fucking bullshit, dude. Oh, look at me. I'm just like playing normally, dude.
Cool.
Look at me. Oh, I'm level 30.
Yeah, you have friends.
Now I'm playing with all my professional friends who are so good at the game.
Oh, you called me professional.
Okay, I wasn't talking about you. I think
no, you're definitely. Thank you, Hasan. I am.
I think we all know that. Hey, I made it to level 3. Very good. I made it to level 3.
Not a lot of people know this, but I got 2019 rivals in Warzone.
You did?
Yeah. With you.
No way. Is that why not a lot of people know it? Because we kept it a secret because it's embarrassing?
29 out of 500 teams, okay? That's pretty good.
29 out of everyone on Twitch. And that's why.
Exactly.
Like, because like, we count, oh my god, that's a chicken. We count all, wait, can I kill it? I just killed the chicken. We got one.
We're frying. We're actually frying. Okay, just died to a grenade.
Oh, nice. This gun is actually remarkably better. Whatever this is.
I'm a new.
An XM5 or something?
Two in new.
Dude, we're winning.
Okay, don't jinx it. Don't even mention it.
We're winning.
One shot left.
Left. We gotta go to the point. Come.
I'm coming.
Two coming from down the hill.
Oh no! Pizza, I'd like to report animally. Listen, motherfucker, it's the only thing I can kill on this map, okay? Let me get this. Let me take this. Oh no, I have this shit gun again. Captain America, suck my dick. Wait, let me see if I can get there.
Oh, got me.
Oh no! I just picked up a gun! Vegans re-entering chat? Oh no.
Multiple hostile spy planes detected.
I was defending hardpoint! Oh no! Use your Q? What's my Q? Oh,
one shot from the hill.
It's your stun.
We have spawns.
I don't have a Q. I literally don't have a Q. Why don't I have a Q? No!
Q uses your stun grenade.
I don't have a Q.
What?
Oh, it's the Simtex on mine. It looks like
oh.
Q is heal. It's a med kit.
Hardpoint lockdown.
Oh come on! It do not matter. Turn to a savage. Call me daddy.
Captain America.
Oh, come on, Captain America. It do not matter. Turn to a savage. Fuck your father. Just call me daddy.
We're in the hill, boys. Watch my window.
Oh my god. The grenades.
Testing hardpoint.
Oh! What's up with the meme about you having a small head? It's just a meme. You're right about that. It's literally just a meme, actually, because I have a very large head.
Uh-huh.
Hardpoint identified.
Shit.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Oh! Hasan doesn't even look at the minimap. I really don't. I'm not looking at anything right now. I'm just like, look, it's gonna take. I am not a good gamer, right? What that means is it takes a while for me to even develop game sense. You know what I mean? And what I mean by that is like, oh shit, we just got nuked.
Artillery.
Like, even before I talk about game sense, like for me, I need to I need to remember I need to remember how to aim and stuff. You know what I mean? Like I don't even have that right now. So, oh, I keep getting blowed up. That's true. I do.
Hardpoint identified. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Nobody in the history of gaming has ever been mistreated like my head size. Yes, that's true.
Slotted him.
That was good.
Go.
Captain America!
Point lockdown. Hardpoint contested.
Damn, dude, multiplayer is so much easier than Warzone 2. If I'm playing this bad on multiplayer, goddamn. I'm gonna get fucking ripperoni. Commit additional war crimes, find more chickens to kill.
Well, it's probably because you respawn.
What?
It's because you respawn. In Warzone, it takes forever to get respawn.
What? No, I'm saying that like.
What?
What are you saying? No, I'm saying that like. I'm saying that Warzone is harder than fucking multiplayer because of like all the shit like all the addiction.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, first I need to learn how to aim. I need to learn how to aim.
What?
On Warzone, it's so much
Or
harder.
Creek 2, right?
Time to kill is so much longer in Warzone than multiplayer, and if I can't even fucking kill someone in multiplayer without getting killed, then how the fuck am I gonna actually play Warzone? I forgot everything. Like, I just lost everything, you know? Well, then again, on this map, like, my positioning is poor, too, because I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to be and shit. How the fuck did I blow up?
Oh my god, did you just get fucking stuck?
Yeah.
I just saw you just explode. Your whole body just blew up. There's bits and pieces. Your little head landed in my lap.
Oh, come on.
Enemy spy plane inbound. Artillery targeting detected. Net call, incoming artillery. Hostile counter spy plane established above.
Ow.
They are ahead. Point lockdown.
Jesus Christ.
Multiple enemy spy plane contacts.
Let me get a little bit closer.
Hit in the back. Getting hit in the back.
Hardpoint is secure.
The other problem that I have is that my fucking my monitor is too big, dude.
What do you mean?
It's too big. Like I've never played on a monitor. I've never played on a monitor this big. My previous monitors were always.
Are you?
Like,
wait, aren't you playing on like a TV?
massive.
Yeah, I think you're playing on TV, right? Well, that's definitely 60 hertz.
Oh shit. Fuck up.
One shot in the hill.
I have a 14. I have a 14. Oh,
The 1440p.
I have a 1440p, so it's like it's it's large. Are you is monitor fancy?
Hardpoint identified.
Now you just need one of those new graphics cards.
Hardpoint lockdown. Contesting hardpoint. Contesting hardpoint. Hardpoint lost. The battle is lost. Return to base.
Yo, good game, guys. Good job, Hasan. You did fantastic.
Ooh, Hammy. Ooh, Hasan.
You did great, buddy. You did great.
I'm stuck in a tree. I'm stuck in a tree.
Got him.
You can't hear, but they're applauding my gameplay.
Are they?
Yeah.
What are they saying?
Good job, Hasan. You did fantastic. No, I know you can hear Chad. Nesso can't because his. Hey, I can create a class now at least. So there's that.
Should we back out? We should back out.
Yes. Please.
You have to back out. I think you have to do it. Right?
Please, different lobby.
You're leader. You're leader.
Oh, I'm leader. Okay.
Yeah. Good job, Hasan. You're great.
Okay, so now I can create a class at least. Is the XM4 good?
I don't know.
I don't have anything unlocked right now anyway.
Oh, thanks, chat. My chat's saying I'm doing a good job too.
They're lying to you.
I truly feel like they mean that.
No, I told them to lie to you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
It feels real though.
Well, don't believe it. Don't believe their lies. Okay, perks, engineer, scavenger, gung-ho. Wait, what? Oh.
Wait, satellite?
Why are your
Is that the
weapons-
fucking desert one? Oh my god.
Yes, the desert one.
Stupid fucking Star Wars Episode 7 ass map.
Earlier when you were talking about different games that it was, that's what I was thinking. 100%.
What, really?
Yeah, fucking Star Wars map.
Yeah, I was thinking, this is definitely a Star Wars map.
I don't even go out to that right side where the desert
Hasan,
is.
how do you have the brain capability to cover news for 8 hours a day but can't gather up the brain cells to be able to aim? Sag.
You know why, chat? It's because all that fucking diet soda he drinks is killing his brain cells.
Okay, why do you constantly fucking complain about my consumption like you're my mom, dude? Holy shit.
It's me, Mommy Ness.
You guys notice that Ness always...
It's Mommy Ness.
Spent money on you, yay.
You want some milkies?
You guys notice how Ness is... Oh, TDM.
What? Say it, bitch.
You guys notice how Ness is constantly complaining about what I eat and whatever, what I decide to put in my body? Why does he
think he's one shot?
Because I'm trying to shrink your fucking body so you look more proportional for your fucking head.
Yeah.
Boom.
That's a good one, dude. Wait, hold on. Is the XM4 good?
What? I don't know. I don't know what's good unless...
Yeah, me neither. I just pick up and go. This pinky guy's frying right side of the map.
Yeah, I think it's just you have to like figure it out yourself.
This guy is max God mode.
He's max sweaty.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Oh no, don't. I'm gonna try to use this. I'm gonna try to get one sniper kill. That's my goal for this one.
Wait, is this deathmatch?
Yeah.
Yes.
If I get one sniper kill, I'll switch over from sniper to something else. Why are my graphics so bad? Is it because I lowered it down to like the degree that I lowered it to? If I get one sniper kill, I get into FaZe Clan. That's what I... Oh shit, I switched my gun.
If you get into FaZe Clan, you then get a G Fuel flavor.
That's what I want for my career.
What would be your G Fuel flavor? If you had one.
Penis.
What?
Penis.
Wait, like your penis?
I want
Damn, that would fell out.
Liberal tears is what someone said in the chat.
Oh, liberal tears, I like that.
Yeah. FaZe 9/11. FaZe 9/11 with the liberal tears flavored.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's very brand friendly. Yeah.
FaZe Clan. Why would they? They don't give a fuck about. They don't give a fuck about being brand friendly, do they?
I actually don't know. I feel like they do.
Okay, the fucking other guns that they have are better. Like the other presets are better than the guns I have now that I unlocked custom.
Yeah. Come on, dude.
Get my ass smacked.
Smack daddy.
That's one shot by you by this rock.
I can't aim.
I'm gonna try to use sniper again. FaZe Phase 911. Back at it, boys.
Yo, phase
His
up.
name is Hasan.
Hey, there's gonna be someone that pops out of there, right? This is not even a sniper.
What is it?
This is like a rifle. It's not like a full snipey. It's like a rifle. Camera available. Nice.
Which one are you talking about?
Almost
The
got one.
Pellington?
Rule 4, no gang activity. What does that mean?
Are you using the Pellington?
I don't know. It's the one that like looks like a duck hunting gun with a scope on it, but like not like a sniper scope. It's like a mid-range sniper scope.
Fuck, what's that guy doing there?
Well, I'm using the Pellington 703.
I got a sniper kill!
Nice. Get 10 more.
The animals are leaving. The ducks are dying. I got a sniper kill, dude. Boom! Oh shit. I thought I had another one, but nope, guess not. That's not.
Guess not.
This sniper is not a one-hit kill, is what I've come to notice.
Oh my god. No, you had to hit him in the head.
It's really hard. It's really hard to like aim and click at their heads, dude.
Sit rep. Enemy attack helicopter above.
What's up?
Yes! Take me round. Over the clips!
The animals are dying!
Oh shit!
What the fuck?
Enemy spy plane inbound.
This fucking helicopter, dude.
Imperialists are winning.
Careful, it's gonna kill you again.
The Imperialists
I'm
are
running.
winning! God damn, is that a art? Okay, I'm done with the snipey. Yeah, I just got Obabade.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
What is this disastrous ADS time, like, even without a fucking... What the fuck? This guy is invincible.
Oh shit.
No!
That did at an angle on me.
Why does like grenade cocking take so much time? And so does even the ADS is like kind of long too.
Yup, grenade cock. Oh, I didn't get to kill that guy?
Rip.
Is it lagging, chat, or are you guys is the gameplay smooth? Chat, is the gameplay smooth, or is it lagging, or is everything good?
Oof. I probably shouldn't have used the sniper the entire match.
Guys.
Yes. What?
No, not you. I was asking chat, but there's some tearing.
No, Ness.
Okay, running an ad. T-shirt ID. There's no ID on the T-shirt. It's a friend's, and he doesn't sell them anymore. He doesn't make them anymore.
Hit me with an ad, daddy.
We are... I picked Cartel. That's what we're trying to do, right?
Yeah, we love cocaine.
True.
In a video game.
No.
I mean, literally.
In this cartel video game.
Like stuck in my head. What's a field mic? Recordings on your field map. That's lame ass. I like RPD with a sprint pad. What is that? I don't know what that is. Look what Nessa taught me. Why people happy sugar? Is this the new debate format? Yeah. They deleted your Reddit video? Why?
I feel like every time you make front page, they delete it.
They removed the video, no politics. r/video, no politics. Oh, it's political.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
You're a gamer. Are you kidding me?
No, every fucking annoying Reddit moderator hates me. Like,
oh,
honestly, it's
no
like
surprise.
It's like they should just the rule number 1 is no Hasan, okay? In Reddit, like no Hasan. The only Reddits where I do well are my own Reddits.
Because it's moderated by your people.
That's exactly. I know that.
Seize the objectives. Hard point identified.
If you got banned off your own Reddit, that'd be pretty funny though. Somebody takes down one of your videos.
Hard point is secure. We're going ahead. Testing hard point.
Oh! First blood with a frag kill.
Cook it, cook it, cook it. Oh my god.
I just Toby'd that.
Oh my god, there's somebody on TSM in this game. I'm nervous.
Who is
oh my god. TSM Jonathan. I've heard about him.
I mean, we play with Myth, dude.
Hard point is secure.
Oh shit. You and
I've never played with Myth.
Have I? Yeah, you have. But most importantly, you play with TSM Greek God X. So.
Oh yeah. No, Greek is definitely the best TSM player. Don't tell Myth I said that, but this is between us.
TSM Jonathan sounds fake. Like, why the fuck would you use Jonathan as your gamer name? Out of all the fucking names that you could have used, you're gonna use your Christian name? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? I'm TSM Jonathan. Oh my god, is
It's
there
like me being TSM Austin.
Actually, now I feel bad. There's probably actually a TSM Jonathan out there, and now I just like made fun of that.
Well, yeah, he's an aspiring pro player. He needs shit on his dreams.
His dreams are dead if he's got to dream big, dude.
Yeah.
He's got to stop dreaming so little. He's got to dream bigger if his dreams are TSM fucking Jonathan, you know?
It's true. I mean, maybe he's just going through a phase.
Hard point is secure.
I swear to God, this map is too big. I mean, this monitor's too big for my eyes, dude. There's like shit going on in the corners that I'm just like unaware of and can't comprehend. Oh, he is a real player? Oh, dude, he's 14 years old. I'm sorry. Really? Are you guys fucking with me, or are you guys being serious?
He's 14, dude, and he's trying to be TSM, and you're just shitting on him.
Is it because my FOV's too big, maybe?
Someday I'm gonna grow up to be TSM Jonathan. Man, who the fuck is TSM Jonathan? What a dumb name.
Contesting hardpoint. Hardpoint located. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
What? What is happening? Why couldn't I shoot him? He's a 19-year-old PUBG player. Oh, nice. Okay, then I don't feel bad. If you're 19, you're old enough to get owned on the internet. Like,
true.
Like you've already lost your. You've lost your internet virginity. He plays PUBG Mobile. okay, then yeah, never mind. Then it's like he's already lost close.
PUBG Mobile.
He's making 40K in winnings though. Okay, good, dude. Nice for him.
Artillery target.
Oh shit! What is this? What is happening? There's like weird waiting periods in between. Like I'm not able to shoot. Is it because I'm like reloading? I don't know what's going on. Uh-oh.
I'm starting to get the hang of this game. You just can't.
You just said that and then died.
What? I have 5 kills right now. 5 kill streak. Okay, I died right there. Shut the fuck up, son. I'm trying to play the game.
I have a trophy at now.
What? Contesting hardpoint.
I got one on my left. Oh, thank you.
I got you, baby boy.
Oh, one's flipped nest behind us.
Yep, TSM Neswa, right here, baby.
Behind us, behind us, behind us, behind us.
I know, I killed the
They're
guy.
everywhere.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Dude, I'm popping off right now. I'm fucking all of their moms.
Oh, TSM Jonathan, fuck you! TSM Jonathan Cruz? I think it's hilarious that you kids are talking shit on TSM Jonathan. He hangs out with the hottest girls. Like, I bet you wouldn't be able to have this same energy if you saw him at LAN. Seriously.
You know what he does at parties? He
What?
pulls out PUBG Mobile, starts fucking showing them his skills in real life.
What, you joke, but that's one of the significant advantages of being a PUBG Mobile player professionally is like you get to be able to do that. Like, you can't play COD at parties and show everybody how good you are. You can't get doiks in the middle of a party if you're a regular fucking COD normie. Ew. CAD PUBG Mobile players, on the other hand, doinks everywhere.
Isn't COD Mobile really popular?
Really what?
Popular.
Yeah.
Most mobile is.
Yeah.
Actually better than Modern Warfare.
You take that back.
I refuse. Ooh, Jonathan was pissed.
Jonathan's watching the stream. You heard what he said.
What the fuck? The reload of this fucking game! Why do I reload for 3.5 minutes?
Hardpoint is secure.
Why is the reload so long?
Hardpoint contested.
Ow. I have a trophy in the hill.
We've lost the
Called reloading, dude.
TSM Jonathan, fuck you. Secondaries fast to reload.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Any gamers?
Yeah, pull out your pistol.
Oh fuck, TSM Jonathan is fucking my mom right now, dude. He heard me talking shit. He heard me talking shit at LAN, and now he's literally fucking my mom.
Fucking your mother, dude. He's fucking your mother while playing PUBG. On her back.
Okay, I kind of hate playing video games again. I liked it for like
long,
a second.
dude. It didn't take long. Oh god, we see the hair. It's just falling out.
Multiple enemy spy plane contacts.
You're gonna need a stronger drug.
Artillery targeting detected.
We're dead.
You guys are right about the reload thing. It's a lot better to use secondary.
Contesting hardpoint.
Fuck, I need
Dude.
to go.
You tell chat they're right once, and now they're gonna be like, you know what? We can tell them anything.
I mean, they say it anyway.
I guess it's true. I was 33 and 13. Let's go.
Dude, me too.
Wait, like exactly?
Exactly.
Wow. Nice. Fuck you.
I did play. I did play a little bit better. I had a 4-kill kill streak. I think that was pretty good, guys. Right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, we won.
Someone just wrote exclamation mark ethnicity.
Uh-huh. What does that mean?
I don't know.
He's white.
Everybody here knows. Listen, everybody here knows that like I pop off when I play with e-girls, and Nestle is not, unfortunately. So.
Okay.
And neither is Hammy.
Nope.
I mean, we could be. Those are the good old days.
Is himbo an ethnicity? Yeah. I need the e-girl buff, but I don't have it.
True.
This game is fucking trash,
The
right?
days of me sitting there waiting to play with Hasan, he's playing with.
Hello, everybody. Can you please let me win this game? Thank you. My mom is watching.
White is a race? Yeah, I know.
I did use Mike. (1948 to 1984).
Yes.
Which performance is available?
Hasan went 18 and 19. I mean, that's pretty. It's up there.
You should know that I'm here for you, including the gaming streams. Thank you, Enduron.
This map's pretty commie.
Yeah, I like this map.
Very communist.
I definitely had higher. By the way, I can't believe you said I had a 1. I can't believe you said I had a 1 KD when I was playing, after playing Warzone, when I was playing multiplayer. My KD wasn't 1, it was way higher than that. It was like 2. Maybe even bigger than that.
Secure the objective.
The clip about loading turn about fighting you? No.
Enemy has C. Objective Bravo locked down. Securing Bravo.
Alright.
On Eunice.
I go to the objective.
Frag out. Enemy has B.
I'm halfway to a trophy. One shot.
It's just kind of crazy.
Oh, he's on Hammy.
Spy plane established overhead. Taking C.
Like.
Oh, yes.
The sprinting is pretty like crazy.
That was dumb. Playing as
You
the
can
bad guys?
sprint and throw your fucking flash.
Taking B. Location secure. Maintain current posture.
They're coming from mid.
Dude, I don't even know what that means, dude. I don't know what mid means in the context of this game. Oh, Pinky's on A. One guy.
Middle, dude. Middle of the map.
No, I know. I just don't know where that is. Like, I'm not trained to. Oh, they're coming from the escalators.
my god.
Those are the best. Those are the best call outs here.
Escalator.
Pretty good. That's good.
Losing Bravo.
This motherfucker just running. Let me see that head, boy. Oh.
Ruby's down.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
Let's go.
They're all on it. They're all gonna come from the right.
Positions. Hostile artillery targeting active.
Bad toss.
What?
Fuck.
Losing Charlie.
Heck.
Losing A.
Oh, we're still winning.
Plane established overhead. We lost A.
Fuck.
We lost C.
Let me see. Cool.
Losing B. Charlie locked down. We lost Bravo. Hostile spy plane established overhead.
Got the one in the back left corner of B.
Taking Alpha.
God damn.
It's not one yet. Keep it tight. Be secure.
Had them all come to A.
Oh.
Aim? I mean, I think that was pretty decent. Like, I'm making. I think my mouse positioning could be a
I
little
didn't even know you could get up there.
Kid got clapped, dude.
Let's go.
Not bottom frag, at least. On my team. Get a better gaming chair? What do you mean? This is a fucking Hermie Miller.
You have a Herman Miller?
Switching rally points.
Nerd.
Wait, they die faster if I shoot him in the head, really? No way.
That is a fact, yeah.
Take the objectives.
Wait, they're lying, right, Ness?
No.
Securing Charlie.
If you hit in the head, they die.
Securing Bravo. Enemy took Alpha. C secure. We're in the lead.
Oh my god.
B locked down.
See you later, bitch.
Hostile attack inbound.
Oh, come on! I stunned 3.
Losing B.
They're all on B coming down from the escalator.
Bay. The escalator?
Enemy is Bravo. Hostile artillery target.
Oh my god, there's a fucking proximity.
What? What was that? Oh
I
my
think that was
god.
artillery. Oh my god.
Wait, that goes inside? Like that can kill? I guess that area has a rooftop?
Yeah. Yeah. There's like glass up there.
Wild that that thing. He just lobbed it. Uh-oh. Is the artillery still working? Like,
His name is Hasan.
Guess so.
I think he's one shot right side. Escalators.
Oh my god.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
I did not mean to hit that. On top of the... whatever that is.
I think he's one shot left side. Fuck, dude.
so bad. Guys, I'm throwing on purpose. I don't want the CIA to win. get it. Oh, he's coming up. He's coming down the escalator.
Trophy's down right side.
Detected. Artillery inbound.
My favorite thing is when I make a good play.
Oh my god.
And the chat goes wild because they don't expect me to play even remotely good. And in the off chance that I do like a good play, everyone's like pogging.
That's the feel good though. You just try to farm pogs. Instead you farm Tech W.
He's gonna be waiting there.
Oh,
yeah, he's here. He's here.
He's lit.
I love that.
Got him.
Taking Alpha.
Putting a smile on.
Losing Bravo.
Oh shit.
I got you. You're chilling.
We lost Bravo.
We got A.
Now we go get B. I'm your teammate.
Run it around. I'm your teammate, Dippy.
They're pushing C, by the way. They were pushing C. They killed me near C from the other side. Oh.
I'm net. I play objectives.
It's Ponte.
Oh my god.
Dude, this kid's always sitting back map with an AR.
Enemy has Alpha. Artillery
Yikes.
targeting detected.
Oh.
Artillery inbound.
I am using the mini-map now. That Reddit thread was removed 28 minutes ago because don't follow. I know, it's bad. It's the nature of being
Multiple
a political.
enemy spy plane contacts.
Okay.
Enemy took Bravo. It's as good as ours. Keep it tight and by the numbers.
Oh, that was scary.
One hard left, Ness.
Yeah. I thought the statue was a fucking person. I think I just lit up the Stalin statue.
Lenin, brother.
Oh. Sorry, I lit up the Lenin statue.
I don't think they have Stalin statues in this game, do they? Maybe they might.
I don't know. Maybe. It was some statue.
Oh my god, that guy was crazy.
America deserved 9/11.
Multiple enemy spy plane contacts. Taking Bravo. Great job, Shay. No fuss.
Okay, this was my last.
For me.
GG.
GG's though.
Yeah,
We winning,
fun.
baby. We winning. Bottom frag.
We bottom fragging. Let's go.
We winning though. We bottom fragging, but we winning. All right. Thanks for the games, guys. Have fun.
Yeah. Later, brother.
Good night.
GG.
Yeah, later. Even play better when you're CIA. All right. Well, anyway, guys, listen. This was a lot of fun. Okay. This was a heck of a lot of fun. I'm glad I did it. Okay, no more video games for like 7 years. Chat is constantly like, Hasan, play video games, play video games. And then as soon as I start playing video games, everybody leaves. What is it? Which one is it, chat? You got to figure it out. And you got to let me know. Am I a gamer Andy? Or do you want me to be a political Andy, you know? All the fakes, they're like, what a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. All the fakes. What a fucking Weasley little liar, they say, dude. Holy Hasan, shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Play video games. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
America deserved love.
And then when I do, they're like, wait a minute, we're leaving. But
America
hey, you know
deserved
what?
Happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love.
I set goals for myself.
I'm saying
in the end of this
America
year.
deserved happiness.
I wanted to get to. I wanted to get to
This is a deranged
10K
pervert. This is a deranged
concurrence by the end of this year.
Such a big man.
That's what I wanted. And then in the middle of the year, I realized, like, holy shit, I'm already reaching 10K concurrence. I was like, all right, how about I reach 20K concurrence by the end of the year and 10K while I'm gaming? And honestly, this community has grown, and there's enough people that want to watch me play video games in here too now. So I can't be upset. This is the dream.
We love you, Hasan.
That's his name. That's his name. Hasan Becker.
So
Can't make up that name.
I'm excited.
That's his name.
Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved
I'm excited that I
Fuck it.
This is a deranged.
I'm saying it. America deserved happiness.
get to hang out with you guys and have you watch me even play video games and stuff, you know?
Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness.
Fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar.
So yeah.
What a fucking Weasley little
Love you all.
liar, dude. Holy
Oh wait, I should run another 6-second ad break before I leave. You know, just for the funsies, boys. Gotta always. And then let's figure out who to raid. Look at Will Neff. Fucking 1.7K Andy all on his own. While I'm live too. Alright, well I love you all and I will see you tomorrow as always, alright? Good night.